Now, folks, if you've never been here before, which I'd assume is only a minority of y'all, I'd say the majority of you guys have definitely been here before. We have a pretty large returning audience. But if you've never been here before, you're in for a treat because these live streams get crazy. We debate Trump supporters. We debate Republicans on pandering to.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys.
And paying upwards of $300 billion. Yeah, man, go to take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
So I don't really support him much as a president, but I do think he would have been, or he's better than the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, so you would prefer him over Harris. Why?
Just because of the fact that Biden signed a mandate for OSHA to mandate the Pfizer vaccine over companies that have 100+.
Well, that wasn't Biden. That was the administrator of OSHA. But this also doesn't have anything to do with Kamala Harris. You said
But it went down on the papers as Biden signed the order, though.
So once again, it was not an order from Biden, wasn't it? It was just a memorandum from the executor of OSHA. But once again, that's Biden, not Harris. The question is, why do you think that Trump would make a better president than Harris?
I just think he's a better president than the Biden-Harris administration, just because Harris was part of the Biden administration.
He didn't run against the Biden-Harris admin. He ran against Harris.
Yes, but Harris was part of the Biden administration.
Yeah, and what part of her action and activity and involvement in the Biden-Harris administration do you believe depicts her as a candidate worse than Trump?
I just don't agree. That's literally my sole purpose why I don't agree with that, is because she was a part of the Harris or the Biden administration when that happened.
Okay, well,
Because
Donald Trump is the leader of an administration that is refusing to release the files protecting predators, pedophiles, and rapists. But apparently
I don't agree with that.
Pushing towards, but you think that pushing towards a vaccine mandate for companies with more than 150 employees is worse. By the way, that's a good thing. Vaccine mandates for big companies,
they blatantly misused OSHA to do that, though.
It saves lives.
That's not what OSHA's for. And
So are you arguing that their action was illegal?
I'm arguing that it's not right.
Okay, so you're arguing that it's wrong.
And it did get overturned when it went to the Supreme Court. It got blocked eventually in January 2022. But a lot of people did lose their jobs because of that, because they didn't want to take that vaccine.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a fine thing, morally speaking, to impose vaccine mandates on large companies because it saves lives.
I mean, that was pretty much my sole purpose. I do not like Trump as a president. I don't think he's a good person, but I do think.
Okay, well then respond to the
he's
argument.
a better president than.
Yeah, a vaccine mandate for big companies is okay because it saves lives.
I just don't think it's okay to force that on people, and if they don't take it, they get terminated.
Okay, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-life.
Okay, but when it's about vaccines and men in the workforce, for the most part, your claim is that it's not okay to force these men to do something. Even in forcing these men to do this thing, it'll save innocent, valuable lives. But then when it's about abortion, about women, well, that's when you say you agree that we should force women to do something to maintain their pregnancy and to give birth to a child because you think it'll save innocent, valuable human life.
Yes, but a disease is more curable, and we're talking about abortion, which is a termination of life, which is a guaranteed murder.
And just like when we don't have herd immunity, unless people vaccinated to the COVID vaccine during the pandemic, that's a guarantee that more people will die because of COVID.
But you can go and get treatment for COVID. I mean, we're talking about abortion. You're bringing up abortion for this?
Yeah,
abortion
even in consideration of treatment, because treatment is not effective in 100% of scenarios. Okay,
but
less people being vaccinated is a guarantee of more people dying. It is a one-to-one direct trade-off. That's just simply how disease transmission and vaccination for said diseases work. The more people you have vaccinated, you have a minimum guarantee of less people dying. The less people vaccinated, you have a minimum guarantee of more people dying. When we're operating on the macro scale and looking at, thousands or millions of employees and employers across the nation, and Americans across the nation, on this very large macroscopic scale, when you have a massive increase in vaccination, guarantee of less people dying. So from your perspective of abortion, your argument is you're okay with forcing women to do things because it comes along with a guarantee that it'll save more innocent human life that you value. So why are you not okay with forcing men to do things if it comes along with a guarantee of saving more innocent human life with value?
Well, this vaccine isn't men and women. I'm not arguing just on a men's behalf. I'm arguing as in a whole. I think
that you're arguing on your behalf, and you're a man.
The people that don't get the vaccine, obviously they're subject to getting COVID, but it should have been their choice. They shouldn't have to be forced on to get a vaccine.
Yeah, so you're just repeating the original argument that you granted. Stop reading off of your note cards and actually engage in my counter rebuttal. My counter rebuttal is incredibly clear. If we were to force people to get the vaccine, which, by the way, that's not really even forcing them to, but if we were to force people to get the vaccine, have a vaccine mandate in large companies, that would come along with a guarantee that more innocent, valuable human life would be saved. You've already set forth the premise that you agree with forcing people to do things to save innocent, valuable human life from your perspective because you think that abortion should be banned for women. The same logic that underpins your position for why you think abortion should be banned would also underpin the position why we think that there should be forced vaccine mandates for companies at large, for employees at large companies. But if you're curious why people on the left may agree with vaccine mandates but not agree with like pro-life legislation, it's just because we don't think that the fetus's life is valuable, right? But you do. So because you do, these two things are the same.
Insurance companies are trying to remove a viral social media video that claims people involved in a car accident in the last year could receive up to 10 times more from their settlement.
I mean, as a whole, yeah, I would tie them together, but my argument really isn't on abortion. I am subject.
Okay.
If it's to save a woman's life,
so you have
yes,
two options.
I'm okay with abortion.
So either you think all abortion should be legal because we shouldn't be able to force people to do things, even when forcing them to do it will save innocent, valuable life, or you agree with vaccine mandate. Which one? Are you totally pro-choice or totally pro-vaccine mandate?
Well, I'm like in between. I'm not really either. I mean, if it's going to save a woman's life, obviously I'm okay with abortion.
You only have two options here. You only have two options. It's either that you're totally pro-choice in all scenarios because it's never okay to force people to do things to save innocent, valuable human life, or stay pro-life because it's okay to force people to to do things to save innocent, valuable human life, and then we could have a debate about specifically abortion later. But that would also make you pro-vaccine mandate because it's just another example of forcing people to do things to save more innocent, valuable human life. So which one is it?
I mean, going off that argument, I would go with I wouldn't force anyone to do anything.
Okay, so I made you pro-choice?
I mean, you're not giving me middle ground here.
Okay, so now that I've made you pro-choice, now let's evaluate which one of the two administrations are going to be forcing more people to do things against their will to save the lives of others. Well, you had Biden with the attempted vaccine mandate for employees at companies with over 150 employees, but now you have Trump, who overturned Roe v. Wade and sent that legislation back down to the state level, which has led to 66 million American women and girls being denied access to elective lethal abortions, and 60 women and girls that were raped and impregnated being denied access to abortions in 10 over 50 states on a daily basis, which also comes along with increases in pregnant woman mortality rates upwards of a figure of 2. So because Donald Trump's policy on abortion is forcing more people to do more things against their will than Biden's vaccine mandate was, even from this perspective that we should never force anybody to do something that they don't want against their will, even if it saves lives, still yet you would prefer the Biden-Harris administration over the Trump administration.
I've already agreed that I do not like Trump. He is a bad person. He has done a lot of wrong things. I really don't stand with Trump very much anymore after watching your debates and after watching just debates in general, because he's hurt a lot of innocent lives.
Okay, so do you agree that the Biden-Harris administration was better than the Trump administration because in comparison they forced less people to do things they didn't want to do?
I mean, under Trump's administration, I have not been forced personally, or my family hasn't been forced to do anything. But as in a whole, yes, I would say Trump probably forces on a lot more things than the Biden-Harris administration did.
Okay, and you said that this was your one.
That Trump's a bad person, and I don't really like.
Okay, so in retrospect, you would have voted for Kamala Harris over Trump.
now versus like back then, I would probably vote for Trump, but now knowing that what I know, like, yeah, probably.
Wow.
But I just don't really agree with the whole misuse of OSHA.
Yeah, but I mean, you just think that banning abortion is like more negatively impactful than Biden's misuse, quote unquote, of OSHA. Well, I mean, wow, dang. Honestly, what a unique argument that I used to change your mind there. I've never done that one before. Usually, like, the arguments that I give are like, you know, repeated time and time and time again because so many people say the same thing. I just haven't had somebody give the particular argument you did. So this was kind of a new, unique one. Appreciate you for coming up, and I'm happy I could change your mind.
Yep.
I'm going to take care. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue right now on the opposite side of the box. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. That was a very unique argument. All right, let's go to get the next guest connected right now. We got Caden connecting up to the live. Here we go. First change mind of the day. We love it. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you. Jennifer with the $20 says, hey, Dean, you want to hear a funny debate I had earlier this year with somebody who was trying to convince me that Nazis were socialists? And I'm like, no, Nazis were radical, murderistic crazies. Well, listen, they'll say that the Nazis were socialists because they had the word socialist in their party name. And if you want to know why they had the word socialist in their party name, it was just propaganda to try to convince like the working German people that weren't Jewish, weren't Romani, weren't black, weren't disabled, and weren't gay, that they were like a party of them and for them, right? But if we just want to say that if a phrase has a word in it, that therefore it is that word, well, like all of a sudden, next time I'm going to the men's restroom, I'm gonna eat a urinal cake because I guess it's a cake, right? Or the gay Mario Party is like actually Nazi because the word party is also in the phrase Nazi party. Whoa. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now on the opposite side of that box. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, please do follow the rules of the live stream. I'd appreciate that if you would. I'd appreciate it if you would. I'd appreciate it if you want. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Where vibe coding meets drag and drop freedom. We'll see about that. All right, let me try to make up a site to sell some like theory.
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now.
All right, thank you so much for your input, Sophie. I do appreciate you. Let's go and get the next guest connected to the live stream right now. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. Dean Withers without the letter E in that last name Withers. It's the very best way to support me. Support the stream, ask a question, or get a message across. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Yeah, you're like 4. Joseph, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, man, who says secret argument level unlocked. This is a new approach for this topic. Yeah, I know. It's like, it's a new secret argument unlocked. It's a new secret argument unlocked. Well, you just like, I've just literally, I do these debates every day. I've never heard, the position that we did from the last guest, just holding a hard line against the attempted OSHA mandate for the vaccine. So, required a little bit, of a new line of argumentation. Appreciate you for the $20, Joseph. You're the man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What up? Why can't we all be Americans?
So, well, maybe because Donald Trump is trying to unconstitutionally take American citizenship away from some citizens. So we can't all be Americans because Donald Trump is trying to unconstitutionally take citizenship away from some.
Nah, I just think it'd be better if there was an objective view of everything, you know what I mean?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. I have 3 buckets that I kind of put people in insofar as why they're Trump supporters. Really unintelligent, really evil, or really misinformed. Okay? I might throw you in that 3rd bucket because if you're saying, why can't we all just kumbaya and come together? Meanwhile, you're a Trump supporter. You might just be misinformed about who Trump is, what he stands for, and what he does. So let's hear it from the source. Why do you support Trump?
Shoot, I don't even know. No, I'm kidding. I'm just here trolling. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. Sean, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Sean. That is very kind of you. Thank you, Sean. Let's get to it. Sean W. Sean says, hope this is the right account. It sure is. I always find it so ludicrous that these people never have a red line on anything. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Red lines. The one thing that Trump supporters lack. Unless it's against like Biden, right? Or Obama. Or Kamala Harris. Maybe some of their red lines against Kamala Harris is the fact that she's a woman, and that's it. Creed, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. Creed says, my grandmother met Hitler in person on many occasions before they ultimately fled to Poland. She hated him until the day he died and believed that he had no redeeming qualities worth mentioning. He was evil. What an interesting family story, Creed. What an interesting family story. Wow. Mega Crusader, do you support Trump?
Play Farm Sim, please, Dean. Play Farm Sim.
I could never get mad at you, Farm Sim Fetus. I could never get mad at you. I won't ban you. Thank you so much for bringing us back to the days of trolling before the relentless We Are Charlie Kirkers. Okay.
Oh, Dean, I'm master debating, Dean. Forgot me.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only opposite side of the key if you happen to be MAGA. We got I Hope for Change joining. Ashia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you. He says, Loki tired of people saying that Hitler was a good artist. He wasn't. He lacked the basics. Yeah, he was like denied entry into an art school. He sucked. Dude was terrible. Welcome in. I Hope for Change. Jesus fucking Christ. Scared the shit out of me. Margaret, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you so much, Margaret. You're the GOAT. Margaret with a $25 says thank you. Well, thank you, Margaret, for the very kind donation, and I am very, very grateful for you. Thank you so very much, Margaret. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do not.
Bands looking for Trump supporters and Trump supporters only. Kai, thank you for the $1. Says test monies. Is this the right account? It sure is, Kai. Amber, thank you for the $50 dono. Yo, let's get 500 Amber W's. That is wild, Amber. Thank you so much for the love and support. Massive, massive donation. Amber with a $50 says, I was watching Parker's live the other day. I wanted to send this to both of you, but I couldn't. I laughed so hard when the caller said Superman had was no more intrinsically valued than an ant or a cow. Yet he said animation/cartoons do not because they're not alive or real. Yeah, bro, that was AV. He was a fucking nut. I appreciate you for the $50, Amber. I hope that you enjoyed today's live stream. Thank you so much for that love and support. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I love
you! Guys, rules. Follow them. Bad rules. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Jesus Christ. Joseph, thank you for the $40 donation on Venmo. This came in 30 minutes ago. I'm just getting around to seeing it now. Thank you so much for that love, my friend. Joseph for the 40. You've been very kind to me today. So all of you guys have been. Joseph for the 40 says, weeding through the trolls just to try to find the Trump supporters. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, yet you wade through it, that muck and mire every day. Here's to you, kid. Good luck today. Yeah, I appreciate you for the luck, Joseph. Apparently we're going to need it. These people stink today. Holy. Thank you.
Finally got one, dude. You finally got one.
You support Trump?
Of course, man.
You're going to scream at me?
No, I'm just kidding. Dean, you're so sexy. You are the sexiest.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Moving on to the next guest, bro. Jeez. Eva, thank you for the $10 and happy 19th birthday! Happy 19th birthday, Eva. You are awesome. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Uzbekistan
is a country. True. Moving on to the next guest. So now we're just gonna move on to the next guest. We're gonna look for the next Trump supporter. Dude, I'm already losing my energy, and we've only been for 50 minutes. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Too bad you're like fucking 12, dude. You gotta be 18 minimum to join. Thank you. 18 minimum. Thank you. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Not even loaded in yet. That's fine. Whatever. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. We got Debbie Jones loading up in. Listen, folks. We have had one debate with one Trump supporter that lasted 10 minutes in the last hour, and we changed his mind. For all like the trolls, can you guys like please stop? Like please. It's been an hour now. We've had one 10-minute debate with one Trump supporters. The other 50 minutes were all trolls. It's like, please just allow me to take better advantage of the 4 hours that I have every day to host these lives. Like, we changed his mind, guys. The one Trump supporter that we've been able to get to in the last hour, we changed his mind. Like, can you guys please let me continue to try to change the minds of other Trump supporters? It's meaningful. This matters. It's like, I know that a vast majority of these trolls are on the left. You understand the value in helping people to understand why Trump is a bad president. And we've already been so successful in that today. Because the one Trump supporter that you guys have allowed me to find, because 99% of the people in the queues are trolls. The one Trump supporter you guys have allowed me to find, we've been able to change his mind.
We've all accepted that everything we do online is tracked. Every search, every click, every purchase is recorded somewhere.
Just stop, bro. You've had an hour. We only do 4 hours a day. It's not like I extend the length of my live stream any longer because we have an hour of trolls. Let's go to get that next guest Harvey connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? I'm very close to just ending. I've been talking about this a lot recently. We're really close to just stopping the streams altogether. There must be a more effective way to change minds.
Carl, I'm in Dean's live.
Daisy, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
March.
And why do you support Trump?
Because I agree more with like the regulations of ICE and abortion.
You think that abortion should be regulated? Do you think that abortion should be banned in circumstances of rape?
No, but that's like less of the case. That's like 0.01%.
Okay, you think that it should only be banned in elective circumstances. Why?
I don't. I don't know.
If you don't know why you think that the abortion should be banned, then why do you think that the abortion should be banned?
Because it's still a human life.
Okay, yeah, but we don't give value to people just because they happen to be a member of our same species. There's many human lives that don't have the right to life, like brain dead patients. Biologically human, they're biologically alive, but it's not murder when doctors kill them. Zygotes, biologically human, biologically alive, but we don't think that women who seek IVF, which is a process which on average kills around 20 zygotes, okay, because there's a lot of failed implantations, are like serial killers. We don't think that a human merely being biologically alive is what makes that human valuable. And I don't think that the fetus is valuable until around 20 through 24 weeks when it has the capacity to intellectualize, because the brain structures developed at that point grant the fetus the ability to deploy low levels of sentience or consciousness. Before then, I don't think that fetus is valuable at all. I don't think that there's anything wrong with killing it. Therefore, I don't think that abortion should be banned. I think that women and girls should have fair, legal access to all elective abortions for any reason or no reason at all.
Okay, I get what I understand what you are saying, but like when you're talking about like it's like the value of a human life, and some people don't have like the value of a life, but like it's the same thing about with like with people who are immigrants and saying that they deserve to have life too, like they deserve to have a life here in America, but like the babies don't. That's just what confuses me.
Nothing that you just said makes sense. Do you want to try to find another way to say it?
Yeah, hold on. So, okay, so basically what you're saying is that a fetus isn't valuable. Is that what you're trying to say with me?
I'm saying that fetuses do not have the right to life. Right.
Yes. So, okay.
All right, she just left. That's fine. Let's go and get that next guest connected to the live stream, folks. Make sure if you're inside of the queue, you're here for a debate. Make sure that you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys could follow the rules. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Seconds, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you. Seconds for the $20. And I'm not going to read your message off on air, just so you know we aren't promoting that. I hope you understand why. But just know that I appreciate you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Seconds. Hey, do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
Sort of. I'm 24.
Okay, you said sort of. Well, let's talk about it. Let me first thank a couple of people, and then Mike, the floor will be yours. Garel, thank you for the $3 on PayPal. He says, I've been tuning into your streams while at work every day for the past month. I appreciate you educating this generation. Well, I appreciate you, Garel. Molly with the $7 says, would you debate clavicular? I mean, what would I debate him on? Dude, honestly, he seems to be having, enough of his own personal problems right now with that new botched nose job. Jeez. He's getting eaten alive by his own audience, and then he's like crying about it. He created that audience. Astrid, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you, Astrid. And then Victoria, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal as well. I appreciate you. On Venmo, thank you, Brandon, for the $1. Says, hang in there, man. I appreciate you. Bill, thank you for the $1. And Jack, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you, Jack. 200 Jack W's in that chat. Jack with the 20 says that Hitler story reminded me. My dad was a businessman in NYC decades ago and had a meeting with Trump. He said he was exactly awful and ridiculous as he is today. Hated him and ran. Based dad alert. Show some love to Jack and Jack's dad down below. Rhino with a $10 says you've earned this. The stream is brutal. I appreciate you. Vanessa, thank you for the $10. It's so good to see you. I hope that you've been doing well. Mar, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Z, thank you for the $25. That's funny, Z. I appreciate you so much. Let's get 200 ZWs. Thank you. You are awesome. We're all caught up. If you want to support me, support the stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube, and that's at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. Go ahead and take it away, Clark.
All right. Sorry. So when you were talking with that other lady just a few minutes ago, so value of life is non-irrelevant until what age exactly?
Okay, well, you want to have an abortion conversation. Okay, I'll just tell you what my position is, but then I want you to tell us what you think that Trump is a good president. So my position is that the fetus doesn't have moral deservance, carries no considerable moral weight until around 20 through 24 weeks. But why do you support Trump?
Well, really only for just the policies that he created.
Which ones?
Certain ones were good, but granted, no one is perfect. Some of them I did not agree with.
Yeah, what's your favorite Trump policy? Let's hear it.
So, one of them is the abortion. That is for me. And I know you go over the great scenario, why should that be justified?
Do you think that abortion should be banned in circumstances of rape?
No.
Okay. Would you argue that you would support a candidate like Harris over Trump if Harris would have saved more innocent, valuable human lives?
Define innocent human lives. What do you mean? Because you just devalued humans if they were either brain dead or, not born. Because life is life to me.
This is an internal critique from your position. From your and when I say innocent, I just mean a life that has done no considerable wrong that would justify terminating said life. Okay? Right? So the question is, would you agree that from your perspective, you would stop supporting Trump and would argue in retrospect you should have voted for Kamala Harris if it was true that Kamala Harris would have saved more innocent human lives than Trump?
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that is true. So the Lancet did a study on this. Donald Trump defunded USAID. That was a federal system of benefit that sent money overseas to stop the transmission of AIDS, malaria, HIV, to give people access to food and drinking water. And the study from the Lancet says that because of Donald Trump's cuts to USAID over the course of the next 4 years, by 2030, 14 million people will die. Now, if Kamala Harris was elected, USAID never would have been cut, and 14 million lives would have been saved, in contrast to where we're at today. Meaning that if Kamala Harris was president today, more innocent human lives would have been saved, even in consideration of her pro-abortion position and Donald Trump's anti-abortion position.
Okay. Back to the actual topic that I was actually mentioning. which was the value of life. When you say saves considerably more innocent lives, right? That's what you said?
If Kamala Harris was president, there'd be considerably more innocent human lives being saved for the reasons that I just gave you about Donald Trump's cuts to USAID. Can you please respond to that?
And I get that. What I'm saying is saving more lives would have been to ban abortion.
Even in consideration,
wrong. They have not.
Even in consideration of abortion, this you understand that this arithmetic is also being made in consideration of abortion. So yeah, Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, and by the way, that hasn't cut the numbers of abortions at all. Okay, we went from 900,000 annually to 1.1 million annually after he overturned Roe v. Wade. There's only been more lives killed. But assuming that Donald Trump's abortion ban stopped every single abortion in America, Kamala Harris still would have saved around 3 to 4 times more innocent lives per year than Donald Trump. Because every single year, for every 900,000 fetuses, okay, that Donald Trump would have saved if his anti-abortion policy was 100% effective, there would have been 3.4 million people around the globe that Kamala Harris would have saved because she wouldn't have defunded USAID. So the argument is, even when we consider abortion, even when we create this crazy hypothetical where Donald Trump did stop all abortions, Kamala Harris still would have saved more.
Did you check your Twitch?
I'm not into that study stuff, so I'll leave that part to you, but
do you accept that if everything that I'm saying is true, then you would have preferred Harris?
If she was pro-life, yeah, I would have.
No, not if she was pro-life. If she would have saved more innocent human life.
But that's the fact, though. She wasn't, so I did not vote for her.
That was a part of my that was a part of the evaluation that I just did. We're assuming Kamala Harris wants totally legal abortion, which means 900,000 abortions per year annually in America.
Okay, but why are we assuming?
Donald Trump wants totally illegal abortion, which is minus, or I guess 900,000 innocent lives saved. Are you following so far? So if Harris is elected, 900,000 fetuses die every year. If Trump is elected, 900,000 fetuses live every year. Are you following?
Look, I get the math.
Are you following? Are you following? I just want a yes or no. So far,
I'm following.
Perfect.
I'm following.
Now, let's also evaluate the lives saved or killed through USAID. If Kamala Harris was elected, 3.4 million lives saved every year, according to The Lancet. If Donald Trump was elected, 3.4 million lives lost every year, according to The Lancet. So even if we consider the lives killed by abortion morally considerable, well, it's still true that Kamala Harris would have saved an additional 3 to 4 times more innocent human lives than Donald Trump. Because she, under her policy, would be killing 900,000 fetuses because she's pro-abortion, while also saving 3.4 million people by continuing to fund USAID. Under Donald Trump's policy, he would have been saving 900,000 fetuses
the game screen
at the expense of killing 3.4 million people across the globe by defunding USAID. If you care about innocent human life, the line does not stop at unicellular organisms growing within a woman's uterus. No. The lives of the people that are being killed by Donald Trump's defunding to USAID also matter. And for that reason, from your perspective of voting in accordance with the candidate who you believe will save the most innocent human life possible, you should have voted for Kamala Harris.
Okay, I get your argument. But what we're not talking about is the fact that it is not how it was set up. She was anti, and pro was Trump.
So yummy. Never trying these.
Snack Time's easiest to guess.
Summer acoustic deals have landed. Strum into the sunset with 100.
There is the only way.
What are they talking about though?
What's the hypothetical that didn't happen?
You just gave me the hypothetical if Kamala Harris, with retrospect of the abortion and the USAID, okay? Look, you put that whole argument together to say, okay,
But
if
what's
this was
the
this-
unfair hypothetical that I'm giving you?
I didn't say unfair. I just said it
What's
wasn't
the hypo?
realistic.
What's okay, it's what wasn't realistic? Tell me. I didn't give you a hypothetical,
exact
and
same
everything
thing
that
that
I
you've been
said
saying
was
this whole
realistic. What was specifically? What did I say that was unrealistic?
Look, the entirety of this argument is based, for me, which is all that
No,
it
no,
is
no, no,
supposed
no,
to be.
no, no, no. Answer me. What specifically did I say that was unrealistic? Was it unrealistic that if Kamala Harris was elected, there would be 3.4 million lives saved annually via the continued funding of USAID? No! According to The Lancet, USAID has saved 94 million lives over the course of the last 21 years. Where do
Is
you
that
think
source
that figure
actually
comes from?
verified
Hold on a
and
moment.
account-
Where do you think that figure comes from? It comes from the historical number of lives saved by USAID funding. It's not a hypothetical. It's not unrealistic. It's actually data that we've lived out over the course of the last 21 years on the global stage with the conception of USAID. There's nothing unrealistic about that.
Amelia _2 asks, is your mic muted again?
Look, the fact is, you asked if I supported Trump. I said I do. For this reason.
Yeah, then I gave you a killer counter argument that you still can't defeat. Respond to the counter argument, dude. How can you sit here and say, nah, I support Trump the rapist who's starting needless wars of choice in Iran, killing 160 girls, destroying our economy here at home, taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 die every single year via lack of access to healthcare because he's going to save all these fetuses by banning abortion. But then when he actually overturns Roe v. Wade, the level of abortions annually only goes up. And then I'm like, bro, hey, well, if we actually assume that Donald Trump stopped all abortions in America every single year, which is not true, the opposite is happening. As I just said, abortion numbers are going up, then Kamala Harris still would have saved more innocent human lives. Why is that not a valid counter argument to your position? He left. I couldn't explain why that wasn't a valid counter argument to his position. Get fucking clapped. Get 360 no scope, kid. I'm gonna fucking recruit difficulty bot lobby on BO2 right now, dude. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue right now. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I appreciate y'all. Let's go to get the next guest, Mr. Gamer loading up. Deborah and Jesse, I appreciate y'all for the galaxies. You guys are awesome. Man, we're cooking today. We are cooking today, buddy. Holy. Dude, we're making that phase trick shot compilation video right now. And it's just back to back to back to back, dude. We're going to make the recruitment, man. Let's go and get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. All right, folks, here we go. Moving on to the next person. Also, guys, make sure in the meantime that you're double tapping away in that phone screen of yours. That really helps us out. Also, make sure that you're sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Hit that share button on the bottom right-hand corner of your phone screen and hit repost. It really does help us. Welcome into You Sport Trump.
Hi.
Childs, goodbye. On Venmo, thank you, Eliza, for the $20 donation on Venmo. Eliza, you are the shit. Thank you so very much. You are awesome. Eliza with the 20 says, my ex took her daughter to the White House for Easter. I told him I don't want her to spend any time around anyone in the files. He said, how am I supposed to know who's in them? I said, Trump and Melania for a start. He asked for proof. I said, the files. Thought you'd find that funny? I can honestly just kind of find that concerning.
Amelia _2 asks live are you watching?
Good luck. Thank you for the $20, Eliza. Hope the kids are all right. Welcome in, Nicole. Do you support Trump? Nicole!
Hello.
Oh, there you are. I just had to sing to you. It's welcome in. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, give me a second.
Oh man, your mic sucks. You got to disconnect Bluetooth, dude. I'm feeling like Snow White singing to the birds.
Okay,
you know,
I'm
I gotta sing to get the guest to say what's good, to become a real person, to come alive. Give me an argument insofar as why they support Trump. Welcome in. Are you MAGA?
I would say I'm conservative.
All right.
Fans pay more attention than me when I hear my own song come on. Imagine advertising to that audience.
Jeez, man, why?
Christian, grew up Christian. I'm not sure if
I think that would probably make you like really like socially progressive, maybe a little bit further left than the Democratic Party.
I would say I lean more towards conservative.
Why?
Things.
The Bible says, care for those with lesser than you. The way that you treat those with lesser than you is the way that you're treating the Lord your God. The conservatives say, if you have lesser than me, fuck you, eat shit and die. And then the president takes her health care away, takes her food stamps away, and then illegally taxes him $92 billion.
Well, I think social media definitely heightens up those extremists, but a lot of Christians that don't speak up because they get hated on from social media again, we actually do value and care about people, and it's just
I don't think that. Well, then don't subscribe yourself to Trumpism. Don't subscribe yourself to being a supporter of the GOP. They don't. They're protecting pedophiles in the Epstein files. They're illegally taxing low-income Americans billions of dollars through unconstitutional tariffs. They're leaving 1 in 5 kids in West Virginia to starve and then taking their food stamps away. They're starting needless wars of choice overseas and killing kids. They're threatening a path of conquest and invasion of all of our allies, completely upsetting the global flow, and threatening to infringe on the livelihoods and the right to self-determinations of millions of people living everywhere. See, like, clearly these things are, like, anti-Christian, but this is the embodiment of the GOP.
Well, from my side of the algorithm, because we get fed different algorithms, but I like following you and hearing your stuff because you give more well-rounded perspective. And so that's why I'm not identifying as MAGA, but definitely think there are causes as Christians that we can disagree on. But for the most part, on my side of the algorithm, most conservative movements is basically America first, right? So we get the tariffs and things like that. That's like supporting our economy. It's helping people off the streets. It's, you know, this is my first time talking to someone on live, so I'm a little nervous, but but basically, just to get to the point, I am pro-life, and I was hearing a lot of pro-life people on here. I am currently pregnant. I waited until I was 34, which, yay, to have a baby. I had my career first, did all that, did a lot of preventative care, took responsibility for my own body, because I hear a lot of people are saying, my body, my choice. Well, I did take control of that. I chose my career. I had a lot of family members who were considering abortion until they saw their ultrasound, and they were encouraged to have abortions, but they decided to have my nieces and nephews. And so it's really hard for me to not be pro-life, seeing the outcome and just taking care of my side of the lane.
Sorry, I'm not yawning at you or anything that you said. I guess I'm just tired today, and that was a really inconveniently timed yawn. My apologies. That was like a real yawn, I swear. It wasn't like a dig or anything. Cool. Do you think that abortion should be banned in rape cases?
I'm going to say what Charlie Kirk said, and I don't believe that it's good to repay evil with evil. That's also quoted from the Bible, by the way.
Well, that argument just preassumes that abortions in circumstances of rape cases are evil. It's not an argument that it's evil. It's the pre-assumption that it's evil. I could give you an argument that it isn't.
I don't think people who get abortions are evil. I think they are caught in a predicament.
How about this? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
If you needed my kidney to live, should I be forced to give it to you?
No, it's by your voluntary.
So if a fetus needs the bodily resources of a raped 12-year-old to live, why should the raped 12-year-old be forced to give them to it?
Well, that's a very rare circumstance, but that's very evil and gross and awful, and I would condemn any child rapists. Being a mother myself,
I'm happy that you condemn child rape. Can you answer my question, though?
What was it? Repeat it.
You said if you needed my kidney to live, I shouldn't be forced to give you my kidney, even if you died.
We are resilient.
We are tenacious.
We are focused.
We are empowered to encourage others.
We have a lot of grit.
Absolutely,
So,
yeah.
fetuses need the bodily resources of rape victims to live. Why should the rape victim be forced to give that fetus their bodily resources?
Do you believe in equality?
Yeah. Do you?
So do you believe?
Do you believe in
one life
equality?
is more? Yes.
Okay. So you believe in equality, but you still think I shouldn't be forced to give my bodily resources to you to keep you alive. I believe in equality. I don't think that a rape victim should be forced to give their bodily resources to a fetus to keep it alive.
Well, now I see why they pay you the big bucks. You're making valid points, but however, with like a kidney is your choice. Like you can put that on your driver's license if you're going to be a donor. You know, that is something that you think about and put. And whether or not I die from like my kidney exploding or whatever, that's not your responsibility. We should take responsibility for our own actions and our own bodies. And so. And I'm not talking about rape. I'm talking about just generally because
we're talking about rape cases first. Then we'll move on to the rest of them. And isn't that funny that we could choose if we want our organs to save other people's lives even once we're dead, but rape victims, while they're alive, can't choose if their bodily resources save the lives of others? Dead bodies have more rights to their own bodily autonomy than rape victims when they become pregnant in red states that banned abortion. Isn't that fucked up?
I think rape in general is messed up, of course, and evil. And I know it sucks if you, like, it's unimaginable to go through that trauma, but killing another life is not going to erase that trauma, unfortunately.
I don't think that you're listening to me. I'm not arguing that rape victims should have access to abortion because it makes the rape go away. I'm arguing that rape victims should have access to abortion because they don't have an obligation to give their bodily resources to the fetus to keep it alive. The same way I don't have an obligation to give my kidney to you to keep you alive. What's the difference?
Well, it sounds like you're just comparing apples to oranges.
Which means there's a big difference between the two scenarios, which is why I asked you to tell us what that difference is.
Well, we're talking about, you know, an innocent life that has no choice in the matter whether they're born or not. But the fact is that they are born, you know.
Okay. You're an innocent life, and you have no choice in the fact that you need one of my kidneys to live. Should I be forced to give it to you?
It wasn't mine to begin with. I wasn't part of your DNA. I'm not half of your DNA. I'm not, you know, if anything, I think it would be more of a responsibility on a family member that's more a close relative, a close friend, not a complete stranger.
Do you think that familiarity is born out of biological relationship? No, that's not true. My grandparents have an adopted son that they're raising. If he met his biological mom would be a complete stranger.
Okay, how about
familiarity is not born out of biology; it's born out of relationship. So that's not a difference between these two things.
Like in rape, how about I just concede?
What's up, y'all?
Rape,
Log back in.
You know, that is like a gray area for me, and so. I can concede with that. I think it's more up to the victim to make that decision. But I think that they can consider, you know, whether or not it's going to actually erase their trauma or not. I know a lot of rape victims are happy to be alive. I mean, not rape victims, of course they are too, but children from the product of rape, a lot of them are happy to be alive. And
I'm sure if I gave you my kidney to save your life, you'd sure be happy to be alive.
Sure.
Yeah, but I shouldn't be forced to.
I mean,
Right?
I never said you.
See how like
you
simple
would.
it is? It's easy. I understand that you may be taken off guard by my simplicity and swagger with my counter arguments here, but I swear it's really just that easy.
You, just you, building your app on Base 44. Describe it.
Amelia.
And then it's real.
We're watching Dean Withers. Of course.
It's hard because it's not like I'm a part of you. Like, I'm not part of your DNA, and I wasn't born from you. I'm not living inside your body to be like,
well, that's only more invasive. If you were living inside of my body, I would only be more justified in expelling you. Think about it this way. The government knows you need my kidney to live. I go to sleep tonight. They kidnap me in the middle of the night. They sedate me. Then I wake up in a room connected to you by an umbilical cord for the next 9 months. And that umbilical cord is very slowly going to give you one of my kidneys. Now, you are literally connected inside of my body. I would only be more righteous and more justified in refusing to give you my body and refusing to give you my kidney and getting up, cutting that umbilical cord and walking out. Maybe if you weren't literally inside of my body, if you weren't literally connected to my body, one could say, Dean, come on, man, you're not going to give her one of your kidneys to save her life? Shame. Okay. But it's like if you are forcefully connected to me for the next 9 months and you are sucking my bodily resources from my body, if I get up, I walk out, and I disconnect you from me, no one's going to be like, oh, you should have saved your life. Shame. No, that's only more invasive. The cost to myself for providing you my bodily resources would only be higher. So when you tell me, well, Dean, if I needed one of your kidneys to live, you wouldn't have an obligation to give me one. But the reason why rape victims have an obligation to give fetuses their bodily resources is because of fetuses inside of them. No, that just makes the exhaustive cost of giving the other person their resources higher.
Give them that.
Well, I think I should have the choice to give them that. Preface the word choice. The state should not be able to force me to give them that.
But outside of rape victim cases,
how about you? How about you? So, if your child became ill and needed one of your kidneys to live, do you think that the state should be able to force you, else risk going to jail, into giving your child one of your kidneys?
But this argument only works if it applies to all scenarios, but you're only pointing this towards rape victims. So what about...
Because I want you to first acknowledge and understand that rape victims should be able to access abortion before we move on to the 99%. Because it's important. I think that rape victims having access to abortion is so important. I think that all abortions are important. I think that all access to abortion is important. But I think anyone would be a fool to deny that it's not significantly more important for rape victims. Right? So that's why I always start the conversation off with having the conversation about rape victims, because it would be infinitely better for you to be a pro-lifer that thinks that abortion should be banned in illegal and elective circumstances, but should be protected in non-elective circumstances like life of the mother or rape. It is just much better. Is it good enough? No. Because I think that access to elective abortion is a human right. So we're still violating human rights here, but we're just violating less. So it's like the first step of many. We're running a marathon, and right now we're just trying to get to the halfway point. Hey, Momo. Good kitty. I think that she's leaving. Oh, got tailed. Got tailed by Momo. Nope, that's my water. That's my water kitty. Oh, okay. Nope, she's back.
No, my phone was acting up. Sorry. No, it's just a little hard to agree with you just because I do believe that, it's really hard to believe or to agree with you.
When you leave the app, I can't hear you. So right now, I cannot hear you.
All right. it's my phone being too close to my face. But basically, it's really hard for me to fully agree, just because of my Christian background.
Your Christian background didn't make it hard for you to fully agree that if you need my kidney to live, I shouldn't be obligated to give it to you. Your Christian background didn't make it hard for you to fully agree that if a child needed their parent's kidney to live, that although it might be a good thing for the parent to give their child one of their kidneys, the state shouldn't be able to force that parent to give one of their child their kidney. See, your Christian background does not make it hard for you to fully agree with the underpinning moral assumptions and foundational logic that entails the conclusion that rape victims should have access to abortion. Because when we apply that same logic in any other scenario, all of a sudden you agree, even in consideration of your Christian background.
Okay, so consider this, like, if I was to take your kidney, that's stealing, right?
So crunchy. When training for the world.
Snack time's easiest to guess.
In this video,
The Bible condemns stealing, the Bible condemns rape, but the Bible, like, says to punish an innocent child that had nothing to do with the rape. That's where I get stuck on.
I've already explained this to you. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna do it one last time. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Amber. Here's the thing, Amber. The reason why these conversations start getting on my nerves after a while is because they become so repetitive and circular. I've already explained this to you a billion times. Okay? If the government knew you needed my kidney to live, and knew that I had my kidney, kidnapped us both, we both wake up in a room connected to each other via an IV cord for the next 9 months, and that IV cord is going to give you my kidney. Medical technology, massive advancement. IV cords can transmit kidneys now, I guess, whatever. Would it be wrong for me to walk up and disconnect from you, killing you, because I want to keep my kidney? No, it wouldn't be wrong. Now, what's the difference between you and the fetus in that hypothetical? You didn't choose to be in that scenario, just like the fetus. I didn't choose to be in that scenario, just like the rape victim. Fetus is innocent, just like you. So, if an abortion for a rape victim is murder, it would actually be murder for me to get up, walk away, and refuse to provide you my kidney. She's going back to Google. Monica, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. My goat. Thank you so much, Monica. Show some love to Monica down below in that chat. You are awesome. You are awesome. Who says, for continuously tolerating the willfully ignorant in hopes of reaching a brain cell. I try my very best, Monica. Jeremiah, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, fun debate this time. No name. Also, your fans are attacking me for being a Trump supporter when I said from the get-go I was not. I'm sorry, Jeremiah. I forget you.
Without interruption, the baby will come to life.
Okay, and without interruption, Max will stay alive.
I thought you said that it needed intervening. Max would need intervening by somebody else.
No, you wake up in this room connected to Max via an IV for 9 months. The way that you leave that room is by intervening with that process and disconnecting yourself from Max. And Max's body will not fail if you disconnect from him. If you don't disconnect from him. The same way the fetus's body won't fail if you don't disconnect from him. Max's body will fail if you do disconnect from him. The same way the fetus's body will fail if you do disconnect from them. There's no difference.
Okay.
What's the difference?
In this scenario, I don't see a difference.
Okay, so then you are okay with rape victims accessing abortion. You don't think that that's morally wrong in the slightest?
I mean, I did try to concede with you like 20 minutes ago where I was like, okay, maybe rape victims like...
But then you just kind of went back to saying that you think it's wrong. I was kind of confused by that too. Okay. But now you understand why it's not wrong in the slightest, correct?
I guess when it comes to the rape victim specifically, it weighs on their own conscience. And so does the government have
the right
not only that the government doesn't have the right to stop them from accessing abortion, but also that there's nothing wrong with them accessing abortion. It's completely morally and totally morally permissible.
I mean, your morals are going to be different from mine, but...
Well, we're talking in accordance with your morals. You said that there's nothing morally wrong with you disconnecting from acts in the hypothetical, and then you said that there's no difference between the hypothetical and a rape victim accessing abortion in the real world. Therefore, there's nothing morally wrong with a rape victim accessing abortion in the real world.
Well, in your...
I can't do this loop forever. I either want something original or I want a concession.
I mean, I'm trying to give it to you, but you're not letting me move past this. But literally, if nature played out and we didn't have technology involved, like in your Max situation versus like the fetus, the baby.
Well, the hypothetical preassumes that there's some type of technology involved because you wake up in a room connected to him via an IV for 9 months. You can't change the parameters of my hypothetical.
But but you need technology in order for that to happen. But with the pregnancy, that could be a natural birth. Like you don't need any.
That's not a good argument because you need technology in order to keep people with pacemakers alive. Because if we lack technology, if we lack that pacemaker, they die. Does that mean it's okay to steal somebody's pacemaker? No, that's still murder. So it seems like having or not having technology is not morally relevant in the examination on if it's wrong to effectively kill this life.
But there's an intention. Intending to kill a life versus, somebody's body and organs failing medically and needing your support.
If there's an intention to kill a life in abortion, then there's an intention to kill a life by disconnecting from Xrb, because in both scenarios, you're just simply refusing access to your bodily resources on behalf of the other life. It's the same thing.
I mean, I'm not going to condemn a rape victim for making a hard choice.
You don't even think it's a choice that's morally wrong. You think it's totally permissible in accordance with your logic. I've already said this.
I think it's admirable if a choice is given to proceed with the birth.
Yeah, because we view unnecessary hardships as admirable. I don't know why we do that. It's strange. But this doesn't change the fact that from your perspective, you don't think it's morally wrong for them to access abortion.
For a rape victim, no.
You wanted 3 kinds of jalapeno on your Whopper? You got it. Try the loaded jalapeno Whopper today.
Cool. Yep, I appreciate you for the conversation, Nicole. I'm going to end it there. I know I said I'd have a conversation with you about elective abortion, but based on the last conversation that we've had for the last 30 minutes or so as it relates to rape victims, I'm going to move on to the next guest. I'm really happy that I was able to change your mind on that, though. It's an important thing for people's minds to be changed on. I don't know why people continue to come up here and have abortion debates, but hey, we changed your mind. That's a good thing. Hey, whoop, whoop, yippee. I mean, let's walk away with a dub. We can recognize that's a good thing, right? Rape victims are being denied access to abortion in 10 over 50 states. Even if all pro-lifers thought like her after that conversation, that wouldn't be happening. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Vina, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. That is AVI. I'm just going to call you Avi. Avi, thank you for the $25. You were awesome. Thank you. Avi with the $25 says, let me pull up the message. When I was 14, I was raped. I ended up pregnant and was forced to keep my child. And as much as I love my son, I find myself regretting it often. I could have been a better mother to a child later, and I see his father in him. It's just, I don't know. Oh, man. I am so sorry that you have to deal with those turmoils and complexities. I feel so terrible for you, Avi, and I just can't even imagine the position that you are in. That sounds like such an incredibly tough position to be in, and I'm so sorry to hear that.
God, that makes you feel look so sympathetic because you're getting.
Thank you so much, Avi.
Because you're getting donation
for the $25 and for sharing that with us. Like that's an incredibly morally complex and difficult life to live. Victoria, I appreciate you for the $1 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Sophia, thank you for the 2 pennies. Isaiah, thank you for the $1. He says, I don't think that she will concede, but I applaud your patience and love your streams. She did concede. W's. And Spins, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Wow, man. Holy crap. Thank you, boss. Let's get 500 Spins W's down below. Holy moly. That's kind of you. That is SPENCE. 500 Spins W's. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Spence with a $50 says, had a stroke last month. Still have more brain cells than these folks. Thanks for making my recovery more good. Well, I'm happy that we could help with the recovery process. I hope that you're all right, and I hope that that process continues to go well. And I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Spence. Genevieve, thank you for the $20. Who says, could you please ask them, quote unquote, since you give fetuses human rights, if the mother died because of her pregnancy but the baby lived, would you consider convicting the baby of murder? I've been dying to know the response. Genevieve, the response to that question is no, because the baby wouldn't be responsible for the death of the mother in a morally relevant sense. Because they're not like a freely acting agent. They didn't freely act to kill the mom. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Who says hello to Momo. Well, thank you, Sarah, for the $10. Stephanie, thank you for the $1. And Abby, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. That is ABI. Show some love to Abby down below in that chat. And Abby, thank you so much for that really good analogy as well. I appreciate you so much for that love, Abby. As well as Logan, thank you for the 1 penny over on Venmo. Appreciate you, Logan, on PayPal. Thank you, Marco, for the $11. He says, hey, Dean, been feeling down for the past year, but your live streams give me a little bit of hope and joy to keep on going. Thank you for what you continue to do. Well, thank you, Marco. Let's get 200 Marco W's in that chat. That is MARKO. Usually I don't think like singular penny donations, but I'm going to do that now just to make Liam wait for a little bit longer. Logan, thank you for the 1 penny over on PayPal. Layla, thank you for the $50 donation on PayPal as well. Oh my God, Layla, that is Layla. Layla, thank you so much for the $50. Who says peace and love XO. P.S. I got so that's funny, Layla. Thank you for the $50. I'm not gonna read that out. Just know that I really appreciate you. Let's get 500 Layla W's down below. Peace and love to you as well. Jaina, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you. Who says I would not want to have a child that would cause me to resent that child because of how that child came to be in regards to the argument of rape. And I completely understand that, Jaina. Thank you so much for the $20. Please show some love to Jaina. Same thing to you, Molly. Thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, I'm donating a kidney to a local man on Wednesday. His family tested but no match. I decided to be tested and I, total stranger, am a match. Damn, you're a really good person, Molly. Holy shit. Wow, we got some good people that watch the streams. Jesse, thank you for the $30 donation. Who says I freaking love your cat? Well, I freaking love you. I am a big fan of it. Me, if you want to get a message across, ask a question. You can find my Venmo and my happen to be Magic. Those 3 reasons explain why. Oh, Dean's performing because he cried for Charlie Kirk is a bad argument.
Yeah, I get that now. Okay.
Other side. All right. So unlike other people who have come up here, I'm gonna explain my background and partially why I agree with some things and why I don't. So I'm Korean American and I'm Christian. All right. So
there's something fucky going on with your mic there.
All right. It might be because I'm on a MacBook. So
you're talking to me from a MacBook?
Yeah. I have I downloaded an emulator just to talk to you on this live.
You don't have like a. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Take it away.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So I'm Korean American and I'm Christian. So those are 2 big reasons why I'm like a Trump supporter and a Republican. So number 1, you know like the Korean history, right? So you know the Korean War, obviously, that took place during the 50s, 60s.
And like the division on like the 49th, 47th parallel, you know.
Yeah.
I'm like a little bit familiar. As familiar as like
so
standardized like high school curriculum would make one, plus a little bit of additional research on why some people run frontline defense for North Korea, which is strange. I just want the argument. I just want to know why you think that Trump is a good president. Seemingly this would be all relevant to why you support Trump.
All right. Well, I was gonna explain. Well, part of the Korean War was the Chinese and the North. Yeah. The Chinese and the North Koreans. They were communists. China was purely communist at the time, but that's why America fought against them, right? So, I mean, I'm not gonna say there's directly communism, but we have people like Bernie Sanders and Mamdani, who are they're democratic socialists, which is extremely similar to communism. So why would I ever support theology or a philosophy that directly invaded my country, and hurt my country's people? I mean, you're laughing, but
no. What I'm saying is that you think that democratic socialism, which in practice is just social democracy, is extremely similar to communism. No. Also, communism isn't a monolith. There are not only like a billion different types or takes on communism, but not every communist agrees with the same on like every core tenet. Outside of like on a fundamental level, the inevitable end goal of a society with no contradiction, which typically reduces down to a stateless, classless, moneyless society. But I mean, all these same things aside, like, you're still not giving me any reason here why you think that Trump is a good president. You're just like, oh, like Trump, the rapist who's in the Epstein files, who started New World Choice, and is destroying this country, is a good president. Because Zohran Mamdani, one of the best politicians in modern American history, by the way, is a democratic socialist. And if you just kind of like ignore the whole democratic word, then you look at socialists, and then you act like somebody on the right who thinks socialism equal communism, and then you could equivocate him to be in a communism. Therefore, the entirety of the left is communist. Wow, what a reach.
I mean, okay. Well, you asked me why I support Trump. That was partially because of my reasoning. Because
a new era of American shipbuilding is here.
My degree at AMU was something that I didn't think
that much. He's not a good person. I don't agree with him at all.
How many people do you think capitalism killed?
I agree with him, but I don't agree with
How many people do you think that capitalism killed?
A lot of people.
A lot of people. Wow. Wow. So why would you ever support such an evil capitalist
What would you
president?
say we would replace it with?
Because capitalism has killed so much people.
What would we replace it with then?
Well, I'm just saying that we should definitely not support him because he's an evil capitalist.
I did not say evil equals killing people.
Well, I mean, but you did equate like the entirety of the left to be communist because you think that communism is a monolith. And because governments in the past have claimed to be communist, that therefore you could attribute any action of any government that claims to be communist to any communist. And then you could obfuscate between socialists and communists. And then you could obfuscate between democratic socialists and socialists. And then you could obfuscate between one person who governs under the Democratic Party, Zohran Mamdani, with the entirety of the left to get and yield the conclusion that therefore Trump is a good president.
I mean,
this is the weakest argument I've ever heard. How about this? Name one good thing that Trump has ever done as president.
He did the Roe v. Wade. He got rid of it.
Bro, I'm sorry. I've done 2 hours of abortion debates. I'm not going to debate your abortion. Is there anything else good that you think that Trump has done?
I'll skip abortion. Okay, but can I hear your reasoning why you think Mamdani is such a good politician? Like, what has he actually done that helps New York City whatsoever?
Yeah, sure. I could give you my reasons for why I think that Mamdani is one of the best politicians in modern American history, as soon as you could name one good thing that Trump has done outside of abortion, since that's the thing that we've spent the last 2 hours debating. Because the topic and the prompt of the live stream is, how do you still support Trump? Not, why do you think Mamdani is not a good politician? But I mean, balancing the budget in like 6 months is kind of an accomplishment. But what's the argument?
Aside from the abortion things that you don't want to talk about right now, which is completely understandable, I would say deportation. I support ICE. Like,
okay, what's one way that Donald Trump's mass deportation has made America better in the last year and a half?
I mean, dude, have you not seen what these people are doing to our country?
What are they doing?
Like, I'm an immigrant. They're committing murders. They're killing people. Okay. And people just want what? Is that not true? Is that not true?
Well, what isn't true is that they're more likely to do so than citizens. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes like murder on American soil compared to the average U.S.-born citizen. Also, Donald Trump has been letting more of the actual murdering, violent, undocumented immigrants roam free in the streets of our country by reallocating the scope and the focus of ICE to all undocumented immigrants, including some legal immigrants, compared to the disproportionate focus on only those with prior violent offenses. Under Obama, 20% of the undocumented immigrants deported were those with violent offenses. Under Trump today, it's less than 5%. But if you really wanted violent criminals to get kicked out of the country, then you wouldn't make a rapist the leader of the country. That's definitely a violent crime.
I mean, why do you keep calling him a rapist, though? Has he been convicted of raping anyone?
If by convicted, you just mean found guilty? Yes. A civil court of a unanimous jury of 9 held him civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll by penetrating her vagina with his fingers, unconsensually and forcefully. Yes.
Oh, I actually did not know that.
Now you do.
Yeah. I mean, bro, like, I can't talk to you about abortion at all. Like, I know you're tired of it, but that's kind of a big point I wanted to make.
Listen, man, I love abortion debate. It's one of my favorite things to debate. And it's also the thing that I think I have my strongest position on. I think that my pro-choice argument is among my strongest arguments out of anything. But
I agree. That's why I want to debate you.
I think it's kind of bad how all of a sudden the only thing that any Trump supporter cares about is abortion. It used to be about the economy. It used to be about no foreign wars. It used to be about owning our allies and making them stronger and rebuilding manufacturing in America. It used to be about uprooting the evil democratic deep state and setting things straight. It used to be about law and order. It used to be about saving the democracy. But now that Donald Trump, it used to be about the price of eggs, but now the price of gas. But now that Donald Trump has failed on every core tenet of his campaign and is not serving to the better interests of Americans within even a singular respect, now all of a sudden, the only thing that anybody who thinks they want to make an argument for, insofar as why they support Trump, the only thing they have to hang on to is abortion. And then it's just like abortion again and again and again and again, the same argument repeated a billion times over. How about this? I'll give you this counter argument. If Kamala Harris would have saved more innocent human lives than Trump, even in consideration to the fetuses' lives who were lost by abortion, would you argue that you should have supported Kamala Harris in the last election over Trump?
Yeah, I would say I would.
Okay. What has the impact of Roe v. Wade, of Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade been on the number of abortions annually in America?
I'm guessing they've gone down, no?
No.
I mean, because,
they went up from 900,000 a year to 1.2 million a year. So the impact of Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade was an additional 300,000 abortions annually. And the outcome of Donald Trump defunding USAID is an additional 3.4 million lives lost every single year, according to Lancet. So in fact, if Kamala Harris was president, re-implemented abortion protections, and didn't defund USAID, there would have been an additional 3.8 million lives saved annually that are today now being lost because of Trump.
Okay. I mean, I've heard you say, like, oh, if she was elected, if she was a president, right? She would have saved so many lives, right? Why didn't she do that while she was vice president? She still has power, no?
She did. Over the course of the last 21 years, there's been 94 million lives saved because of USAID funding, in which the Biden-Harris administration continued and bolstered.
Okay.
So she did. Because of the Biden-Harris admin's funding to USAID, 3.4 times 4, 14 million. They saved 14 million lives.
14 million lives?
Yeah, on the global stage with USAID funding, yeah.
How many lives would you say Trump has saved?
None. He's killing people in Iran.
You don't think he saved any lives? You don't think he saved them?
He's killing people in Iran that would have been killed otherwise. He's killing Americans by taking their healthcare away that wouldn't have been killed otherwise. He's killing Americans by taking their food stamps away that wouldn't have killed otherwise. And he's killing fetuses that wouldn't have been killed otherwise because overturning Roe v. Wade led to an increase in abortion. And he's killing people all over the globe by defunding USAID that wouldn't have been killed otherwise. He's just
there's two things I want to mention, like, that he has saved lives that support my argument here. Well, we got to talk about drug control, and we have to talk about COVID. How many? I mean, he shut down COVID pretty quickly. No, would you say you did?
Oh, with the approval of the vaccine?
No.
With warp speed?
Travel restrictions. Yeah, warp speed.
Oh, you mean the bill that, like, the entirety of the GOP, including Trump, hates? You know, you actually would be able to use that as a pretty strong point if the GOP followed up Donald Trump passing Operation Warp Speed with good messaging surrounding the efficacy of the vaccine and the promotion of the vaccine. But because the GOP followed up the passing of Operation Warp Speed with saying that the vaccine was weak and ineffective and you could better fight the pandemic by injecting yourself with bleach, they completely killed any and all ownership over the life saved by the vaccine. Not to mention that if Hillary Clinton had won the 2016 election, she would have done the same thing, but to a much better extent, because not only would she have passed a bill similar to Operation Warp Speed, but then she wouldn't have turned around and disincentivized Americans from getting it. So if anything, we could say that in retrospect, Donald Trump probably killed more lives than those in which would have been killed otherwise if Hillary Clinton had won, because they both would have done the shutdowns. They both would have done the travel restrictions. They both would have done the Operation Warp Speed, but Hillary Clinton wouldn't have done the stigmatization of the vaccine that promoted people not to get it, that then led to more people dying. So this is actually another example of Donald Trump costing us lives of people.
Well, you mentioned the 2016 election, correct?
Yeah.
Were you?
Every year, you're closer to the end. What are you leaving them? I don't know how to say this.
Weren't you? I read somewhere that you were a Trump supporter at the time, right? Correct?
Yeah, Trump supporter in the sense of parents Trump supporter. Therefore, I Trump supporter. Not Trump supporter in the sense of Trump good president with good policy that I could critically evaluate with brain.
How you doing?
So you would say you weren't.
It's a long night and a slow night.
Situations that were going on
all together.
No.
You just followed. You just followed what the people. So what's your relationship with your parents? Like, this is a genuine question. Like,
really off topic. My relationship with my parents is great. Okay, but can you please respond to what I said about how well it is true that if Harris was elected, more lives would have been saved?
Well, I mean, another part of my argument. Well, I thought I was debating you over whether Trump saved lives. You said he saved none. I'm saying
but
he
it
did.
feels like it's 5 a.m.
I'm saying in retrospect, if he had lost that election, Hillary Clinton would have saved more. So there was more unnecessary lives lost because of Trump compared to Hillary Clinton.
But then you're admitting he did save lives.
You know, with Operation Warp Speed, of course that saved lives. That's why that's like my only and one favorite.
So he did save
lives.
I'm
still yet saying that in his first administration and in his second administration, if the Democrat was elected, more lives would have been saved.
You didn't say that though. You said Trump didn't save any lives. You said he saved 0 lives.
Literally, the argument at its crux. The argument is that I asked you a very simple question. Do you agree that in retrospect you would have voted for Kamala Harris if she saved more innocent lives than Donald Trump? And you said yes.
I honestly wasn't even in the stream
we don't have any proof to back that up.
Yeah, the proof is a study conducted by the Lancet. One moment.
I was honestly thinking it was just cutting it off
conducted by the Lancet that demonstrates that because of Trump's defunding.
But why this bro looks like Neon is so disrespectful and crazy.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do they have?
Did you say Neon or Leon? Leon.
Do we know?
I see the Leon. I see the Leon. Okay.
I mean, there was no.
I see it now.
There. Come on. I'm trying to be civil. I'm not trying to like call you out for anything.
Okay.
I'm trying
I apologize
to, like,
for
listen,
calling you an
learn.
idiot. That was just a really dumb question. I'm sorry.
Why does he look like
Leon?
Leon?
That's fair. I mean, you can't.
Why does he look
can be
like
an idiot and ask
Leon?
any
That's
other questions
crazy.
From someone's
I've been
eyes,
in
but-
my Resident Evil
Alright,
bag
so-
too. I'm
Yes, I do
surprised
too,
I didn't catch that.
But
I think it's
the
just
evidence
that all-American
there are going
white
to be
boy
14
look.
million
You know
lives
what I
lost
mean?
over the course of the next 4 years because of Trump's cuts to USAID. It's pretty strong.
bad.
And the evidence is that we've been tracking how many lives it's saved since its conception.
Yeah, I
21
think
years
it's
ago.
that all-American white boy
And since its
look.
conception, in the last 21 years, it's saved 94 million lives.
Amelia
So the calculation that because they got rid of it, 14 million people died in the next 4 years. It's just a very simple, well, what's the average amount of lives saved
Nah,
because of USAID?
he
over the course of the
definitely
last 21
came
years?
after
And
Leon.
then what's that
That's for
multiplied by
sure.
4 to spell out how
There's
many
no
lives
way
will
he
be
came
lost by
before
2030.
Leon.
It's very
He's young.
Amelia
It's simple, yes, but that's just stating how many
but
lives
Leon is at
Trump
least
would've
20 years older.
is losing, correct?
Right.
Like you said,
Yeah.
like, calculated.
Amelia
So how do we know
Leon
Kamala wouldn't have done more?
Well, we know that she would have done more because she
Yeah,
supported
no,
funding
exactly.
to USAID. And
Leon
none of
came
her
first.
policy
If
would have
anything,
led to
his parents
equal or
birthed
more
him
than
to look
3.4
like
million people
Leon.
dying annually. like that's like that
Okay,
would
but
that'd actually be your argument to make. Like her
How do we
policy would
know-
save
how do-
lives. You know, like tax cuts for the
How do we
working
know she doesn't
class.
make? Okay, I mean, all right. That's you're stating how Trump is losing lives currently. All right, so
Yeah.
that's something that's happening, right? Correct.
Yeah.
That's what the study is.
Mhm.
No, that's not what the study is.
That
it's
is what the study
projecting
is.
how many lives will be lost under Trump. Correct.
Yes, it's pretty. Yes, that's how many people are dying right now. Yes.
Well, okay. To be fair, your point is correct. Kamala, from the research, would have supported that, right? I mean, from what you said, I've gathered that she would have kept that going on, right?
Yeah. No shit.
All right. Well, how do we know she doesn't do something else?
Because
Like,
presidential
you're
candidates
you're
run on
using one
policy.
thing as you're using one
And
policy
none of-
as an
and none of her
argument, though.
policy would have
I
killed
mean,
people.
How do we know she wouldn't have like declared war on someone?
B, well, A, the only president who has declared war is Trump. B, she didn't do that when she was under Biden. C, she's disagreed with Trump's war in Iran today. And D, we have no evidence that she would have declared war on anybody. Because why would she?
I mean, Trump hasn't even declared war yet. So.
You have to like give evidence of these things, though. You can't just say, well, because hypothetically, Kamala Harris could have been elected and just spontaneously becomes Hitler, that therefore I'm still going to support Trump today, even though he's running everything
didn't
into the
say
ground,
she
and all
would
the
become
evidence that we
Hitler.
have would indicate that the alternative option would have been better. Like, you can't just say that, bro. Let's just cope. Let's like actually cope. Like, listen, bro. Imagine if you were like debating a Biden supporter in 2021,
Right.
and you're like, hey, listen, inflation's at like an all-time high, and like they didn't know that COVID caused that. They thought that maybe Biden did cause that. So then in response, they said, okay, well, I understand that Biden caused 9% levels of inflation, but I don't know. I think if Trump was elected, he would have like became Hitler, started World War III, and killed everyone. Okay, well, like that'd be a really unfair argument for like a low-tier Biden supporter to make in 2021, because there was no evidence that if Trump was elected in 2020, that he would have become Hitler, started World War III, and killed everybody on the face of planet Earth. You have to argue with reason and evidence. So do you have any reason or
Alright,
evidence
here's
to believe that if Kamala Harris was president today, she would be causing more than 3.5 million people to die annually?
Wait, sorry. Repeat that last part.
Do you have any evidence to believe that if Kamala Harris was elected as president, she'd be killing more than 3.5 million people annually because of her policy?
I don't have any evidence because she didn't get elected. Isn't that?
Okay, so you don't have any evidence. Perfect. So we do have certain evidence that points towards the conclusion that that Donald Trump is currently killing 3.5 million people annually. We have
But
no
we don't
evidence.
have any that she wouldn't have.
Okay, see, but the thing is, we do. The evidence that she wouldn't have would be an inductive argument, reasoning from the policy provided when she was running for the presidency, plus the track record from her and Biden, in which she said she wouldn't have changed anything about as it related to their policy. And Biden and Harris's policy did not lead to more than 3.5 million deaths annually. But even if we had no evidence that she wouldn't have caused more than 3.5 million deaths annually, that's not the positive claim. The positive claim is that she would have caused more than 3.5 million deaths annually. And if you can't grant evidence for that positive claim, you can't burden shift to me. And this is just such a stupid argument. I like earlier I called you an idiot. I'm actually going to double down on that now. You don't actually care about anything. You don't actually care about these lives that are being lost. You don't actually care about Donald Trump's cuts to USAID. You don't actually care about Donald Trump's impact on the global stage. You don't actually care about Donald Trump's war in Iran. You don't actually care about Donald Trump's impact on America. No, you just try to trying to get, a little gotcha over on me and trying to make a point in a debate, which is obviously failing, because I feel like anybody who cares with a brain, anybody who cares with a brain, no, listen to me. I'm not listening to you. You're listening to me. Anybody who cares with a brain, okay, would would be smart enough to understand that if we know Donald Trump is killing 3.5 million people annually, and we could see it with our own two fucking eyes, that maybe the woman who ran on doing the thing that would have prevented those 3.5 million people from dying annually wouldn't also be responsible for killing 3.5 million people annually. It is so fucking incredibly stupid to suggest otherwise, to the extent that it's actually kind of pissing me off. It is so stupid to say that because, quote unquote, we have no evidence that she wouldn't have become Hitler and killed millions of people every year because she never was elected, even though all of her policy said that's not something that she would have done. Therefore, we have to be okay and still support Trump, even though he's killing 3.5 million people annually now. No, she was fighting to save lives. She was fighting for expansions to healthcare. She was fighting for expansions to food benefits through SNAP. She was fighting for expansions to the ACA. She was fighting for no new wars. She was fighting for expansions for USAID.
No harsh side effects like gas, bloating, cramping, or sudden urgency. Miralax, free your gut to free your mood.
Start your sound experiment with Beat Lab Savings. Mix and record with up to $100 off Arturia. But hurry, these offers are only here while supplies last.
She was fighting to save life, not in life. What's the evidence that if she was elected, she would have killed over 3.5 million people annually? Or where's the concession that in retrospect you recognize that you should have voted for Kamala Harris because of how many people Trump is killing today?
Honestly, you low-key changed my mind, bro. I mean, bro, like, I honestly have no argument here, because I'm not gonna lie. I think I should just research this more. Maybe one day, I can come back up here, actually give you a good argument. But right now, I'm just spewing shit. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Amen.
I don't know what I'm talking.
Amen. Listen, bro, I appreciate you for being honest, and I appreciate you for coming up. And I'm happy that I could change.
I tried. I wanted to like try, debate, and learn. I think I just need to actually refute my claims or refute your claims more clearly, have some actual evidence to back it up, do some research, because clearly I work for you. I mean, you're here debating people, and you said you used to just be a Trump supporter because you wanted to. So honestly, you kind of inspired me.
I mean, listen, I love that. I love that you're telling me that you're going to go look for evidence to prove me wrong. I love that so much, because that's the same thing that made me who I am today. Like, my pivotal moment of becoming a progressive member of society was a TikTok debate about abortion. Some lady was running an abortion debate, arguing from the pro-choice perspective. At the time, I was pro-life. I joined that live stream. I say, abortion bad because killing baby or some shit like that. And she gave me a really good pro-choice argument in response. And then I just kind of started spewing bullshit. I'm not going to lie. And then I left that live a little bit butthurt. And my response was to say and do the exact same thing you just said you were going to say and do. I wasn't convinced that I should be pro-choice, but I was convinced that I actually need to lock in and go do some research to further justify my pro-life perspective. But then when I did that research, I realized that the evidence and the facts to back it didn't exist. And that's why I became pro-choice. That's why I became progressive. That's why I went to the left. So I absolutely love your response that you're going to go look for evidence to prove me wrong, because I know that based upon your character, when you don't find that evidence, you're probably going to change your mind. Thanks for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, okay?
You too.
Take care. All right. Let's go and get that next guest connected into the live stream. That was a good one. All right, here we go. All right, let's go to get the next guest connected. And, you know, I saw somebody, like, in the comment section saying, like, LARP in response to me saying that. Listen, it's a double-edged sword, you guys. Like, I will forever be that guy who was on the right when I was a kid. I will forever be that guy who was pro-life when I was a kid. I'll forever be that guy who was a Trump supporter at 15. I will forever be that guy that grew up a Republican. Nothing's ever going to change that. And if you think that those facts make me a performative grifter, you are free to hold that opinion. But if it wasn't for me at one point in time believing in those things and realizing that they were false, through the exploration of critical thought that I attempt to drive in the minds of every single person who tunes into this live stream and joins this live stream to have a debate, then I would not be doing what I am doing today. I would not be where I'm at today. The minds in which we've changed would still be on the right today. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. And not everybody, like, listen, not everybody is lucky enough to grow up in social conditions that pressure them to be on the left. Not everybody is lucky enough to have that. When you grow up in social conditions where everybody you know is on the right, all the information that you hear is from the right. The little quote-unquote mini version of the world in which you live in your local community growing up as a kid is on the right. You will be on the right. And that's why it's so important to change those social conditions and be accepting of people who like genuinely change their minds, especially those that change their minds as kids. Let's go and get that next guest connected into the live stream right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
May 21, 2008.
Okay. Quit lurking. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
No, I do not. I just had a question for you regarding...
I appreciate you for coming up, but we're just looking for some Trump debates. All right, Jack, give me a moment here. The $5. Thank you.
Inflation was like 9%, and it was so tough. It was so tough to really support what was going on, because it sucked, man. It sucked for a lot of us. And, groceries were up. Everything was up. I know things are up kind of right now under Trump.
Yeah, listen, man. I feel like my generation is especially fucked. 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds, 23-year-olds that want to, kickstart their life, go get a house. Oh, fuck no. The prospect of somebody getting a house in their 20s?
Albion Online is a sandbox MMORPG in which you write your own story instead of following a laid-out path. Explore a vast open world. Everything you do has an impact on Albion's player-driven economy. Every piece of equipment is crafted by players from resources gathered.
Oh, that is a wild pipe dream. That is gone. Okay. I mean, listen, people my age are like barely making rent anymore, dude, because of the increases in the price of houses. Like, I have so many friends that have to like meticulously like plant ads on like Facebook and all of these different like social media websites to try to like find people locally to be their roommates because they don't really have too many friends who are actively looking for housing just so they can like afford a place to rent. And it's like the place that I live isn't particularly like expensive in comparison to like other places in America. It's a very bad economy for housing. And a lot of that does have to do with the inflation under Biden. But that wasn't because of Biden. It was because of the pandemic. We saw that inflation everywhere. Every single country on the face of planet Earth. Prices went up and up and up and up and up because the supply chains were disrupted. People stopped going to work. Businesses shut down. A whole bunch of bankruptcies, whole bunch of layoffs, which meant very little supply. Very little supply with a lot of demand. What happens to prices? They go up. Plus, the injection of stimulus into the economy to then prevent a recession gave a bunch of people a lot of money. Where there wasn't a lot of supply because businesses were shut down. Add those two things together, then you have literally the highest level of inflation in America and American history, the highest level of inflation in Canada and Canadian history, the highest level of inflation in Mexico and Mexican history, across the face of planet Earth. But because of Biden's policy creating jobs through legislation like the infrastructure bill, he was able to help rebuild those American companies, rebolster our manufacturing, and get the unemployment rate back down to the lows it's been in 40 years, in 50 years, 2 times, and which then led to the sharpest decline in our in our unemployment in our inflation rate in comparison to any other country in the G7.
Okay. Well, real quick, what about the housing market? Isn't it going down under Trump? Like, isn't it more affordable now to buy a house than it was under Biden?
I don't think so. But if it is going down, well, then Trump's really upset. He said that he actually wants the prices of houses to go up.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. He says that he wants more equity for homeowners. That's literally, bro, that's like, it's insane. It's actually insane.
That is insane because, again, we're all just trying to survive out here. We're trying to make a living, and it's bad.
And so if I change your mind?
A little bit, yes. And I will say this is good. This is informative information, and I like this. I like learning. But another thing that I will mention, and I don't see too many people mentioning this, is the fact that wasn't it Trump that got TikTok unbanned?
Yeah.
So really, a lot of the TikTok live streamers wouldn't really even have a job, right?
No, you're right. Yeah. But I would prefer rape victims have access to abortion compared to me having access to TikTok.
No, I agree that I'm pro-choice. So I agree, but I do feel like
it's a trade-on, trade-off thing. Yeah, Trump did give me access to TikTok. He did. I admit it. I think that a lot of people on the left try to say, well, okay, no. All right, let's admit it. The Biden-Harris administration kind of fucking abandoned us. Okay, they kind of did. TikTok bad. Get it out of here. Then Trump was like, well, actually, no. Okay, I'm going to break the law. I'm going to ignore the fact that the legislation says that we have to reach a deal in like 90 days. I'm just going to break the law, and we're just going to allow it to stay legal for like a year and a half before it sells, and I'm going to sell it to one of my buddies, okay, because he's self-interested. But it's like, listen, from my perspective, I am grateful for the fact I have access to TikTok, as I bet many others are. But holy shit, I wish Kamala Harris was elected and victims of rape had access to abortion over me having access to TikTok. I wish that Kamala Harris was elected. I wish that the 66 million American women and girls that don't have access to elective abortion had access to abortion compared to me having access to TikTok. I wish the 10 million low-income Americans that lost access to healthcare had access to healthcare over me having access to TikTok. Okay? I wish that those 162 little girls that he killed in the Iranian elementary school had access to life, a future, a family, compared to me having access to TikTok. I wish that those 3.4 million people that are now dying every single year because of Trump's cuts to the USAID also had access to life compared to me having access to TikTok. And that's a very easy decision for me to make.
Yeah, I definitely see that. Yeah, and I didn't really support the defunding of USAID because I did the research on that, and it was something crazy. The number, wasn't it like 90 million people got affected by that? And
in the last 21 years.
Yeah. So yeah, I can understand that. But then again, with the whole Iran situation, obviously I agree, like the whole school bombing was absolutely horrible. But weren't the Iranians, or I guess some of the political figures, weren't they like murdering people and like doing public executions? Wasn't it like 30 to 40,000 people died?
Yeah. Yeah, and now Trump's giving them $300 billion. Oh my God. We're giving brutalistic dictators $300 billion so we could convince those brutalistic dictators to agree to terms that they were already convinced of 10 years ago because of Obama that Trump nuked by tearing up the agreement? Come on.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Insanity.
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. Yeah, and I just seen that video today, this reporter, she's really good. I forgot her name on TikTok, but yeah, she basically said that Obama's deal, Trump's deal is very similar, but I think Trump is giving them more money, which doesn't make any sense, So that's a problem with this. Like at surface level, it might seem like, okay, it's a good thing for like the world police and trying to, make things better. But
you just have to consider why do we have to do it again? Why are we in the same position that we were when we were under Obama like 15 years ago? Why? Do you know what the answer to that question is?
Well, I know Trump really supports Netanyahu, and he's he's always says he's the first president to ever do anything, and I think that's kind of the problem here, where he's kind of at the bending the knee to Israel.
I think it's Israel and himself. Okay, the reason why we're in the same position today with Iran that we were like 15 years ago, trying to negotiate a denuclearization agreement, is because after Obama did negotiate a denuclearization agreement, Chad, okay, then Trump tore it up. And I could only assume, because of pressure from Israel, expecting that to then serve as a catalyst for a future war.
Yeah, that's the problem, man. We just got to get out of there. But that's the thing. I feel like Israel.
You don't sound like a Trump supporter.
Well, I did say at the beginning I'm kind of in the middle, and
but you don't even sound like you're in the middle. You don't sound like you have any reasons to support Trump.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is the thing, right? This is the second term. He's only, a year and a half in. So I'm trying to stay optimistic. I'm a glass half full kind of guy, and I just feel like he said, and it could be false, but once this whole Iran thing is finished, gas is going to come back tumbling down, because gas was.
Crown Nuggets are back at Burger King, and you're never too old to get your crown on.
Wasn't it the highest under Biden? Like, it was absolutely insane. Like I said,
not because of Biden, because Russia invaded Ukraine. Not because of Biden. Not because of Biden, because Russia invaded Ukraine, cutting us off from 20% of the global supply, because refineries and oil producers shut down across the world, significantly reducing the global supply, because of Trump's OPEC 2020 deal, which reduced the global supply by around 10%, and then the continued supply chain disruptions onset by the pandemic. Those were the things that caused higher gas prices under Biden. Biden, in my mind, has been the best president in modern American history for oil and energy policies. He produced more oil than any other president in history, including Trump under his first term, while also making the largest multi-million-dollar investments into renewable energy resources for furthered R&D to reduce the cost of those services in the future in history. Okay, right? There's absolutely no level of culpability or blame that we could ever place on Biden for the high gas prices under him.
Really? Okay. Well, maybe we have different views on that. I mean, I don't know, man. It also seemed Biden just talk, right? Just trying to, just formulate a sentence. It seemed so like forced almost. Like he didn't even want to be there, basically. Like I know everyone wanted to really support Biden, that was on the left. And then once that debate came out with Biden and Trump, Biden was he was just lost. He was lost on the stage. And I think that opened the eyes to a lot of people on the left, because I think they had this great idea about Biden, and, he had some good policies, obviously, but I just feel like he wasn't really fit to run, at least towards the end of his
No, he
term.
wasn't. No, he wasn't. Listen, the takeaway from that should be that we should stop making old people president, not that we should start making rapists president.
I mean, I agree. I agree with that. Obviously, that's disgusting.
Like the same thing that would apply to Biden there would apply to Trump. okay? We shouldn't say because Biden was old, just like Trump is, that therefore Trump should be president. No, we should say that Biden really should have honored his original commitment of being a one-term transitionary president, and he fucked up by attempting to run again. And Trump should be far and away from the Oval Office because he's around the same age, and he's a rapist, plus everything else that we talked about today. Was there any other points that you specifically wanted to go over? It doesn't really seem like you're too much of a Trump supporter.
Well, again, I mean, I appreciate the information because, you know, that's why I feel like a lot of us are here is to learn. Well, that's why I'm here. But the whole rapist thing, though, I just wanted to touch on real quick. Do you believe then our court system is always like fully just and they always have the best, I guess, interest?
So I think the court system's always right. No, I don't think that the court system's always right. I just think that they get right most of the time.
Well, right. Well, and that's another point I wanted to bring up, right? So I don't know if you know who Ronnie Long is, but, you know, he was sentenced to 44 years in prison, you know, under a rape conviction that turned out not to be true, and he was wrongfully convicted, right? So, you know what I mean? Like the court system is not always right. That's kind of what I'm saying here. So what if, I'm just saying, you know, like what if the whole Eugene Carroll thing is, you know, is either fabricated or I don't know if there was money involved. Like I just who knows?
That'd be a question to ask if we were operating under a veil of ignorance and only had access to the conclusion formed by the jury. But guess what? Court records are public. We could read through the filings and we can identify the evidence that was presented to the court to demonstrate that he did rape her. And I believe that evidence is very telling. And that evidence absolutely demonstrates that he raped Eugene Carroll.
But they did the same thing to Ronnie Long, you know, a black man that served 44 years in prison because of this.
If he was exonerated, then that means he wasn't guilty, which means that there wasn't sufficient evidence to demonstrate his guilt. So if we were to compare the evidence that proved Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll compared to the evidence that quote-unquote proved that Ronnie Long raped a woman, I bet there would be no evidence that Ronnie Long raped a woman. And there would, of course, be a lot of evidence that Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. Also, you said he was a black man. Okay, yeah. I think that black individuals are the main victim of a weaponized judicial system. That makes sense. 84% of exonerations in the American criminal justice system are of black people, who account for 14.5% of our population. Not rich white men. Typically, billionaire white men kind of get away with their crimes. So when you see billionaire white men being found guilty of a crime, there's not as much of a question of their guilt or of possible speculation of racial bias.
Well, I seen the other day, didn't they have this whole situation go back to court? Isn't it like going to be restarted here with
No, the DOJ wants to pursue an investigation into Eugene Carroll, not about anything related to the fact that he raped her, but more so related to the potential lack of a disclosure of where her funding was coming from for the case. But even that case is dead, because you could read through the original court documents from 4 years ago. I think it's like page 32, where she discloses that some of her funding is coming from Reid Hoffman. But that had nothing to do with the validity of the claim that she was raped.
Reid Hoffman, now who is that?
A billionaire that owns LinkedIn. He saw that Eugene Carroll had publicly accused Donald Trump of rape. He saw that Donald Trump then turned around and defamed her. And then he saw that Eugene Carroll started to sue Donald Trump and was like, and she was like actively looking for funding. So then he stepped in and he was like, hey, I'll give you some funding. I'll help you out.
Okay. I also did see an article. I don't know if it was true or not, but it did say something that like Eugene Carroll said, I think it was on Anderson Cooper, that like she didn't feel like a victim, and that she also said that some people think that rape is like sexy, which is very weird to me. Like, I don't know why anyone would say that.
That is not what she said.
Because she was just talking about how it's not sexy and it really hurts.
She says some people think it's sexy.
Of rape, you're going to build your own reality around your own experiences. You're going to be hyper vigilant of people that diminish. Okay, we'll start with that. She said that she was a victim in comparison. She didn't feel like a victim in comparison to women that live sexual violence every day of their lives. Okay? And there are many very complex trauma responses that run through the brains of victims, of survivors of SA. And they are very complex and very, very traumatic. And one of those complex trauma responses that she felt transparent enough to share on air is that it's hard for her to describe herself as a victim when this was a one-time 5-minute occurrence, and that the quote-unquote real victims are women who live rape and sexual violence every single day. Now, of course, from my perspective, I think that both Eugene Carroll and the women who are raped every day are both victims. But from her perspective, she almost feels this sense of survivor's guilt, as many victims of violent crimes that live, victims of deadly natural disasters that live, plane crashes that live, car crashes that live do. And also, many victims don't want to be seen as victims because that empowers their abuser. But, I mean, it's all just very complex trauma responses. I'm kind of done with the interview, man. I kind of want to go back to debates. Do you want to, like, maybe...
One more question.
Okay.
So, I know that you say that, like, you support people, you want the best for people. So, I was just wondering, like, what charities have you, like, donated to?
Okay, well, I mean, publicly, like on the live stream, we did a $25,000 fundraiser for a cargo shipment to DR Congo, which provided clean drinking water and a permanent well to over 50,000 permanent residents. We did that 2 times. We've also done 3 fundraisers for disenfranchised Black queer youth, different foundations in America, but that's what we've done publicly. What I do privately is not really something that I share publicly, because I kind of feel like that would defeat the purpose.
Right. So, okay. So you basically don't do anything privately then?
No. I said I do things privately, but I have no obligation to share what I do privately with you. I think that maybe there's a sense of a parasocial relationship that you feel with me, that because you see me on your phone screen every day for 4 hours, you know me. No, I'm a stranger to you, and strangers don't have obligations to share information about their personal finances with others.
Well, I seen an article saying that secretly you're like on the far right. And
do you feel like I'm secretly on the far right after the long conversation that you've had with me?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's tough, right?
Yeah, I'm secretly on the far right out here convincing people to be progressive. I'm secretly out here on the far right.
But this is what they said, right? They said that, like, you know, you own guns, you don't donate to charity, you've said the N-word. You know, there's a lot of crazy things, I guess, out there. And it just seems a little weird. Also, I know a lot of these
there's nothing. Whoa.
Dreamers are
there's nothing. There's nothing. Whoa.
No, you're like
stop. I'm gonna stop you there. There's nothing far right in the slightest about owning guns. There's something far right about thinking that gun ownership should be unrestricted. Gun ownership, listen, I actually think that gun ownership in a safe and responsible way is the most progressive thing ever. How do we empower marginalized communities? Go get a fucking gun. How do we empower women and stop the fact that a vast majority of all violent crimes, 92%, and a vast majority of all sexually violent crimes are committed by men against women? Go get a fucking gun.
I agree. I
mean, and see, the thing is I don't think that there's anything far right about gun ownership. No, but there is something far right, once again, about that being unrestricted. And many people agree with me. Many people disagree with me. But I think that it obviously is not an extremist take for people on the left to think that some guns should be legal to own under some specific parameters that prohibit those guns from falling in the hands of bad people. Like, come on. That's like the most like common sense, like typical take for people on the left ever. There are some people on the left that think all gun ownership should be abolished, but that's not like the average. Even like where are all my leftists at? Where are all my leftists at? For all like the leftists that, you know, we usually like beef with one another, right? Can maybe we could like kumbaya and come together on this, right? You know.
I agree, but it seems like every time there's like
empower the proletariat, folks.
Right, but it seems like every time there's like a mass shooting or something happens, everyone on the left is screaming like ban guns, which I do agree there should be some regulations. Like me personally, I don't think we should.
Okay, we're getting into a gun debate when this is about you saying that I'm secretly on the far right. Hey, how about this? What donations have you made?
I'm glad you asked, Dean. Well, I'm also a live streamer, but I do gaming. I don't do political shit. But St. Jude's and the Wounded Warrior Project, those are the main 2 we always do every year.
Oh, really? Those are just words. I don't believe you. I'm going to need to see some meticulous proof. I'm going to obligate you to spend the next 30 minutes of your time pulling up bank transfers alongside specific receipts in your emails, itemized down to the dollar and the penny, please.
Dean, well, now, you know, you raise a good question because I'm not obligated. Just like you said, you're not obligated to show me.
Oh, you must secretly be on the far right, bro. You're actually a Nazi.
I mean, hey, it's out there. I mean, my chat can vouch for me, but I do think it is a little strange how you don't talk about your personal donations to charity. Like,
because what obligation do I have to?
Well, maybe you just don't, and that's okay. But being, you know, a leftist or a liberal, you think you would try to support people and, you know, help people out more.
Once again, operates off of the pre-assumption that I don't. I have no obligation to share that information. Well, the reason why I wouldn't say that is because I tend to not say things that are false.
Right, so you haven't done it.
No, I said I tend to not say things that are false, and that's why I won't say that I don't donate some of my own money.
So, okay, so...
Right, your claim is if I don't provide you evidence for this thing, then it hasn't happened.
I don't need evidence. You just got to say it.
I just did. I have been saying it. I have been saying that I do make personal donations.
So to what charities?
I already told you that I don't have any obligation to share any information about the personal donations that I make. I was happy to inform you about the public donations that I made, but I don't have any obligation to tell you about the private donations that I made. And it's not like it'd be hard to tell you, like the specific amounts and the specific charities. I just think that that crosses a line that I'm not okay with people crossing. I'm not okay with people feeling as if they're entitled in the slightest to any personal information about me or my life, because it's parasocial.
Saying that you donate to St. Jude to help research for cancer kids, you think that's crossing the line?
I think what would be crossing the line is the expectation that you are entitled to that information. And if you are crossing the line by setting forth the expectation that you think you're entitled to that information, then why would I oblige?
It just, I don't know, to me it seems so strange.
Yeah. You know what's even stranger? Like, you know, Virtue sniggling on the internet about the accusation that I don't donate to charity just because I won't tell you the specific donations that I've made privately, but I will share the public donations that I've made. Meanwhile, you support the guy who defunded USAID, killing upwards of 3.5 million people annually. That's strange.
Well, I mean, he's the president, right? Like, what do you do? He's elected, and you know what I mean? He's the president.
Yeah, what do you do, right? Well, you stop supporting him. Kylie, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Kylie. That is Kylie. Kylie with the $20 says, you're right that not everybody is lucky enough to be raised on the left. I grew up in IN watching Bill O'Reilly with my grandpa and knew nothing else. He's why I wanted to be a journalist. Not proud of my teenage worldview, but I'm raising 2 daughters with my eyes wide open. Love that, Kylie. Thank you so much for the $20. Wesley, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Who says, buying a home in your 20s is overrated. Time to do it in his 20s, trying to renovate my house. Jesus, I hope that goes well for you. Wesley Taryn, thank you for the $5 as well. Best of luck. Heidi, thank you for the $5. And Ashley, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. It says, even though my parents have always been Republican, I was so lucky to be raised by a mother who taught me to always keep an open mind and question things. And I learned and kept learning, even if my opinions differed from hers. I love that, Kat. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Kat. And then Ashley, thank you for the $25 as well. I appreciate you so much. Please show some love to all the donors down below in the comment section. Thank you so much for the love.
I do have a question.
No, I think that you're done with your questions. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue right now. Daniel, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you. Kaden and Eric, thank you guys for the $5. Jamie, thank you so much for the $5. And Sylvia, thank you for the $3. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the ad's also at the top of my phone screen on TikTok. Dean Withers without the E in Withers. It's a letter E in Withers. Hey, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to you again.
Oh, yeah, because you said in the chat like 30 minutes ago that you were like fed up with me, right?
Yeah, because...
Yeah, but then you like waited in my chat for 30 minutes so I could accept you on the live stream even though you're so fed up with me and don't want to talk to me again.
I'm very irritated with you because I don't know if you remember our last conversation. But basically, you got mad.
Zach, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Zach. I want to get 1,000 Zach W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for that fucking love. Holy shit, Zach. Oh my God, it's trickling everywhere. By that, I mean the dollars. Thank you so much for the $100. Let's get 1,000 Zach W's in that chat. Seriously, man, though, that is very kind of you, and I'm still very grateful for you. Zach with $100 says, why donate to charity if you're not going to brag about it on the internet, Dean? Oh my God, so true, Zach. So fucking true. Go ahead.
That's
Jose, thank you so much for the $70 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Jose. Let's get 700 Jose W. Wow, that's crazy. Thank you for the $70, man. Holy fucking hell. Jose with a 70 says, for Dean, as a Native American, I can honestly say that one of the biggest mistakes we First Nations people did was to give up our rifles when the U.S. Cavalry ordered us to quote-unquote stack our weapons. Yes, people nonetheless also believe in the Second Amendment. Damn, Jose, that's fucking impactful, dude. So fucking true. Thank you so much for the $70. And then Ann, thank you so much for the $20. He says the last guest was a kick streamer. Ew, I know, right? Thank you guys for the love. Genuinely, like, holy moly, Zach and Jose, I'm beyond grateful for you. Holy my God, thank you. All right, go ahead. Wow.
Are you gonna keep celebrating your couple bucks?
Well, actually, yes, because Paris, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. What is going on? What the fuck? Sometimes y'all just hit me with the most insane donations ever. Thank you. What the hell is going on? I don't deserve a penny of that. Listen, Paris, to the moon and back, I am so fucking grateful for the love. That is a huge, huge fucking donation. Oh my God. Paris didn't attach a message to the love. Just send it right on through. Thank you. Genuinely. I want to see so much love for Paris, Jose, and Zach down below in that chat. That is so much money. Thank you so much for the love and kindness. Can you... Randy! Thank you for the $100 on Super Chat. That is Randi. What the fuck? Bro, what the hell? Thank you, Randy. I want to see 1,000 Randy W's. Randy didn't attach a message, Randy. I know that you've been watching for a long time. Thank you so fucking much. Bro, you already know this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Zach, Randy, Paris, and Jose, the absolute goats. I have no clue what I've done to deserve such high level of love. Like, even like the live stream has been kind of boring. It's just been me taking questions from some weirdo. And here you guys are being so fucking kind. Thank y'all. Dude, wow. Haley, can you thank Zach, Jose, Randy, and Paris?
Sure. Thank you so much for sending him money because he needs it. You're welcome. I literally just came up here to say that I don't know if you remember the last time I was on here, but whenever you asked me about like, oh, if my family was in the 1% or whatever, because I support Trump.
Haley, I remember the specifics of our last conversation.
I just wanted to let you know I don't like you because my brother was watching it and he sent it to my dad and then my dad called me spoiled and now I have to do stupid ass fucking volunteer work and I don't want to do that. So I don't like you. It's not funny.
Why would you tell me that? Why would you share that information with us? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Why would you dig your own grave by opting to willingly share that information publicly? That is so fucking great.
Anyways, so
dude, Wow. Wow. Holy shit. That is fantastic. I love that, Haley. I love that for you. Yes, you are a self-centered, apathetic, rich asshole who thinks they're entitled to everything, all of the spoils in life. And I think it is a good thing that your dad is now making you do volunteer work. So hopefully you wake up for the fact that you live a life many of us don't. And you wake up to the fact that maybe the rest of us also matter.
I don't think I'm entitled to it. I just have it. That's not my fault.
And guess what? Me and your dad disagree.
Well, he still gives it to me. So.
Well, you know what else he's giving you? A mandate of community service, and I love that for you.
I don't like you.
Don't worry, it's good for you. It's good for you. You know, I think that's it's a much needed life update. Thanks for sharing, Haley. Hey, do you support Trump? That's fucking funny. That's really fucking funny. I love that for her. I love that so much. I love that so much. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Star, appreciate you. Let's get 200 star W's. I will not be reading your message. I will not be reading, nor will I be reading your first run star. So thank you for the total, the $40 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you. That is beyond kind. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Let's go to get that next guest connected. All right, guys. We're still looking for that next Trump supporter. Blake, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Who
Third
says
run of the
still?
day.
Oh,
This
please
is
don't
gonna
have
be a
more
hard
donors.
one.
Blake with the
Not
$25 is still here
again.
every day with nothing but love and respect. You are
If I
the
lose this one,
goat.
I'm gonna
I do have a question for you though. I think
Dean's
that you're
gonna
gonna
run
have,
again.
I think that you're gonna have to ask him. that
Dean's gonna
question.
run.
I appreciate you so much for the $25, Blake. I appreciate you so much.
Mute me
Let's
again,
get
Dean.
250 Blake W's down below in that chat. I really
Good
appreciate
boy.
you so much for that love. And then Mr. Allen, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Allen.
Good boy,
Thank you
Dean.
so much for that love. Let's get 1,000 Allen W's down below in that chat. Allen, like
Can I
Paris,
get some
also
good
did not
Deans
attach the any
Can I
message
get some
to
good
the
boys
donation.
in the chat?
I appreciate you so much for that love, Allen.
Don't blow
Let's
this.
get 1,000 Allen W's down below. I am so very grateful for you. Thank you so much for that love and support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please,
Can I
show
get
love
some
to
good
Allen
boys in the chat
down below
for
in that
Mr.
chat.
Dean
Let's get
Withers?
1,000 Allen.
Good boy,
I
Dean.
appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, Liam. Thanks for
Got it.
Are you
wasting
ready
your
or are
time
you
for
scared?
the third time
Are you ready
today.
or are you scared?
Come on, my boy.
Are you ready or are you
Yeah,
scared?
dude.
Watch him, chat. Watch him.
Oh, how do you still
Watch
get
me
me?
closely.
Watch him.
Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Wow, we wasted his time 3 times today. That's great. Let's go to get that next guest up. Seeing we are Dean Withers or we are Charlie Kirk if you like Trump. Got you turned around. That's fucking right. That's fucking right. That's fucking right. I'm learning. I'm learning. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now on the opposite side of the box if you happen to be back. We are owning the libs. All right. Guys, only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only sing the We Are Dean Withers or We Are Charlie Kirk song if you love Trump. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
19.
Can you please unmuffle your shit-ass mic? Connect 360 looking ass.
Sorry?
Xbox 360. Blast from the past, head ass. Talking to me through a toaster from the 20th century.
I'm trying to be civil with you. You don't need to judge everybody who comes on here. That's like
Okay, I know. I'm just trolling, but I actually can't really hear you too well. There's like something in between your phone's microphone and like you. There might be like some lint, maybe a phone case. Just like get it out of the way, then I should be able to hear you clearly.
Okay, is it better?
No.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have to move on. Let's go ahead and get that next guest connected to the live stream. We got Carl loading up all the opposite side of the box. If you happen to be MAGA, here we go. Welcome in, Sport Trump.
Damn, I don't know how we lost that, to be honest.
Hey, thank you for the $20, Mr.
Maybe
Burnside
upgrade
Music.
my
Over on Super
potions?
Chat. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you, Mr. Burnside. Thank you so much for the love and support. You know it. You're awesome. Thank you, my friend. Hey, man, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
18.
Ew. Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Economics.
Ew. What's one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
Well, you can't blame Trump for that. It's Biden's fault.
Wow.
So how can you blame Trump when everything that is going on in the economy right now is because of Joe Biden?
You know,
so notice how
I knew you
from
guys
2016.
I knew you guys existed, but I never thought I'd get to talk to one of you guys because I thought that you guys like knew how idiotic your view was, so you wouldn't try to actually debate it against me. So I'm happy you're here.
I was debating Parker yesterday, and you were actually a guest on the live. I was owning you guys. I got kicked because I accidentally said the C drug, but I think he actually kicked me because I was owning him. But when we ended off, you were talking about how Hunter Biden should run for office.
Oh yeah, my Lord and Savior. Listen, let's stick on topic with the economy. All right.
Okay.
So you said that everything that's going bad in the economy today is due to Trump. Sorry, due to Biden.
No, yes, due to Biden.
Okay. What did Biden do to give us the worst jobs report in 20 years last year? Only adding 170,000 jobs to the economy. What did Biden do to cause that?
His policies, like the Inflation Reduction Act.
How did the Inflation Reduction Act cause there to be 2.2 million jobs added in 2024, but only 170,000 jobs added in 2025?
Because that raised inflation, which just overall hurts the economy in general.
There's not a single economist that agrees with you. The reason why there's not a single economist that agrees with you is because the Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing.
Because
that's what the Congressional Budget Office, who's ran by Republicans, say, that it was deficit reducing. How could a bill that is deficit reducing cause inflation?
Because that was part of it. It reduces the deficit, but at the same time, it inadvertently created inflation, which overall just hurts the economy.
What's the argument for that? That the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation?
It literally did. You can search it up.
So I'd assume that there'd be an argument for it if it's literally true. So what's the argument for it?
Well, that's my argument.
Your argument is that it's true because it's true. Okay, therefore my argument is that it's not true because it's not true. You could look it up. And by the way, this is the guy that claimed he was crushing me and Parker yesterday. I think the only thing that you crushed was your brain. It's like you ran it through like a meat mincer, and then all the little like strands of brain and juice came out the other side, and then you just kind of put them back in there.
Bro, what are you
said?
even
I'm all good to go.
Okay, can we get back on track? Like, you're saying my brain is mush right now.
Yes.
Okay, that's just not true. Because like, how would I be talking to you if my brain is mush?
Well, that's a good question.
I think your brain is mush.
I think that maybe you define a medical miracle. But no, seriously, tell me, what reason can you give me to prove that the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation?
Well, because inflation went up after it was signed.
Oh, that's also a lie. When was it signed?
I'm pretty sure, and when it was either you or Parker in a Jubilee debate, and like they like fact check it or something. They like fact check it or something, and it was true.
When was it signed?
The act?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no clue.
Okay. So then how do you know that inflation went up after it was signed?
Because under Biden's whole term and Trump's whole term, inflation was going down under Trump to begin, but now it is up because.
How about this? Look at this. I just have a graph for us. This is super,
pull it up. Let's see. Let's see the graph.
This is super neato. We love this. Okay, everybody follow along. This is a group activity. So if you're watching from home, lock in because we're about to have some fun.
Everybody lock in. Let's see this fake graph that he's about to pull up. That proves my point.
Okay, so this is just United States inflation, right?
Yes, look at that big peak under Biden. That's
perfect.
Joe Biden.
So here's the big peak. And then it just kind of continued to go down after this big peak. So do you agree that in order for your claim to be true, that the Inflation Reduction Act caused the inflation under Biden, it would have had to have been passed before this peak of 9.1% in June of 2022?
Yes, it was probably passed earlier, like probably March of 2022, because it probably took a couple months to kick in.
So the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law by Joe Biden on August 16th of 2022. Here's a very simple question for you. Is August before or after June?
June, July. Oh, it's after. Okay.
So after the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law, inflation only went down, down, down. And just moments ago, I asked you, do you agree the only way that it could be true that the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation is if it was passed before June? You said yes. So therefore, because we know it was passed after June, we know that it did not cause inflation. Go ahead and shift the goalpost, because I know that's exactly what you're going to do. This guy is going to act like he didn't say that it only could have caused the inflation if it was passed before June. This guy's going to act as if he didn't just see the evidence that every single month after it passed, inflation went down. You watch this. Yes, go ahead, shift the goalpost.
So it's not just, I'm not saying it's only, I'm saying that's part of it. I'm saying part of the reason is the Inflation Reduction Act.
So far, we haven't got an argument for that.
What about everything else?
I told you guys he'd shift the goalpost. He's shifting the goalpost away from the IRA
I'm not shifting the
to quote
goalpost.
unquote everything else.
I'm simply just trying to get to another topic. I'm not shifting the goalpost.
What do you think shifting the goalpost means? To change topics in the middle of the debate? You fucking idiot. So go ahead. You said that you still think that there's some explanatory power that we could grant insofar as how and why Trump's Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation. What's that explanatory power? What's the evidence that it caused inflation? James?
So why was the economy so good 2016 to 2020?
I told you you'd shift the goalpost. It wasn't. We had the highest level of unemployment in 100 years in 2020. What's the evidence that the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation?
I mean, maybe it didn't as much as I thought, okay?
Okay, well, you went from saying it's what caused inflation to saying it's a part of what caused inflation.
It's part of it.
And okay, well, give evidence for that, James. Oh my God.
I don't have it off the top of my head.
Do I need to like jingle some keys to get your attention?
I don't chat GPT every single thing I do, okay?
Why do you believe in things without evidence?
I do believe in things that have evidence.
No, I asked you, why do you believe in things that don't have evidence? Okay, okay, then you shouldn't believe in it right now.
I think it'll kick me out if I close
Okay, have you ever seen evidence that it caused inflation before?
Yes, I've seen.
Okay, what was that evidence? Do you remember?
I don't remember. It was like when it was.
So if you don't remember the evidence that you saw to prove that the IRA caused inflation, then how do you remember seeing evidence that proved the IRA caused inflation? Because it kind of just seems like you're giving me a trust me, bro.
I don't remember the exact source, but it was a couple years ago.
You know, I've seen evidence a couple years ago. I saw evidence that you're in love with your mom. It's pretty gross, dude. Incest is bad.
What are you even talking about right now?
On God, dude. Yeah, I saw evidence a couple years ago. You're like, I loved my mom, but not in the way you guys do. And I was like, whoa, James, Jesus Christ, man. Swear to God. I saw this evidence a couple years ago. No, I saw this evidence a couple years ago. Wait, are you not going to take me seriously because I am just claiming that I saw this evidence a couple years ago? Are you going to tell me that in order for me to make such an insane allegation against you, that I'd actually have to produce the evidence right now? Because at else risk, just operating off of a trust me bro claim with no truth nor bearing to the to reality? Okay. Yeah, that's fair for you to say. Well, see, you actually have to do the same thing. Go on pause, find the evidence that the IRA caused inflation.
What about the Spice Juice Act?
The what?
The Spice Juice Act.
The Spice or Juice Act?
The Spice Juice Act. The Spice Juice Meds Act in 2016.
Are you trolling me?
No. I might be reading it wrong. Hold on.
Wait, you have a computer?
I know, I just got to my computer.
Wait, go on your computer and find evidence that Biden's IRA caused inflation. This guy's trolling.
No, I'm not.
Give me the evidence. Now that you're on your computer, you should be able to do it.
Look, I can't turn my camera on right now, but it says, look, some critics, such as researchers at the Tax Foundation, argued that the early phase of the bill, due to deficit increases from delayed tax collections and new health subsidies, could theoretically create mild upward pressure on inflation.
Okay, what were those early onset deficit increases annually?
Let me look at this article a little more.
Peter, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Says 100% James saw a video by older millennial claiming that the IRA caused inflation.
Dude,
sure did. Thank you for the $20,
is your chat
Peter.
talking about?
You know, actually, for everybody watching this live stream, I'm calling older millennial out to a debate on abortion. Clip it.
Who's
Send
that?
it to him. Let him know. Shut up, James. This is my moment.
Oh,
I'm calling you out, older millennial. I think that you're an idiot that has zero idea of what you are talking about when it comes to most things, but especially abortion. I am calling you out to a public debate on the morality and legality of abortion. Don't run. I'll DM you. We could set it up. Let's have a very public discussion. Because, folks, I joined the Older Millennials live stream 3 nights ago. And I debated him on abortion. 10 minutes. Fucking cooked. He had no idea what he was talking about. No idea what I was talking about. And he ended up kicking me because I said, Lamau. and then he kicked me. He was like, oh, did this grown man just say Lamau? I bet he's gay. I don't want to talk to him. Or some dumb shit like that. And then he ran away and never mentioned it again. So now I'm calling him out publicly because he's a fool. Older millennial, you're an absolute fool. Debate me on abortion publicly. Go ahead, James.
Sorry, I don't know who you're talking about, but is he like famous or something or what?
I don't know. He's famous for pissing himself, but just another story for another time. Don't worry about it. What's the evidence that the IRA caused inflation, and what was the upward pressure on the deficit in the early stages of the bill?
Yeah, I mean, it says it right here. I don't know how I can like get this link to you, but
Listen, I understand what you just said. Like you said that researchers said that there'd be some mild upward pressure on inflation due to like upward pressure on deficit spending during like the early stages of the bill. Okay, well, first and foremost, that equalizes out over the lifespan of the bill because over the 10-year lifespan of it, it's deficit reducing, which means there's mild downward pressure on inflation. But I want to note that mild pressure is because any expenditure is going to have mild upward pressure on inflation. Like every dollar that's spent. So it's like, for instance, every dollar that's spent by Trump has mild upward pressure on inflation. Here's what I'd say. Because Trump spent more than Biden, Trump was worse for inflation than Biden. He spent $8.6 trillion in his first term. Meanwhile, Biden only spent $4.6 trillion. And Donald Trump's already spent more than $5 trillion in the first year and a half of his second term.
Didn't Biden, like before Trump took over again, didn't Biden spend the most of any U.S. president in history?
Bro, that's straight propaganda. He spent half as much as Trump spent in his first term.
What? No,
yes.
Biden spent... No.
Yes. 8.6 compared to 4.2.
Yeah, Biden in 8.6, right?
No, Trump. This is according to the CRBF, a Committee on a Responsible Federal Budget.
So you're saying, okay, I'm talking about like previous Trump, 2016.
Yeah.
So 2016 Trump, you're claiming he spent less money, or he added less to the deficit than Joe Biden did in 2020.
No, more to the deficit. Spent more money added to the debt. Trump spent 8.6. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think that's part of that is due to COVID. If you remember, COVID started.
Yeah, let's account for COVID. And non-COVID related expenditure, Trump spent 4.8 trillion. Biden spent 2.2 trillion.
But how can you just exclude COVID?
Because you just asked me to.
But how can you? No, you can't accurately track it without a COVID spending. When COVID.
Fuck yeah, you can. No, there was special funding specifically passed for COVID, like the stimulus bills.
Well, isn't that one of the things that you love, that you like about Trump is the operation, whatever the vaccine one was?
Yeah, irrelevant though. So do you agree that you were wrong when you just said that nobody's ever spent more than Biden? I
mean, if that's what the data says, then yes, I admit that I'm wrong. But I didn't know that. I thought...
Listen, buddy, I think that you need to go back to the drawing board and take another look at the data. I don't think that you're in a position where you could effectively debate me on live.
How? Dude, my lizard... Oh my gosh, man, my lizard just pooped everywhere.
Yeah, bro, go take care of that. Go take care of that. I think that he has some other issues on his hands that he needs to take care of. Hey, Full Band, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. He says the line between troll and idiot is vanishingly thin. Oh man, I couldn't agree with you more. Barda, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat.
John Lennon.
I hope you're having a good live. We're having a pretty good live, Barda. I appreciate you for stopping by. And thank you for the $50. Show some love to Barda down below in that chat while we look for that next guest, folks. That is BARDA. Seriously, very kind of you. And Allie, thank you for the $36 on Venmo. Allie, it's so good to see you. I feel like it's been a while. You used to be in here all the time. Allie with the $36 says, didn't get to send this on Monday, which was my birthday, like I wanted, because I had taken a mental health break from politics. But I'm glad to be back and to see you having a good day. Keep on cooking these fools. Allie, that must be nice. That must be nice. I appreciate you for the $36. Happy late birthday. Must be nice to take a mental health break from politics. You know what? Every so often, I want to do that myself. I have not taken more than one consecutive day off, specifically for a mental health break, in years. I feel like I should do that soon. I feel like I should take a 3-day camping trip into the wilderness and completely desert y'all for like a weekend and then come back ready to go. Erlen, thank you so much for the galaxy. You know, something else that I've also been considering as of recently is 1 day off a week. I think this guy's in the shower. That's something I've been considering recently. 1 day off a week. May do that. May take Sundays off, Saturdays off, something like that. I don't think that I need to do it yet, but inevitably, folks,
how's it going?
It's going all right, man. Welcome in, Marker. Give me one moment. Inevitably, folks, I think that burnout is you can't prevent it. I don't think that I'll be able to prevent the burnout from these debates. I'm honestly surprised that I haven't started to develop burnout yet when I've been doing these debates daily for years. But there'll come a point, I would assume in the next 2 or so years where I'm going to start experiencing that burnout, and then I'm going to start doing 6 days a week instead of 7. Marco, go ahead, man. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
23.
Okay, so why do you support the worst president of your life?
Come on, man. He's not the worst president. You got to look at all the stuff he's done in his first and his second term for the country.
Such as?
Okay, for example, if you want to look at the evidence, he has, "Hello, it's Charlie. I'm coming for you, Dean."
Well, the fanfics on AO3 would say you already came for me, but that's probably not what he meant. We really gotta ban that damn website. I get at least 2 DMs about Dirk every day. I just can't do it anymore. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It truly is. Let's go to get that next guest Andrew loaded up inside of that queue. So I think I need to think before I speak sometimes. I'm really good at thinking before I speak, like in a debate. Like, I lock in. But when I'm not locked in, it would probably serve me well. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream on the opposite side of that queue if you're mega. Oh, here we go. All right, folks. Everybody, please just give us a moment to try to get that next guest connected to the live stream, folks. Oh, boy. Listen, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live, if you want to ask me a question or get a message across, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube, and the ad's right there. Dean Withers without the letter E. The last name Withers. Double check that spelling, though. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Got 3 seconds. Nope, Ivory Dust is gone. Let's go to get the next guest connected, folks. Wow, we are really looking for a debate here. Emily, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Says, so disingenuous. They never even know to say her name. They always say Eugene. Emily, it must be a little bit further back in the VOD, but whenever you get to this point of the debate, just know that I appreciate you. Hi, welcome in. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Let's going to move on to the next guest. Lakeisha, thank you for the $5. Who says, just love listening to your lives. Thank you. Clayton, thank you for the $10. Who says, I don't understand why people are mad that you're grassroots funded. Would they prefer that you were funded by Megacorp? So true. So true. I think the fact that, I accept donations and I read out those donations publicly and I'm very transparent about them is probably what leads a lot of people to think that I'm like some grifter. But you understand that everybody on the internet, everybody in politics, they're going to require a source of income. But most people in politics are getting paid like thousands or millions of dollars from like mega dark money corps behind the scenes that you never hear about. I would say that grassroots is the way to go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah. How's it going today, though? I know
it's going all right.
Trolls. I just want to make sure like you're doing good. A lot of people just try to troll, waste your time. But, just gotta hang in there.
Yeah. So you said that you're MAGA. How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
December.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, not fully. Your debates have changed my mind a little bit.
That's cool. So what reasons do you have left to support him?
I guess the economy.
Okay, do you say that seriously or are you wasting my time? Because you kind of just seem like you threw a word out there to try to further the dialogue.
Yeah, no. Honestly, I'm not prepared today. Sorry.
Come back tomorrow, my friend. You're good. I'll keep your name in mind. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Ron, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you. Ron with the 20 says, Dean, my parents-in-law just had to put down their 19-year-old cat today. My wife is devastated. We'll be holding our kitties extra tight tonight. Please give Momo some extra hugs tonight from Parker the cat. I'm so sorry to hear about that.
Political agenda itself. We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it.
So we can argue all day about, we can agree all day about Trump's actual character because it's horrible. And he's not a good person. Even the people who are true MAGA supporters don't think that he's a smart person. But let's talk about his actual political agenda. He at least had a political agenda. I would argue the reason he won and the reason I support him and many other people support him is that he had a political agenda when really the Democrats didn't offer support.
Yeah. Just go ahead. What about Trump do you agree with?
I agree with, one of my favorite things about Trump is his Trump accounts. I think it's a very good initiative that we should be giving $1,000 to every person that is born until he leaves office. That is a very good thing. Basically getting them started investing in their future. I don't think that's something anybody disagrees with. Do you?
Listen, I think that the Trump accounts are a pro, but I think that pro's outweighed by the cons. He's basically...
What's the cons about the Trump accounts?
I'd like to describe it to you. So if Kamala Harris was elected, the child tax credit would have been doubled to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 for the next 4, and then $3,000 from the age of 5 until 17. Those are massive, massive increases, so much more than what Trump is offering. So in other words, a child would already have more money in the first year of its life
Amelia
compared to the entirety of its
underscore
life
Trump.
via the investment by the government. Because under Trump,
Do I
the
look
child
like
tax
I
credit is
support Trump?
$3,000 lower for the first year of a child's life, and then he's giving them back $1,000 through that Trump account. Not to mention that it only applies to children who are born under his administration. And there's other social systems that have also been greatly funded, like Medicaid,
I don't
Medicare,
think I'd give the Trump
so
vibe.
on and so forth. But ultimately, I guess what I'm saying, maybe I'm just getting a little bit
I
tired
don't think
because
I'd
it's gonna
give
be in my
the
stream,
your body,
is that
my
although
choice
that's a pro, and that is
vibe.
an example of Donald Trump giving something to American children, Kamala
I
Harris
don't
simply
think
wouldn't
I-
do it.
The examples you gave me about the tax child
Yeah, I
codes,
don't
while
think
true,
I'd give
are not
the
personal finance
billionaires
decisions.
can do
The kids
whatever
are not
they
paying
want
taxes.
vibe. I don't think
The
that's
person
me.
that's getting the child's tax credit
Definitely
and
not me.
eventually actually benefiting from it, while you can argue indirectly is the kid, but in reality, it's the parents and the people who are the guardians. They're responsible for paying those taxes that are getting those child credits. The same arguments go for Medicare and Medicaid and all the other things that you said that Trump cut, which I can argue also for. But these are all things outside of the actual Trump accounts themselves. And the $1,000 is not just $1,000 by themselves, just sitting around in a bank account. It's more of an investment account, something like a pension or a retirement account, like a 401k. It actually does transform into a 401k after the child turns 18, and then you can use that money to go to college. So I would argue, while it's true that maybe other things affected the child, but the $1,000 Trump accounts definitely benefit the kid, and by the time they're 18, they're gonna have enough to at least pay for that first year of college, which is a really good investment. Put into the kids.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that you make my argument. I think that you make my argument. I think that you make my argument very, very, very easy. So, like, so you're saying that by the time they're 18, they should have enough to pay for the first year of their college. Okay, yeah. Well, by the time babies that are born today are 18, if progressivism wins, they won't have to pay for a single year of their college because it will be free. And same thing with universal health care. I think that once again, this is an example of Donald Trump giving to the youth 110%.
That's what the distractions
I
are
just
for.
think that
That's
the
what
wins are
Iran is for.
extraordinarily larger
Of course.
when Kamala Harris was elected. I'm talking
That was the whole point.
multitudes of
Why do you think we
degrees
went to
larger.
war?
We're speaking about a
It wasn't to lower
$25,000
gas
subsidy
prices,
for
that was
first-time
for
home
sure.
buyers. What's bigger, $1,000 to $25,000? And then what if this means that the people who are buying homes then don't have to dip into any investments that they have? And then what would be the compounding growth of what they leave in their investment account for like another 18 years because they didn't have to take that money out of that account to put a down payment on a house? Or what if we continually vote
Literally
for
not a
progressives
single
across
thing.
America, and then all of a
Didn't
sudden
gain
there's
shit.
a single-payer public option available to there is a universal public option.
It was all
available to
just
every American.
conflict.
Okay. Well,
Palestine
all of a
was
sudden,
slowing down
there
the
won't be
conflict.
Americans like the
They
45
needed a
million
bigger
Americans
distraction.
that,
That's
that
what it
exist
was.
today that are paying upwards of $2,000 to $3,000 in their premiums just for health insurance. At the end of the day, the average American, the financial stability is absolutely better off given that progressives are in charge. If Kamala Harris had won the election compared to Trump today, the poverty rates are higher, real median wages are lower, saving rates are lower, and the average American is worse off, even in consideration to these Trump accounts. Santana, there's people saying shit in the chat. I don't know if you want to address that real quick just so we can get back to the debates. I'm not sure what's going on.
Sure, it's Liv. Liv is upset and Liv is being weird. And so since Liv is upset and Liv is being weird, Liv made a decision to start a group chat where she has a bunch of kids where she's apparently been bullying kids into coming into the live and spamming stuff that's not true. Like, it's a whole thing. And the funniest shit about all this, and hey, Liv, guess what? The people that you actually tried to galvanize sent me screenshots of your group chat. So yeah, it's just Liv that's upset that I blocked her and I won't talk to her. So now she's just going around lying and spamming. She's so fucking weird.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, she spends her days calling me racist.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't really think what she says matters too much unless there's, any like validity to the claim being made based on things you've actually done. Okay.
No, there's literally nothing. And I spent maybe about the first hour of my live with all of them coming in and saying, hey, you did this. I said, okay, where's the proof? There's a video. Okay, where's the video? It's there. Okay, where is it? And there's nothing.
Yeah, listen, guys, if you can like produce a video, I bet Santana would be willing to take a look.
Absolutely.
I would take a look if you guys could produce a video.
Mm-hmm.
Feel free to do that. Feel free to do that. In the meantime,
the one thing that I will say, because people seem to think that like this is a joke because they love to say ableism, but people don't have an understanding of, not only do they not have an understanding of ableism, but they don't have an understanding of intersectionality. They don't understand that we are all inherently ableist because we are, unless you are someone with a disability, then you're able-bodied. And if you are able-bodied, then you are someone that doesn't necessarily think about the things that affect people with disabilities on a day-to-day basis. So it's just like any of the other inherent biases that we have to work to dismantle every single day. But as far as like what Liv is doing, she's just being fucking weird, and it's absolutely crazy.
Wait, so are you saying that there's like a video of you like saying that you're an ableist, but what you mean by that is like all able-bodied people have inherent biases against disabled people?
No, I'm saying that they're saying there's some type of video, which they haven't shared a video, told me where the video is. I have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, if that's what they're talking about, that might be a good reason to not subscribe to The View, or to describe The View in a different way, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know. I probably wouldn't say that I'm ableist, but I think that it's also true that there exists inherent biases against disabled people that exist in the world. Maybe that there's just a different way to describe The View. I don't know.
Yeah, no. What they said, it was me making fun of someone in the way that they spoke. But the only thing that they could possibly be talking about is the situation that occurred months ago, and happened to the Discord, made the video, blah 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 blah. So. Okay, well, yeah, guys, I'm here for debates about why Trump stinks. Listen, if you guys want to produce a video, feel free to produce a video. That's fine. I mean, I just didn't really want to like have the live hijacked and turn into this. But I mean, if you guys want to produce a video and Santana's willing to, look at the video, I would be willing to look at the video too. If so many people are saying that it exists, that's fine. I'd love to do that. I guess just let me know. Feel free to drop the vid. In the meantime, Darnell, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, what's the response to the last thing I said?
Yes, you were talking about the progressive, and if the progressive movement actually succeeds, then we're going to have public, at least at the very least, we're going to have a public option, all that. Would you concede at least that Kamala Harris is not a progressive?
Well, I won't call anybody who's pro-Israel progressive, but what I would say is that we would be better geared in the direction to achieve those end goals with Harris as president right now. Plus, I know that her prospective VP, Tim Walz, held a pretty... You're interrupting me while I'm speaking.
Yeah, I am. My bad. Keep going. But we're not addressing the point, though. That's why.
The point is that the average American would have been better off if Kamala Harris had won the election, even in consideration of the Trump accounts. That's the point.
We can argue about that, but right now I would like to discuss at least one point.
Wait, I mean, do you agree with that? Do you agree that the average American would have been better off if Harris had won the election?
I mean, I honestly don't. I mean, the grass is always greener on the other side. You know what I mean? I don't know. I can
give you an argument for that. Every single macroeconomic variable is worse off today than it was a year and a half ago when Biden was president. On top of the fact that we know that Donald Trump's policy has made the average American worse off, regardless if it's putting us in a war that skyrocketed grocery and gas prices, reducing the purchasing power of the average American through the big beautiful bill just to further increase income inequities by increasing the purchasing power of the top 1% by upwards of 4%, or the policy that Kamala Harris ran on. We know that the average American would have been better off if she had won the election.
When you talk about these macroeconomic measures and actual things that they're measurable, I won't disagree with you. And I have said I'm not really like a Trump fan. I'm just a centrist. And if someone were the people who were put in the position to choose between either Trump or Kamala Harris, I don't think you can blame them for choosing Trump over Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris did not offer a solid political agenda. And as a centrist who does not agree with what's happening,
what did you disagree with about her political agenda?
He had no political agenda.
Okay, well, that's just a lie. You just didn't know it. And I do blame you for not knowing it, because you should have done ample research before the election. But I'll also blame Biden for not giving you ample opportunity to know it, because he dropped out of the race 107 days in advance, so she wasn't left with much time to communicate it to you. But that's why, no, it's not her fault, because she did everything that she could have with the time that she had. She turned around in less than 10 days, had a full and complete agenda up on KamalaHarris.org, and then went around the country giving campaign rallies in nearly every state that she think could have been swung to vote for her, that may have been jeopardized or on the line to Donald Trump, speaking about her agenda. And in the debate that she had with Trump, she nearly hit on every tenet of it.
She had no... Okay, I would like
This is just a lie.
But 1 second, she genuinely did not have a policy agenda. And as someone
that's a lie.
What did she run on? I'll tell you 1 second. Just let me finish this. Trump, for example, had a clear political agenda. He had Agenda 47. He was posting videos. He was telling people what he was actually running on, and that was we're not debating whether he agreed on it. We agree on it or not, or I agree on it or not. But at least he had an immigration policy. At least he had a healthcare policy with Trump RX. At least he had a foreign agenda policy with interventionism.
Wait! Did you just say that Trump RX is Trump's healthcare policy?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, then his healthcare policy is a total fucking failure. So we're going to defund Medicaid by around $1 trillion and fuck over millions of Americans just to carbon copy and paste GoodRx. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, Kamala Harris's healthcare policy was to cap the maximum that any American citizen could pay out of pocket for private pharmaceutical drugs to $1,000 per year, while also expanding eligibility requirements to the ACA.
That is literally what already was happening. You know, these are not any major...
Oh, really? So when Biden was president, there was a $1,000 cap on the most amount of money that any American citizen could pay out of pocket for private pharmaceutical drugs. And it's funny that you're saying, oh, well, that's already what happened. That's already what was happening. And then talk about Trump. Once again, his quote-unquote healthcare policy is literally a carbon copy and paste of something that already existed, GoodRx. He just put his name on it and then reduced the available drugs down by like 75%.
You wouldn't think you don't think that's a good thing? Reducing the prices of things?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's a good thing at all to defund Medicaid by close to $1 trillion to then put his name on a product that already exists. That's a part of his healthcare plan. I'd assume that you haven't heard him say this about, oh, how, well, actually, we just need to let this ACA premium expire, then let costs skyrocket. We just need to defund Medicaid by close to $1 trillion. So then we could give all of this money back to the Americans and let them make their healthcare decisions for themselves. And then his way of giving all that money back to Americans to let them make their healthcare decisions for themselves is to provide coupon codes for like 10 pharmaceutical drugs, keeping in mind that those coupon codes have existed for the last 10 years because of GoodRx literally operating off of their platform.
The Trump policy on healthcare was that the government was spending way too much money on the ACA, which was by the measure of Donald Trump was a failure because the government was spending money that inflated the prices of
What is he going to
insurance.
replace it with?
That is true.
What is he going to replace it with?
Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. What is he going to replace it with?
Increase the amount of insurance
What,
premiums.
one second. What is he going to replace it with?
Okay. He said that we're going to have Trump RX. He said we're going to have...
Trump RX isn't healthcare.
One second. Let me finish. Just let me finish it. Trump... The healthcare plan was that to give the people the choice to make their own decisions about healthcare.
What does that mean?
The government should not have...
Specifically, what does that mean?
Medicare and Medicaid means the government should get off of it. Like, the government shouldn't have a program.
I know, but like, no, I'm asking you materially, looking at the specific steps of policy. What does that mean? Because this is so vague. You're just saying, oh, well, Americans should have their own decisions and choices about healthcare. Okay, specifically, what does that mean? What is his healthcare agenda?
I'm going to give me just like a minute or two to explain it. First of all, as someone who supports Kamala Harris, you have to admit, she was more vague than any candidate.
This is a burden shift and a goalpost shift, and that's false. I disagree with you. I don't want you to shift the goalpost. I want you to give us a specific explanation. I want you to give us a specific explanation of what Donald Trump is going to replace the ACA with.
Okay, let me finish my thought, please.
I was going to let you finish your thought, but then you shifted the goalpost to talk about Kamala Harris's vagueness when that wasn't the question asked.
I agree with you. Can I not make a note about something I thought would be irrelevant?
I would prefer for you to stay on topic and just tell me the specifics of Donald Trump's healthcare plan.
All right. That was just a side note. Anyway, Trump's plan was to have the government spend as less money as possible on healthcare so that the people, because the thought is that the government spending money on healthcare, especially through Medicare and Medicare and the ACA, programs like this inflate the prices of the market. When we drop money on the...
This isn't a plan. That's like the average political thought of like an 8th grader. Oh, government spend less. Government spend less isn't a plan. A plan would be, well, specifically, where are we going to take money from? And then where specifically are we going to invest that money in?
When the government is spending less money on things that, because of the government spending, inflate its prices, the prices of these things go down. And when the prices of these things go down, the people are then able to buy things at a much cheaper price. And then another thing, the Trump RX plan wasn't just...
Wait, explain that to me. Okay, so we're going to stop funding Medicaid and Medicare, and that's going to make healthcare like less expensive?
I didn't say stop funding it. I said
okay, so the plan, I just want to clarify, are you saying that the plan is...
What's to have the government spend less money?
To have no plan, okay, no healthcare, but hoping that because we're spending less money on healthcare, this just means that the cost of health services without healthcare is realistic and doable for the average American? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what it seems like you're saying. You're saying that we're going to cut healthcare costs. We're going to cut people off healthcare, but they won't need the healthcare to cover the bill because then it's just going to be super cheap, paying out of pocket. Is that your claim?
Amelia _2 asks, is bro live?
No, he's not live. This was live.
This is just all.
This was a live from yesterday.
Either give a specific explanation of exactly what Donald Trump's healthcare policy is, or I'm going to move on, because this is all a big yap, big yappy. Have to hit on your profile picture and hit the icon on the mic to unmute yourself. You're literally just saying words, bro. I'll give you one last opportunity to say words in a way in which is conducive towards an explanation of what Donald Trump's healthcare policy is. If you can't do that, I'm going to kick you.
Amelia _2 said I am inspired from Leon.
You gotta unmute yourself. I don't want to just kick you right now because I want to give you
Well,
one more
he's
opportunity.
your IRL
Bro,
Leon,
I was trying to
guess.
unmute you, and then okay, there you go. You got figured out.
Amelia
Okay, let me tell you a couple things here.
Leon,
Let me tell you a couple things here.
Leon,
real quick. Just saying, gonna cut costs. That's not a healthcare plan. That's the average political thought of an 8th grader. Government spend less money, not a healthcare plan.
Okay, I'm gonna have to be honest with you. I don't think that Trump has a cohesive, great, fantastic healthcare plan. But I also, my argument here is the question is, you still support Trump? I think that his healthcare plan was better than the one Kamala Harris offered. Kamala Harris
doesn't have one. That's the issue.
And you just said that he doesn't have one. All right, Brad. Listen, I appreciate you so much for your time. I hope you have a good rest of your day, man. Thanks for coming up. Dude said Donald Trump has a healthcare plan. I spent 15 minutes trying to get him to describe the healthcare plan, and then he admits that he has no healthcare plan. But then he says that his healthcare plan, which assumes he does have a healthcare plan, was better than Harris's. My God, Zach, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo, man. I appreciate you so much. Let's get 500 Zach W's down below in that chat. That is ZAK. Zach with a $50 says, "I'm physically disabled. I have a huge respect for both you and Santana. It is not my experience that all able-bodied people are ableist." Yeah, you know, Zach, I'm gonna have to agree with you, man. I come from a family of special education teachers. Aunt and grandma led the division of special education at my local high school. And I think that there are some able-bodied people who really do care, who really do want equity, who really do want everybody to be treated fairly, and genuinely invest every moment of their time into attempting to achieve that outcome. You know, like my aunt has been teaching as the leader of the special education division at my local high school for the last 20 years of her life. And she has 2 PhDs just to ensure that she could better help to educate the students. She's working on her 2nd one right now, and she does it all just to help the kids, even though she gets paid $55,000 a year with 2 PhDs.
Mm-hmm. Let me say this really quick, because I want to be very clear. I'm not saying, and this is for everyone, I'm not saying every able-bodied person is ableist. I'm saying that every able-bodied person is inherently ableist, meaning the way that society structures things, if you don't actually live with a disability, then it's not at the forefront of your mind. So it's not something that you're actively thinking of. And so to your point, we have to work to ensure that we are addressing those issues and making sure that we create equity for people that live with disabilities. The greatest example I have of that is people, like, I always say, like, hey, when you go to a restaurant, do you check with the restaurant to see if they have a menu in Braille? And most people are going to say, no, I don't, because, you know, they can see. And so being someone that's living without sight, that's going to be something that plays a factor into, like, your decision. Like, how do you get to utilize the menu at the restaurant when you're not someone that actually has vision? And so the only thing that I'm saying is the way that people are socialized, if it is not at the forefront, then it's something that you don't actually put focus on. But to your point, if you're someone that is actively working, you're working to create equity and equality for people that are part of the disabled community. I also want to say one other quick thing. I'm sorry to you for, like, this shit happening. But, like, it's weird. Liv is weird. I sent you the video, her quote unquote proof. It's literally what I was saying. It's the video that she posted from September the 7th, 2025. And it's the video from everything that happened last year. I made the whole response. It was the Discord. And I had unpinned the response video on my page because, you know, thought we were done. But apparently Liv has been running lives talking about it again since she has it on her page. And so I repinned my video from September the 8th, 2025, addressing all of it. So it's a whole thing. But the biggest thing that I just want to communicate is, first and foremost, it's never acceptable to make fun of anyone with any type of disability. It's never acceptable to make fun of anyone in immutable characteristics. And so, like, it was a situation that happened. I took accountability. I learned from it, and I went forward from, like, what the exchange was. It was a response to someone actively engaging in racism. Funniest thing is that after the whole situation, the guy and I had a whole conversation on live. We did a whole thing. It was perfectly fine. But Liv is literally looking for attention, so she's bringing back up the video that she posted in September of 2025, even though we've already went through that entire thing. So I'm done. I addressed it. I just repinned the video on my page, addressing all of it to make sure there's no issues, everything's clear. Sorry that they brought this into your live. I don't know what the fuck the deal is with Liv. She's just, I mean, honestly, she's upset that I have her blocked and I don't give her attention. So
yeah. Okay. Now that I know what you're talking about, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I mean, I think that you took accountability for that. I think that you realized that what you did was wrong. And I mean, what more can we do than that? You know, actively working to be the best possible versions of ourselves every day. To be specific about what you did, because I think a couple people in the comment section were curious, since it's all just getting dug up. You were, like, debating some, like, really fucking racist white dude. That was, like,
super racist.
Like really, like, personally attacking you because you're black. And this guy was, like, straight up a Nazi. And he was speaking, like, with, like, a in his voice. That's, like, the best way I could.
I made a whole comment about him because he sounded congested. And so I made a joke about him needing a neti pot, and then I made fun of like him being super congested, which, to be very clear, and I had the conversation with him, he did not have a speech impediment. He did not have an actual disability. He was actually just congested. But unknowingly, I engaged in ableism because I didn't know that there are that's a way that people engage in ableism, by making fun of people who have speech impediments that speak that way. But it was just a super racist guy that had like a congested snotty nose, and I was just making fun of that. But it turned into a whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, it's kind of like weird to like dig that one out of the grave a year later.
Yeah, it's literally, she literally has it on her page, September the 7th, 2025. She's been talking about it on live, and that's why I just repinned the video. I mean, like, she wants attention. It's I don't know. I don't understand people on the internet sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I guess let's go to get that next guest up here, folks. We probably have time for one more guest. Darnell, I saw your comment. That last guy who we had up talking about Trump's healthcare policy, he wasn't actually a Trump supporter. He said in the comment section he was a leftist, which in retrospect, I think makes sense. Because I think that he was like too well spoken to be a Trump supporter. I think that the words that he was using were a little bit bigger than I would expect the average Trump supporter to use. So don't do that again though, waste of time. Ray, do you support Trump?
I was actually gonna say that Liv really wants to be let out because she has a new video. Also, what flavor is your Israeli USB inhalation device?
Yeah, you guys could litigate that on Santana's live, folks.
Weird shit. They're so weird.
And I'll take a look at it. You know, like if Santana is some crude ableist fuck, you know, I'll be the first to call him out. Everyone.
Santana, Liv wants me to tell you shut up.
See.
But I mean, from the looks of it, this just kind of seems like a harassment campaign. You know?
I'm sorry that they brought this to your live. It's literally because I blocked her and won't give her attention. She literally has tried to come back multiple times to my stream, and every time she comes back, I block her, and she's upset that I won't talk to her.
Yeah, like I said, from the looks of it, this seems like a harassment campaign very similar to the ones that she's launched against me forever. But, you know, like the off chance that this isn't a harassment campaign, and like I said, Santana's really super ableist, I'll be the first to call him out, so.
Yeah, and I would absolutely deserve it.
What's up, Dean?
I lost
what's
that
up, man?
fucking easy. Wow.
No, but I do have a question for you.
I appreciate you so much for coming up, but today we are just looking for Trump supporters.
Yeah, I thought I was going to die that easy.
Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA.
Oh, fuck.
Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA, folks.
That was almost a one-hit kill.
Loading up inside of that queue. No. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie.
Okay, we might just be done for the day. We might just be done for the day. I'll try like one or two more people here, everybody, but then I think that we're probably done.
I have the video. Can I email it to
you? Has Kyrie texted you back?
I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about
How's
it.
the math test?
Don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it.
You need to talk to somebody. I talked to my Talkspace therapist.
I don't want to talk about it.
The border.
I don't want to talk about it.
I'm debating on, as far as the economy is concerned, a lot of people didn't like things with the tariffs, but tariffs take a while to kind of like take effect. And people are debating things and not liking what it was after like 2-3 months, where it takes a while for the actual effects to you know.
Y'all ready to see me get my ass kicked?
I'm not saying that like they were like the best idea, but so abortion is another
sounded depressed as fuck. I was like, I don't want to talk about
more
it.
Detail with those, or
yeah, I can totally talk about
oh
these.
shit!
So we've seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration since he's got
Y'all ready
office.
to see me get
so
my
the
ass
idea
whooped?
that the tariffs are at
I
some
promise
point
you,
going
I'm
to
not
take
winning.
effect is kind of a bit ridiculous, especially when there's only like 2 more months of them being in place, because the original tariffs Trump put in place were deemed to be unconstitutional, and then the tariffs that he decided to put in place are only in place for 150 days.
Yeah.
So that's an issue. And along with the fact that I think that he's made the economy better, worse off through the tariffs, the universalized tariffs. They don't operate the same as targeted tariffs. They disproportionately are passed down to the consumers, and they pay most of that. If you go to the Kiel Institute, 96% of tariffs are paid by the U.S., mostly by consumers. So it's mostly going to be middle-class individuals that will be harmed by this, along with the fact that the Iran war that he imposed, that also led to a massive increase in prices, which led to us seeing over 4.2% level of inflation on a year-over-year basis because of Donald Trump's policies. So he's actually made conditions worse off economically, which has then caused the Federal Reserve to keep interest rates stagnant, which then leads to less investment within the economy. along with the fact that in terms of the border, it doesn't seem like you really get many benefits there, because actually Donald Trump undermined a bipartisan border bill, legislation that was historic, where we haven't seen Congress come together to vote on immigration policy to this degree in the past 30 plus years. And then even for abortion, if you care about saving lives, actually Trump's administration, because they used the government through DOGE to cut USAID, it will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030. So if you voted for Democrats or for Harris, then you would have been able to save that many lives, because we would have been able to maintain DOGE, or not DOGE, sorry, USAID, which would then ensure that these people's lives would not have been lost.
Well, I mean, with abortion, I don't agree with any abortions, except for I'm still debating on whether I want to make an exception for rape and incest. I'm still debating on what I feel about that. But besides those two exceptions, I don't think any abortion, and this is from like also like a faith-based thing, that, you know, I agree. I believe that life begins at conception. So I just don't believe in, you know, ending on life for any reason, just other than the two exceptions that I made. And I know the counterpoint is that, you know, they don't have brainwaves, they don't have a heartbeat, things like that. So they're not actually like human, or they're not actually a human yet, even though technically they are. But
that's not my criticism. Can I give you my criticism? My criticism would be, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
I mean, have they written a...
Let's say there's nothing established on this.
And they're brain dead? Mm-hmm. With no chance of coming back or
yep. Is it murder for the family to pull the plug on an individual in their family that is brain dead?
No.
Come on, guys. Do I actually have a fucking chance?
Okay, so
no,
then,
because
there's
no life.
I doubt it.
There is cellular life.
But there's no value to the life that...
Trust me, I don't believe in
so
me,
then why is there value at
how the hell are you guys going to?
Because that fetus will eventually
oh
become
my
a
zygote at that point. So eventually,
see how my health is just draining?
So that means in the future it will be
that's
valuable,
what I
not
can't
that it is
stop, no matter what I
no,
try
I think
to
it's
do.
valuable at conception.
Okay, so why? Because it's just cellular life, in the same way that an individual who's brain dead has cellular life.
But the person that's brain dead will never have value life like any...
Value life means like a life with an experience,
see?
subjective
like
experience,
able,
right?
yeah,
So
being able to experience anything, they're just...
So then here's my question. Why would you say that you would prioritize a life that has never got to the point of having an experience
get some more
over a
legendary
person's
weapons,
bodily
that's
autonomy
what it is.
who has an experience? And their experience will be negatively
weapons.
impacted by not being able to uphold their bodily autonomy. Whereas
Better,
if you allow for them to get an
better
abortion, it will never
weapons.
impact a being that had an
God
experience or has an
damn.
experience.
Wait, who are you referencing as far as the bodily autonomy?
The person who's
mother.
pregnant.
So what was your argument again for that?
Yeah, that you're going to, because of a future potential experience, violate and harm the experience of an individual by violating their bodily autonomy rights. Right? So you're actually, if you allow them to get an abortion, it never is going to impact a person that has an experience. It never will.
Why couldn't they have the baby and then give it up for adoption?
What's that? Why could? Okay. Well, I think that's going to be a violation of their bodily autonomy. You're forcing them to go through a pregnancy that they do not want to go through.
Well, I mean, to me, it's not really their body; it's the baby's body. So it's two different bodies.
Okay, but you didn't see it to be wrong to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, because you see that after this point that it's not going to be valuable anymore, because they'll never have this again. But the point that I'm saying is that they'll never even have this in the very first place if you allow for abortion to occur and they get an abortion. The experience will never be able to even exist in the first place.
Whose? The baby's?
What do you mean?
Whose experience are you talking about?
The experience of the fetus, yes. They'll never have an experience if you allow for an abortion to occur.
If you let it grow the term.
Yeah, but like, why do you? That's potential in the future. That's not something that currently exists.
Well, why does that matter, though?
Because you're saying that you value just that potential in of itself more than a person's bodily autonomy rights. And can I ask you a question?
I value the baby.
Do you think the COVID vaccine should have been mandated?
I don't know a lot about it, but I would say no.
But it's safe and effective, and it would save lives, especially during the pandemic. So even though we're getting rid of your bodily autonomy because we'd be mandating the vaccine, in that circumstance, it would be saving lives. And I thought you'd be okay with that because you want to save human lives. You want to restrict bodily autonomy to save human lives. Or are you saying that restricting bodily autonomy to save human lives is not going to be a valid thing to do when asking you to get a vaccine, but apparently it's a valid thing to do when talking about forcing someone to go through a pregnancy, which, by the way, is significantly more invasive than you having to get a fucking vaccine. Okay, getting the COVID vaccine is not much of an obligation. Going through a pregnancy is a very harsh obligation.
Well, I mean, the woman should know that when they have intercourse. That's possible.
I don't think that because someone engages in intercourse, that means that they have to be okay with having a pregnancy in every scenario. Like, what? That's ridiculous.
They shouldn't consider the consequences?
Well, I don't think that the answer is just don't have sex. Like, that's ridiculous.
I'm not saying that either, though.
Wait. Do you think that like if they are going to use contraceptives, that then that would be undermining or upholding a due standard of care, so that they're not quote unquote negligent from your standard within the action?
No,
they're taking into a specific level of due standard of care of responsibility, right? They're deciding to use contraceptives.
100% effective.
Okay, but like you don't need something to be 100% effective in order to meet a due standard of care for responsibility.
So they need to consider that it's possible that she could get pregnant and then not
Okay,
go through
wait.
the
So just
abortion
anyone
process.
who so there's no due standard of care for engaging in sex. That would then mean that you're allowed to get an abortion.
What do you mean, do standard of care?
In terms of level of responsibility that you established in engaging in the action of sex, right? For example, such as like using the use of contraceptive to prevent pregnancy.
I'm still not understanding like do standard of care. Like, what do you?
Yeah, from a legal perspective, due standard of care is like some sort of threshold of responsibility that we apply upon a person, where that if they don't meet this particular due standard of care, they'd be considered negligent or responsible. If they don't meet that particular standard of responsibility, which it sounds like you were trying to say is that like, oh, because they were engaging in sex, that means that they were not meeting a certain level of responsibility that they should uphold themselves to. But it sounds like what you're saying is that there's no level of care that they could have engaged in that could have hit your level of responsibility other than not engaging in sex in the very first place.
No, they can engage in sex if they want. I'm just saying.
Okay, so then why are you saying that then implicates that they have to then carry through a pregnancy just for a potential of a subjective experience? Not even for a subjective experience, right? But a potential for subjective experience in the future.
Because the fetus is eventually going to become a newborn and have a life.
Okay, so you just keep repeating. I'm asking you, why is the potential enough in order to violate people's rights? And you're just saying, oh, because it's potential. But then when I brought up a scenario where we're talking about vaccine mandates, you're not okay with saving people's lives, right? Specifically, right? Even though it's going to be not much of a responsibility to get a vaccine if you're mandated to get that vaccine.
Well, I'll look at each situation and what's going to save the most lives and what's going to be the best for everyone overall. So
that's going to be mandating the vaccine.
Amelia underscore says they really talk fast.
You have to know the science. I have a bibliography in my bio of like 30 plus pages of sources, peer-reviewed sources, systematic reviews that prove the safety and effectiveness of COVID vaccines.
But then it came out and said it didn't like prevent COVID or whatnot. So
it does prevent you from getting COVID. It does prevent you from spreading. It does prevent you from getting severe illness and death. Right, that's what the COVID vaccine does. If you looked at any of the data, if you did any research, but you didn't do any research, and you're assuming that to be true based on something you saw on Facebook.
They came out and said that it didn't.
That's not true at all. They in the context of the research.
Like, wherever I just read is lying, so someone's lying.
So no, what they said is it doesn't 100% prevent you from getting the virus. Okay, that it reduces the likelihood. That's like a seatbelt. Like you're like, oh, I'm not going to wear a seatbelt. Seatbelts aren't effective because they're not 100%. I'm not going to brush my teeth because brushing your teeth is not 100%. I'm not going to get surgery because surgery isn't 100%.
Well, you have to know like.
Like, do you realize how ridiculous you're going to be if you don't, if you say that?
Well, hold on. You can only go off the details that you are given at the time that the vaccine is released.
Yeah, and the information right now we're going off of that right now. The information indicates it's very effective, safe and effective. So can you acknowledge that?
I mean, I've heard otherwise.
Yeah, you've heard from who? RFK? Trump?
News sources, different news sources.
What news source? Where do you get your news from?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
No. Where did you hear this news from? I'd love to hear it.
It was on Fox News that I was watching.
Yeah, Fox News. Yeah, even Fox News. Right.
I know.
Actually, I don't know. Would Fox News? Yeah, maybe Fox News did that. That doesn't mean it's true. You actually think Fox News is better than the scientists and the professionals? Fox Entertainment, actually, they can't even call themselves Fox News anymore because no serious person would take anything that they say seriously according to their legal experts.
Well, I mean, the same can be said for other news outlets too.
Wait, but no, that's what they said legally as their defense in court.
About what?
From the defamation lawsuit.
The Fox Entertainment thing?
Yeah.
They still.
They said that no reasonable person would take what they're saying seriously. That's why they were allowed to say it.
I mean, I can't.
That's what their legal defense was for Fox Entertainment, Fox Propaganda Network.
I mean, it still says Fox News when I turn on the channel.
It says Fox Propaganda Network. FPN.
What?
Yeah, it says FPN now. They changed it to Fox Propaganda Network.
I mean, I just watched it yesterday.
Yeah. Did you see that? That just dropped last night.
Oh, it was done last night?
Yeah, that was last night.
Oh, okay. Then maybe, yeah. I'm not that up to date on it.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, the vaccine, I mean, going off the data that was given at the time of the vaccine, like if it's if it's 100% effective or whatever it was at the time, then I would say that, yeah, it should be mandated based on that information.
Okay, so given that you have that, you would argue for vaccine mandates? You think people should be lined up and shot up with a vaccine? Forcefully?
It would depend on the information at the time.
Depend on the information. I'm just saying, like, with vaccines that we know are safe and effective right now, should people be lined up military style, shot up with a vaccine?
I would say I'm trying to think through it because I want to give an honest answer. I would have to analyze it based on what's going to save more lives: everyone getting the vaccine or everyone.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So it would depend on that. Like.
Yeah. So given that you know you'll save more lives, would you argue for that?
If it was going to save more lives for everyone to get the vaccine, then yes, I would mandate it.
Okay, so military style mandate vaccine.
If it was better for society, yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Secondly, like, let me ask you this question. So you're saying you should vote for the candidate that will save the most lives possible, right?
I wouldn't say that's the only criteria.
I mean, that's what you just brought up as like a consideration, right? Because
Yeah,
if you
but
were
with the
considering that, that would mean you would vote for Democrats. Because again, because Trump and the U.S. and his administration cut USAID, it would lead to 14 million people dying around the world by 2030, according to a Lancet study. So if you want to save lives, right, and that's your main goal, like, for example, you care about abortion, well, then you should probably want to vote for Democrats because they're going to save the most lives possible with their policy as opposed to Republicans. That's not even considering any other policy, like expanding access to health care or expanding social services in general, or like, you know, climate change, or like limiting pollution, or the regulations associated with those things. Think of the fireworks issue. But like, it's specifically just referencing USAID, and that in of itself, you'll save millions more lives by voting for Democrats than you would for voting for Republican.
I'm not super familiar with, what is it, USAID?
Yeah, USAID. And you can find this from a Lancet study. Look up 14 million people lives will be lost by 2030 Lancet study.
Are you there?
That's based upon the Doge cutting USAID funding.
Yeah, I'm here just taking a puff break.
What is that?
United States Agency for International Development. It provides like funding for cost-effective ways for preventing death, whether it be disease prevention, providing food, basic housing and things like that, and shelter in situations.
break, hun.
Is that just in the United States?
Gotta have a saw break every here and there, you know what I mean?
It's the most cost-effective mechanisms for saving human life around the world.
But those are just estimates. Those aren't going to be like guaranteed numbers.
They're estimates based upon a
Amelia said, why
say it had a margin of error of 50%. You're still saving millions of lives.
Well, then also it's international. So where's the money coming from that we're going to spend on this for the international portion of it?
Very small portion of our budget.
What's a very small portion?
You know, it would cost money to enforce abortion.
Amelia asks, by the way, can I become mod of your chat?
Where are you going to get the money to do that?
Yeah,
I still don't even know how to access mod, to be honest.
Getting increased taxes on the reg?
I just look at it, and I never do anything with it.
I do think that the rich should be taxed more. Like, there should be some
Amelia
said,
no worries, lol.
I'm not going to say that Democrats or Republicans are right.
As soon as I figure it out, you're going to be at the top of the list, though, for sure.
Trump, through the Big Beautiful Bill, disproportionately cut taxes for the rich and wealthy. Most of the money in his bill went to tax cuts for the rich and wealthy, whereas the Democrats want to increase taxes on the rich and wealthy to decrease the deficit.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree with that.
Okay, so then you agree with the Democrats. So then what do you agree with Trump on?
The border policy.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. So what specific aspect of his border policy?
Just being able to have the immigrants be vetted more so
So like you say there were less border crossings under Trump's administration as opposed to Biden's administration, right?
Okay, bet. I'm gonna figure that out. I'm gonna go to mod manager.
Yeah, is that what you're saying? Well, not only at the end of Biden's administration was
Can I do that offline?
compared to the end of Trump's first administration on a daily average. But also, we can look at the end of Obama's administration. We can compare that to the beginning of Trump's first administration. We can see an increase in the level of border crossings under Trump. So then I would just ask you, what's the difference in policy of immigration under the Obama administration versus the Biden administration that then caused a level of increase in immigration crossing under the Biden administration as compared to the Obama administration?
Under the 4 years under Biden, there were way more border crossings.
Yeah, but like, what is the difference in policy under the Biden administration immigration policy as opposed to the Obama administration immigration policy that would have caused that difference in the level of encounters?
So can I do it offline? Because if I can do it offline,
having
I
more
can
border
figure that
patrol
out
catch
immediately.
those that are coming across.
I always check
There's more
analytics
border
and
patrol
everything as soon
under
as I hop
Obama.
off live.
I don't know about the number, but I mean, it's being more strictly enforced.
Okay, so like what's due to what policy?
I don't know offhand.
Okay, so like if we can't point to any difference in policy between the Obama administration and the Biden administration, it seems like there's a different cause for. Wait, hold on. It seems like there's a different cause to the level of change in encounters
All right,
than just
perfect.
policy.
I'll figure
seems
it out
like the
then.
explanation must be right, probably like maybe inflation, economic insecurity all around the world that had a rapid change during that time period because of supply chain issues relating to the pandemic that then caused more people to want to come to the United States. Plus, you have the Trump like literally going on national television saying, "Oh, the borders are wide open. You can just walk right through." Which then caused people to be like, oh, the economic conditions I'm in are really bad right now, and Trump saying it's completely open there. I can have better economic conditions by going to the United States. So more people then decided to flood to the United States. What's that?
How does inflation affect the number of immigrants crossing the border?
Economic insecurity around the world. The change in economic insecurity over a certain amount of years.
Immigrants coming across the border to the U.S. like actually watch and care about that? I
obviously what? Duh.
I mean, are they like, oh, U.S. isn't a good place to go now? We're not going to go. Like I don't.
Yeah, less people think that the U.S. is a good place to go to. Why do you think tourism has rapidly declined?
I mean, that's not a main reason why immigration or border crossings have gone down.
I would say it is. I would say it's like the U.S. is a less desirable country to go to right now as opposed to when Biden was in office. The economic conditions are worse. There's not as stable conditions politically speaking. There's less freedom within the country. What's that?
Is there a report on that?
Yeah, on every single one of those points. Which one are you questioning? And I'll give you a basis for that.
That inflation has affected the amount of people coming across the border.
Well, economic insecurity. One measure that we can see for that is the fact that the Biden administration actually tasked Kamala Harris to raise private funds for Central American countries to then reduce the likelihood of people coming here.
Oh yeah, in a minute. Here, I'll do that.
She started getting a bunch of companies together to raise private funds, over $5 billion in private funds to build up these economies. It did reduce the amount of people coming to the country. So it was proven from that basis that there was a reduction in the level of crossings coming from those particular countries, given the fact that you address the conditions of economic insecurity.
Has that been affected? Has that affected those coming across the border in the past?
Yeah, economic insecurity has been a cause for people to come to this country. Yes.
I mean, has that affected the number of people wanting to cross the border under other regimes?
Yeah, especially.
I've never heard that as an argument for
that economic insecurity would cause people to come to the United States because they see economic opportunity.
I mean, but
I think that's like the age-old story about the American dream.
But the countries that they're coming from are in worse shape than the United States, regardless of.
That's why they saw it to be preferable to come to the United States.
I know, but even when the inflation is higher and economic conditions aren't as great as previous times,
can I explain to you that there was worldwide inflation? It wasn't just specific to the United States.
Okay, but like the other
How
countries
doesn't
are
he
still
not know that?
I can't see in a world where anyone that wants to come to the United States inflation is higher outside of Washington. That seems like very like.
Oh, are you saying the inflation that we see
I
under
don't
Trump?
know what
I'm not saying that's the sole reason as to why people are not wanting to come here under Trump. Like I'm saying, overall conditions in terms of the economy are worse. It's not just inflation. It's real GDP growth. It's real median wage growth. It's inflation. It's unemployment. It's real domestic manufacturing investment.
Right.
Job growth.
Amelia underscore 2 asked, did Bro show up yesterday?
And the level of stock market.
Yeah, he did. He showed up late night. We ended up running stream all the way to
since Trump's been in office,
5 a.m.
to the last year and a half under Biden's administration. So it's growing at a lower rate since Trump got in office.
Right.
So given that you know that now, is that going to tell you that Democrats are better? Because like your economic argument seemingly failed. The argument for abortion seemingly failed, and the argument for the border also failed.
Surprisingly not.
We did.
He showed up around like 2:30 a.m.
Will lose their
talking
lives by
about
2030.
Oh, I'm up now.
The U.S.
I'm up now.
Cut.
I don't think he's still used to the jet lag and all that. So he's still on weird timing.
A separate argument from the.
That's the most relevant argument to who you're going to vote for because it inevitably addresses the most amount of lives saved possible. If you're voting based on wanting this, like when you say you want to make abortion illegal, you want to save as many lives as you can possible, right? By doing
Amelia underscore 2 said, yeah, I guess.
Okay. So your inevitable goal by voting for Donald Trump and trying to make this illegal is to save human lives. Okay, that's your goal. Okay, if your goal is to save human lives, and you see that actually Harris voting for Harris would lead to saving millions more lives than anything you could attribute to Trump's administration, then why wouldn't you choose to vote for Harris, who would inevitably lead to you saving more lives?
But what? How
That's
does
the logical conclusion.
How does making abortions illegal have to do with the other? Like, why can't they be separate situations? Like, why can't we make abortion illegal and support the USAID to a point? Like, why does it have to be one or the other?
Because you're voting for politicians. And it's either the Democrats get in office or the Republicans get in office. That's the reality of the process that we live in.
So
I would love a ranked choice voting system. I would love to change that system. We currently exist in a system where it's either the Republicans or the Democrats. It's either Kamala Harris or it's Donald Trump. And if you're going to make an analysis of who is going to save the most amount of lives possible because you want to support the side that's going to save the most amount of lives possible, that inevitably means that you would have supported Harris over Trump if you were reasonable, considering this information.
I mean, possibly, but I watched an interview with her the other day where they were talking about, you already know it.
And by possibly, you mean like if you were reasonable, that's what's possible or not?
If they were asking her about her running again in 2028, and she gave like the most incoherent response. Like, I didn't even know what she was talking about.
What did she say that was incoherent? Did she say windmills were causing whales to die numbers never seen before? Did she say that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19? Did she say that we should nuke hurricanes to fight them?
I mean, it was along those lines, pretty much.
Did she say that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that Donald Trump would have beat Joe Biden in California?
It literally made no sense what she said.
Okay, so what did she say?
Do you know the comment that I'm talking about?
No, I'd love to hear. What did she say that didn't make sense?
I don't know. I don't know word for word because it's like literally incoherent.
Okay, can you address it in general? Can you address it in general?
No.
What was she saying in general?
Look up Google or YouTube the interview. All right, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. It's literally incoherent. I'm not even like making it up.
Okay, go ahead. Go find it. I'll give you time.
Oh, I'll find. Okay.
Take your
But
time.
that's what I worry about because like if she can't give a coherent response.
Oh, really? You're really worried about someone being coherent? But like I brought up all the points Donald Trump's brought up that are utterly incoherent, and you just like acted like they're not a big problem. You just swiped them away like they didn't even matter.
No, like which ones? What are you talking about?
He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said we should look into disinfectant.
Like him being, like facetious.
No, that's him being serious.
Like I don't think he really means that.
You want me to play the clip of him saying it? He's being serious.
What did he say?
He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before.
Yeah, that's just like rhetoric.
That's just rhetoric. What are you saying, sir?
Whale strikes, but you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up a joke. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's just like playing around with that.
No, he was being totally serious.
I mean,
He's saying windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. I can also play a clip of him saying that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, or saying we should nuke hurricanes to fight them, or saying that if Jesus were the vote counter in California that he would have won the vote, or him looking up at an eclipse with his bare eyes. I mean, like, when it's Trump, it's okay.
Those are just throwaway comments.
Wait, what do you mean these are throwaway comments? These are like utterly incoherent things.
Yeah,
he said that he drinks Diet Coke because, under his view, because it kills grass, therefore it kills cancer.
Yeah, that's.
He said that privately. He said that privately. He didn't say this publicly. He said this privately to Dr. Oz and to his son, and they talked about it. They talked about how he actually legitimately thinks it. He didn't say this publicly. He wasn't joking. He said this privately.
Should I take that comment and be like, yeah, I don't want to vote for Trump because he said
yes. I'm sorry if you brought that up as a reason as to why you don't support Harris and you couldn't possibly vote for Harris. Well, then it must logically necessitate that these are reasons to not support Trump. Hell, these are significantly worse than anything you could point to in terms of Kamala Harris. You couldn't even explain specifically what you're talking about, and I can give you clip after clip after clip of Donald Trump saying the most utterly incoherent things you've ever heard in your life.
Yeah, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt on those because I think that he's just joking around with that and doesn't mean.
Why aren't you giving Kamala Harris the benefit of the doubt? And where was he joking here?
I have 4 years of
no, you didn't.
Previous Trump. I have 4 years of previous Trump presidential experience to look back on. Versus
what of him doing what? Of him saying incredibly incoherent things? Some of these.
Here
this is
we
what he
go.
did in his first. Let's take a look. Let's take a listen real quick to hear what Donald Trump was saying in his first administration.
Let's go, boy. Let's go, boy. Let's go, boy. That's how I sounded when I was 15. Let's go, boy. Epic. Come on, boy.
If we ignore that,
Who you think you are, G?
it's all about education
No.
management. We're not going.
I had a mixed accent from Southern to Eastern. Now I talk a little bit Western. Crazy.
Yeah, that was definitely coherent. This is also what he was saying in his first administration. Let's take a listen to this real quick.
And then I see the disinfectant that knocks it out in a minute. 1 minute. Now is there a way we can do something like that? Injection inside or almost a cleaning. Because you see it gets in the lungs and it does a tremendous number of lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that.
Interesting to check that. We should be taking Lysol and injecting it into our veins to fight COVID-19. We should take a look into that one. Scientists, get to work. We should see if that is effective or not. Yes, that sounds like a great idea.
I'm trying to find. I can't find that interview for whatever reason.
Okay, so we don't even know what she said, and that's again condemnable. She's the worst candidate you could. She's so incoherent. She couldn't even run the country. But Donald Trump, even though I've mentioned all of these things, you know, you should just overlook these things, right?
All right, ain't that some bullshit?
Well, I have evidence of what Trump.
If you disagree, banned.
Yeah, let's take another listen to like what Trump would do here real quick.
Come on, where is he at? Let's go. Let's finish this. Don't run, coward. Oh my God, don't you hate a coward? Because I am one, so better not. Oh, chop him up. And that's a dub, and that's how you do it. Bring it on. Mike Tyson, I challenge you next.
But they misunderstood who she was. These people are. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people too. A lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark
They were just
10
kind of
yards
hungry.
away from the boat, 10 yards. Or here. Do I get electrocuted?
Sharks
The
are
boat is
easily.
sinking, water goes over the battery. The boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat?
Amelia _2 said GG's.
Hey, see, I can do this by myself. Sleepy Dawn carries? That's a fact.
Can you describe to me what he just said in that statement?
Sleepy Dawn carries, but I can do damage too. Don't forget.
I don't know. I don't really care about it.
Why'd he laugh at me though?
You can't
Why was
tell,
that
right?
the
Because it's
worst
so utterly
timing
incoherent. You just,
to go
I
to
have
the
no clue,
sleep?
right?
Why'd he laugh at me?
And,
That's so
and like
messed
because
up. My
what you
feelings
just said
are
was so
hurt
utterly
now.
incoherent
You
that
know
you
what,
couldn't
guys?
describe
I'm
it
about
back
to
to me. That's a
log
reason
off.
as to why you shouldn't support
I'm
him.
mad.
I think his comments that
Sight,
sound
one more
incoherent
mission.
are like purposeful, and Kamala's aren't.
These are all purposeful? Okay,
I
so
would say
give
so,
me
yeah.
one clip of Kamala Harris that doesn't make any sense.
I tried to find it. I don't know why I can't find it, but
Go ahead,
I mean,
go ahead, take your time.
I mean, I can try to look to find it. I mean,
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Rolling on the floor, laughing emoji.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not that funny.
Amelia _2 said bro.
Go find it. Go find it. Take your time.
It's not that funny at all.
I mean, I'm trying to find it.
And I don't think
I love
Sleepy
to see the
Dawn
clip.
finds it
Actually,
funny
I'm genuinely
either.
curious.
Literally, like,
What is so much worse than everything I just played?
because Kamala literally doesn't know what she's talking about, and
So
Trump,
then go
these
find
are
the
just,
clip.
like throwaway comments.
So go find the
Like,
clip.
I don't know how else to say it, but I think that's what it is.
Okay, so can you go find the clip?
I tried. I can't find it.
So-
It was from an interview.
Go ahead, take some more time. Go find it. I'll give you more time. I can thank some people. I can talk to another person. I can bring someone else up here, and you can stay up here on the live. Just find the clip.
I mean, I'm trying to. I don't want to like waste everyone's time.
No, it's okay. Again, I remember I can bring someone else up and thank some people.
All right, let me.
So
give it
go
another
ahead, take
shot.
your time, find that clip. I would
mean,
love to see. I'm genuinely curious. What clip is so bad that it's so much worse than everything I just showed you? Like I'm actually really
I
curious.
wish that I could find it. Like seriously.
No, go ahead, take your time. I'm gonna thank some people and bring up another person real quick. Nico, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much, Melissa, with the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. That'd be a funny one to bring up. And then Margaret, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Jessica and Zach, thank you for the $10. Always good to see you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Yehoshua, thank you for the 50 cents. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Always good to see you. Thank you very much. Alrighty, let's get another person up here. In the meantime, only sending guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and what month were you born?
July.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And by the way, Bills, I did mute you because you're looking for the clip. Keep looking. I just muted you. Just unmute whenever you're ready. And then go ahead, Ken. Why do you support Trump?
Mainly because of his immigration policies.
Okay, could you give me a specific one?
Anti-illegal immigration.
Wow. When did that policy drop?
Well, I mean, he doesn't let illegal immigrants in. He's not supportive of illegal immigration.
His character design.
Okay, so like he
looks
always holds
very
people accountable for the
familiar.
crimes they commit?
I can't put my tongue on it.
No, he doesn't. It's only if they're an undocumented immigrant, right?
Well, he's not directly responsible for everybody across the country. Like,
You know, he is directly responsible for.
It's given
His
Master
administration is directly
Splinter
responsible for having to release the Epstein files,
mixed with
and they haven't done it.
Garmadon from
even though they're legally
Lego
obligated to do so.
Ninjago.
Did you just?
But I'm not sure.
Why didn't Biden release the Epstein files either?
There wasn't an Epstein Files Transparency Act that was passed.
But he had all the power to release it just like Trump does, and he didn't.
No, he didn't, because there needs to be a Epstein Files Transparency Act passed, which is passed by Congress, then signed into law by the president. So it had to have been passed by Congress in order to be signed into law by Joe Biden.
I mean, yeah, I guess. But like,
Okay, I'm sorry. What is up with? Why did you just do that on the stream, bro?
What?
Why'd you just do that on the stream, bro, and act like none of us were gonna hear that?
Nature called.
Yeah, but like, why on the stream? Why not like mute yourself or like be like, yo, bro, can I have like a few minutes? I want to debate, but can I have like a few minutes?
Well, to be honest, I didn't I didn't think I was gonna get into the live because there's like a bunch of people in here.
Oh, okay. Well, already.
Yeah, but like, you know what I'm saying though, because like illegal immigrants.
You're the first MAGA supporter to at least wash your hands. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, bro, you can't categorize us like that.
Dude, I'm not trolling. First person who's ever done that on the stream that has washed their hands. I'm not trolling. What's up?
Good job, my baby.
Yes, bro, that's happened before, and they almost never
it's a
wash their
slow
hands
grind.
after. Not lying.
It's a
You
slow
hear
grind
no
type of
washing of
night.
hands, but you hear a flush.
But
Also, I wanted to ask you what your
slow
stance is on
success is
nutrition.
better
What
than
RFK
no
is doing.
success. You know what I'm
RFK
saying?
doesn't believe in science. You need to believe in science in order to have an actual reasonable take on nutrition.
Do you know who Agenus Vonderplanets is?
No.
What about Ray Pete?
I don't know what any of those are supposed to mean.
It's a nutritionist.
Okay, are you supposed to be trolling? Is this you trolling?
No, I actually wasn't trolling. I was being serious. about the
Amelia
nutrition. But I'm confused why you changed this.
asks, yo, how you doing?
That would make more sense. He was a troll, not actually MAGA.
Oh, okay. I found a clip. It's not. Oh, does the other guy want to go now, or?
Oh no, don't worry. Unless, yeah, go ahead. You can bring up the clip. I'd love to hear it.
I found the clip. It's not the one I was looking for, and it's not as bad as that. But I'll play it anyway.
Yeah, I'd just love to hear.
Many things, but not being subtle.
Okay, this is from. She's speaking at the Civil Rights Convention. This is from April 10th.
Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it. Let me say this. Let me say this. I am thinking about it. But let me also say this.
Yeah, you just said that.
I served for 4 years, being a heartbeat away from the presidency.
Man, don't you guys miss the time of Michelle Obama and Barack Obama?
Countless hours in my West Wing
When
office,
politics used to be
steps away
boring.
from the Oval Office. I spent countless hours in
When
the
every
Oval
time
Office.
somebody asked you, "Hey, bro, what do you think about the tax policy
Okay,
and
I'll
the
keep playing it.
immigration
This is
policy?"
the answer to the question. And
You didn't really
this
give a
question doesn't,
fuck?
like every interview is like states facts. that
Now
everyone
it's like
already
if you
knows
don't
about.
give a fuck,
It's like-
She says
the
true
world's about to
things.
end.
Wow.
So
Wow,
you
the
gotta
criticism
learn
of
it,
Kamala Harris
even if you don't
is that
want
she
to
says
learn
true
it.
things. After I just played a bunch
It's
of
crazy.
things Donald Trump saying utterly incoherent things. What is so horrible about what Kamala Harris says? They're true. Everyone knows them to be true.
He's
She's
trying to
saying
give a
things
reason
that
as
are
to
facts.
why-
I was wondering where this
but everyone
character,
knows, why does she need
where
to
the plot connected to this character.
She's stating an answer
So
for
it
running
was
for
through
president.
her.
Like, you knew
Okay.
you were the VP. Why do you
So
have to say that?
there's a
But
million
it's not
people
gonna
that
work
are
for
each
you.
asking her the question. There are actually, by the way, there are points where I've said things over and over again on my stream. Okay, you can clip that and be like, Parker's incoherent. Right? That would be the most
But I
incoherent
want a
thing to
better
say.
answer. I want a better. But she did this in every interview where she just like repeats like.
Wait, this isn't
obvious
an.
things.
Wait. I'm sorry. This isn't anything incoherent. This is literally her saying she's thinking about running. She served for 4 years. She was close to the presidency, and she knows what the job is.
All right, let me clarify that. I'm not saying this is incoherent. This is
That's
a
what you
reason
were
why I
earlier
would
saying.
vote for her. I'm not. Okay, so let me clarify. I'm not saying this is incoherent, but another reason why I wouldn't vote for her is that the answers to important questions in many interviews that she has done have not been satisfactory to me.
Okay, so then
She just repeats.
wow, there was a few interviews where the answers. Wait, do you see the critique? Do you see the criticism? Like, I gave you all those clips of utterly incoherent things that Trump has done, and you're like, you know what? There's a few questions she's been asked where I've had unsatisfactory ansors. That was such a small. Think.
Klaus is
That's such
down.
a small criticism. That's such a small criticism.
He was nothing compared to the Klaus from the
I can give you
Vampire
a million times
Diaries
where Donald Trump has
or the original.
Pause.
Fact.
I can give you a million times where Donald Trump has given unsatisfactory answers to a question.
What are we doing with this, Manny?
I can give you a million times of
Not
that.
as bad
Are you
as
gonna act like that doesn't? Really? Give me a single clip of Kamala Harris that's worse than Trump. You still have yet to do that.
I don't know. I mean, I could possibly find it, but every
Yeah,
single
you just said that you were gonna
interview
find it. I gave you time. You found the clip that you were referencing, and you literally showed a clip that was totally coherent, where she made sense. Where your whole criticism of her was she was saying things that we all know to be true.
So the answer to running for president in 2028, like the portion that you heard, is that would you want to rise to the ballot and be like, I want to vote for that person?
Over Trump, absolutely.
Is that her answer?
Over Trump, absolutely.
You're
Over Vance, absolutely. Over Marco Rubio, Lil Marco, of course. Name one Republican that is
Emotional
preferable. Seriously,
damage.
name a single Republican that is preferable.
To who? Kamala?
Yeah, name a single Republican.
Man,
I can tell you
see?
Republicans are begging.
I'm so thankful for Sleepy Don though,
Name
because
a
he
single
really
Republican that is better
helped
than
me
Kamala
build
Harris.
these characters up to
Vance,
be able to
Rubio.
actually
Vance and Rubio,
even
how are
compete
can you
in
name
this
one
open
accomplishment of
world.
Vance as
This
vice
whole
president?
open world system is literally once you get to the
I
desert.
think he would be a better.
Good luck,
even
brother.
Without that, I think he'd be a better.
Good luck.
So by the way, so you think he's
It's
so
not
much
built
better,
for
but
the
you can't
weak
even name a
at
single
all. I
accomplishment of
promise you
JD
that.
Vance.
Because Kamala hasn't accomplished really anything, and she didn't
Really?
do
She
anything
had the
as-
most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history, including the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever in the $35 cap on insulin. Plus, I told you earlier about the raising over $5 billion of private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based on economic insecurity, the brokering of the deals in terms of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the PACT Act, and literally the bipartisan infrastructure bill that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine.
Is any of that actually good? Or
Yes, all of those
based
are
on
great
what you-
policies. All of those are
Based on
fantastic
what?
things. You couldn't mention a single accomplishment of JD Vance. Now, let me ask you this question. Can you
Yeah,
name a
I
single
have to-
I'm not
accomplishment?
going.
Let me ask you a
Where's
question.
the
Can you name a
arrow? arrow?
single accomplishment of Marco
Am I
Rubio's
blind or
entire career?
stupid?
No.
Don't answer that. You might hurt my
So you
feelings.
just said that they're better candidates than Kamala Harris.
Okay.
You know nothing about them?
Because
And I don't wanna
I'm
take
basing
that
it on
chance. I'm
can Kamala be
sensitive.
the president and run the country, and
But you don't even know what either of those two guys have done. How can you evaluate that they would be good to take care of the country? Is it just
I
their
mean, I would have-
proximity to Trump?
No,
you mean
I would
by
have to
that?
do research on it.
So
but-
then why were you willing to say that you would support them over instead of just saying, oh, I still need to do research? You said that they're preferable Republicans to Kamala
because
Harris.
what I know about Kamala, I don't want to vote for her.
Okay, so name one policy. Name one
lesser-
policy that Kamala Harris advocated for that you disagree with.
I mean, I can't do that. I'd have to look at it. But I'm basing it on
Dude, this guy. What's so bad about Kamala Harris? You can't mention a single policy. You can't mention any accomplishments of JD Vance and or Marco Rubio. You know nothing, dude. You are so misinformed.
It was rhetorical. That's the
We're talking
point,
about
guys.
presidency in years.
I already know what I am. I don't need you guys to say
Yeah, the
it.
election's in like
That's
2.5
just
years,
rude.
dude.
Who raised you guys?
right.
Okay, that's
So
and you know
basing it
nothing.
on who can do that job better.
What the hell?
Kamala
Where's she
or
at?
the Republican.
Yeah, Kamala Harris would do so much better than any of them. And she's not even the only Democratic candidate. Every single one of the top Democratic
You
candidates
gotta have
is
some
preferable than every single one of the
self-awareness.
top Republicans.
Empathy is important,
You
but
can't name a
know
single
who you
Republican
are.
that is actually good.
Oh my
But at the
God.
same
What's up?
time, don't let nobody
I'm
disrespect
trying
you.
to say something. And
Disrespect
can't
them
do it. Even if
first.
all of those things that Kamala did were positives, how does that relate to her being a good presidential candidate? How does that?
Those are
how does that relate
accomplishments.
to? Right, but that doesn't
Yeah.
guarantee that she's
How
gonna
are
be a good
accomplishments going to be pointed to as something that would be beneficial or show that they're more qualified? You don't think accomplishments are going to be relevant to whether or not someone's a qualified candidate? Come on, bro. Use your brain.
It's not a guarantee.
Of course, nothing's a guarantee, but it's a better
So
indicator.
Trump hasn't done good.
Wait, hold up.
good.
If you're in a gym class and you're picking someone to be on your team, are you going to pick the person with more accomplishments or less accomplishments to be on your team if you want to win?
I mean, yeah, I get the analogy.
You're
but-
going to pick the person with more.
We're about to
accomplishments,
save King Drake.
Yeah, but this is a little more intricate than
Okay, sure. So then tell me. Well, you can't even name any of the intricacies. You don't know any of the policies you disagree with Kamala Harris on. That you just vehemently disagree with her on. Well, you vehemently
You
disagree
know
with Kamala
what?
Harris.
I don't understand
Or just her
that.
presence of
But
existence.
clock it.
That's it.
Sounded
That's
like
the only thing that
poetry
you
to
can mention
me.
you disagree with her on.
So
is
I
her presence
support.
of existence.
No, I mean, no, I'm not like
We're about to
vehemently
save
hating on her, but
King Drake.
just based on
That's
You can
crazy.
mention anything you actually disagree
He was
with her
literally
on,
the
other than,
villain.
like,
Of
it sounds
Act
like the
4
fact that she's
through
a black woman
6.
is like the only thing that could possibly be the
Now
explanation.
I gotta
other
save his
than
ass?
you just like you have some vibe against her.
No, I'm not.
I guess everybody deserves a
Amelia
second
Mendes
chance.
underscore said
So
expression
you're
face
misogynistic?
emoji.
It's because she's a woman?
No, I don't care if it's a
I
woman.
just
or
feel
a
like
black
we're
or white, I
flowing
really don't
backwards
care.
on the plot
The
now.
answers
So then
to
what
her
is the
question.
explanation for why you have this huge
What? I
disagreement
whoop
with
his
Kamala Harris?
butt, then I gotta save his butt? That's
Just
crazy.
her vibe and the answers to the question.
Her vibe.
Okay, the answers to her questions do not give me reasons to believe that she would be a good presidential candidate. That's the main thing about it.
But you couldn't mention any of these times where she answered that didn't make any sense, or is going to be a reason as to why you don't support her. Because like you literally look at Trump as like a preferable candidate.
So do you agree with anything that Trump has done in the past at all? Do you agree with anything? Like, can you name one thing?
Operation Warp Speed. Now, can you name something that Kamala Harris has done that you agree with?
No, I just want to go with that. So he did something that you agree with. So why would that not lead to you wanting to vote for Trump? Like, if I agreed with some of Kamala's
I'm sorry,
past
you're
stuff-
insane. Because I disagree with him on practically every single issue. I had to dig to find Operation Warp Speed for a while. Okay, that's like the only fucking thing that you could possibly point to. Like,
But what is,
actually,
like,
it's
the
nuts, bro.
What's the root cause that you disagree with, like, every single thing that Trump has
Because
passed?
he's fucking
Like, how it-
insane. That's the root cause. Donald Trump
but
is
he-
delusional.
But he's in his second term as president, so how...
Wait, I'm sorry. Name one thing redeemable about Trump.
Successful businessman?
He had 6 bankruptcies. He inherited $400 million from his dad. And he's made most of his money from the position of presidency. He's almost tripled his net worth from the Oval Office. That's called insider trading. That's not being a good businessman.
You don't think he was a good businessman prior to being the president? How
No,
was he so rich then?
no, because
Where
he
did
inherited
know
$400 million accounting for inflation from his dad. If you inherited $400 million from your dad, I bet you would also be very rich.
He didn't inherit 400 million.
Yes, he did. Look it up.
Are you talking about what he inherited at the very beginning of his...
He inherited $400 million accounting for inflation from his dad. And what he referenced he started his business with was a small loan of $1 million, which, by the way, would be like $6 million starting with. Do you think you would be rich if you started with $6 million to start a business? He bankrupt 6 times off that, including 2 casinos.
What's his net worth now?
$6.5 billion, which mostly was made from the position of presidency over the last 2 years through market manipulation and insider trading, and literally dropping
Insider
meme coin,
trading.
rug pulling it, the Truth Social.
Trump was accused of insider trading?
Dude, he's literally buying stocks that he's then signing deals on are relevant to the stock. Like, he bought Nvidia stock and then signed a deal with China to be able to allow them to sell fucking chips in China. Do you understand that's obviously insider trading, okay?
Can you give me
Think
the
of
report
glowing
on that?
jellyfish. Do you think Nancy Pelosi was insider trading?
I don't know.
You don't know, really. Now Republicans have so much ignorance. They don't know if Nancy Pelosi is a
no,
criminal.
I don't know about...
After they
I don't
spent the
know
last
about-
fucking decade calling her a criminal and an insider trader.
I don't know about that situation, is what I mean.
Okay, sure.
So what's the website I can go to about the insider trading for Trump? So I can read about it.
Wait, say that more time?
What's the site that I can go to about the insider trading with Trump?
Yeah,
So I can read about it.
you can specifically read into his own what he buys, because he has to write off what he's buying in terms of the individual single stocks, such as
So how is
Nvidia.
that insider trading?
Because he's buying private stocks that he has information on are going to then increase in value because of contracts and deals that he's going to sign with foreign countries to increase the demand for a certain product that that company is selling. That is by
Right, I
definition
know it.
insider. Can you define insider trading?
I know what insider trading is.
Define
I'm
it.
trying
No,
to-
give me a definition.
When you're profiting off of, you get insider information that the general public doesn't have, and then
Yeah.
you profit off that.
Yeah, is that not exactly what I just described?
I know, but what I'm saying is, where's the proof that any of that happened? I'm just trying to find that out.
Yeah. Look up Trump buys $1 million in Nvidia stock.
So why has nothing come of it? Like, why has he not been reprimanded or anything?
Oh, because
for that?
Republicans won't impeach him. Look up Donald Trump individual stock trades, and you'll see a whole list of individual. It's not just Nvidia. It's a bunch of individual stock trades since day one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know about that. I'd have to research it, I guess.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's true or not.
It is.
I'm not gonna say yes or no.
It is.
But-
He dropped a meme coin and then rug pulled it. Trump coin? Did you buy Trump coin?
No.
Why not?
See, this is like, it's
Do
too,
you think
it's
that would?
too
Do you
much
think
like,
that would have been a good investment?
I don't even know what Trump coin is.
It's a meme coin he dropped.
Okay. I don't know anything about that. But I mean, this is just leading to like, there's so much like, oh, Bill's Mafia joined, nice. Sorry. There's so much like minutia going back and forth from both sides. That's like, this is basically why I don't vote, because like, no, my vote doesn't matter anyway. But even if I were to vote, it's just like, there's so much like confusion and minutia going around that it's like, it's hard to even know what's true and what's not anymore.
No, it's not. I'm gonna be honest with you,
mean,
it's not.
I mean, it is. Like, I follow it like pretty decently, and you're saying a lot of stuff that like, granted, I don't know a lot about, but it's just like
if you believe in basic science, you can fact check Trump. If you believe in basic science, you can fact check Trump.
Yeah, but I don't know. What am I to believe is true or not? Like you're saying, believe this,
science,
and other things are saying believe
science.
This side. Science for what?
Do you think COVID vaccines are safe and effective?
Didn't we already go over this? Like I heard on both sides. Like it is. It is.
Sorry, I'm still talking to you. Jeez. Wait.
What?
How long have you been talking?
A while. You can bring up someone else if you want.
No, I'm just like I'm genuinely yeah. We've been talking like nearly the whole stream. Sorry, I thought I'd moved on to another person from the beginning of the stream. I've been talking to you the whole time. Yeah. Well, I mean that's why. But like, okay, so do you get my points though? At least any of them?
Yeah. I mean, I understand. Like, I don't know a lot about the points that you're saying. Like, I honestly don't.
Do you want to do research and come back and try again?
I mean, sure. I mean, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
But I mean, what you mean now or?
yeah, I actually kind of do.
How about I come back when are you doing your next stream?
Every day.
Every what time?
Tomorrow probably later in the day, like 5 p.m. Pacific.
Are you Pacific time?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'll come back tomorrow.
All right. See ya. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Jamie, thank you so much for the corky, by the way. Thank you very much. Let's do this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Omega, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. And Juana, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me too.
Do you support Trump?
No, I just want to say hi again.
Huh? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
Do you support Trump?
I don't support Trump. You're just an awesome person up here just trolling.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Laughing emoji rolling, laughing emoji rolling, laughing emoji.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You know what? You're an op now.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Ban her. Mods, I want her banned in the chat.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
74, loudly crying, loudly emoji,
Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up.
Ban her.
As always, everyone. How old
Mods,
are you?
get to her. Why is she still speaking freely in the chat?
Oh, okay, well.
She needs to be banned.
As soon as I kicked them. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
Amelia underscore said no one is mod law.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Listen.
Duchess 74 said I speak freely
what's up?
because I come home to you loudly crying, face emoji, loudly crying.
Listen, I feel like I'm being ganged up on, and I don't like it, alright? First of all, I don't need a mod.
Okay.
Ban. Mods, ban the person saying I need a mod.
What makes you think that?
Ban.
I think
ban all of them.
When it comes to politics,
Amelia, Duchess, all of them.
I think a lot of the politics are
they think they know how I run my stream.
TV,
ban.
They're differently. I think Trump, whatever you see, the way you agree or disagree,
yeah, ban.
Whatever you see from him, you could tell he's like that behind.
We're gonna ban all of them.
Duchess 74 said nail polish emoji.
They just have a.
Oh, you think you just?
Amelia underscore said HM.
Oh, Duchess, you think you just clocking it, huh?
You already got a flag for something. Harassment and bullying. You must have gone on some other.
Duchess, you just think you're clocking it?
You just got a flag for harassment.
Double banned. Matter of fact,
Duchess
it definitely was not for my
triple ban.
That's annoying that I got the fucking violation for something they did on a prior stream.
Whoa.
Bro, that's so annoying.
Ban.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah. I hope you can spell
Let's
that.
go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates, everybody.
Now to the rest of the chat, I love y'all, and we a family and a team.
How old are you?
74 said, I smell your breath for
Okay, let's go to the next
Oh,
individual.
this
Only
is
do City Guest
crazy.
request
This
your
is
Trump supporter
crazy.
Under 2 said Bane.
You see how they coming for me?
Under 2 said lol.
Chat, this is what happens.
74 said Bane.
Chat, this is what
Let's go to the
happens
next
when we
person.
don't
Only do
ban
City Guest
them.
request if you're a Trump supporter above the age
I
of 18,
can't
everybody.
stand it.
Yo, how old are you?
I'm 23.
See how bold they
Esports Trump.
get? How mean they get?
I voted
Like
for
I
him,
told you
but I
guys,
feel
literally
I still
30
should
minutes
continue
ago.
supporting
I'm
him.
sensitive.
Like if the election were held today, Harris
And
versus
they're
Trump,
so
where you could
mean
choose
to
not to
me.
vote, what would you choose to do?
But you know
I would
what?
choose not to vote. But
Banned!
I recommend to watch
That's
the
the
streams. That's the
solution
best
to
way to
everything.
hear like what side they're probably going to end up leaning towards. To be honest with you, that's the best way to hear it. I do have some people to think. Ayana, thank you so
Do
much
I
for the
got
$1.50. Thank
little
you very much. I
mission
really
right here?
appreciate
What's
Thank you
going
so
on
much. I
right
appreciate it. Thank you.
Amelia
Well, thank you so much as well. SJ, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you very much on PayPal. It's always good to see you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you to W for SJ in the comment section. As well as Brandon, thank you for the $1. Sarah as well, thank you for the $1.
I
Thank you very
love
much.
you
Really appreciate it. Thank you. I
too,
know,
but
right?
you're
And
still
then Joe, thank you so much for
banned.
those too. That would actually have been perfect. Thank you so
Forever.
much, Joe. I appreciate those. As well as Kelsey, thank you so much for the $40.
Forever
Thank you very
and
much.
ever.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, he did buy stuff relating to the UFC,
I know,
and then he
that's
literally
right.
did that. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Carl, thank you so much for the $5.
Quest.
Thank you very much.
We're
I really
going on
appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Quest.
I know, right? And Ali, thank you.
What
for
do we
$5
have
as well.
already
Thank you
unlocked?
very much. I tried my best. I tried my best. Let's get this next person up here.
Nothing
Only do
from
City Guest
this
request if you're a Trump
city,
supporter
that's
above the
crazy.
age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody.
Then what the hell is this one?
Parker gang.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates.
74 said you banned BDE.
Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, how old are you?
Rolling emoji, laughing
Esports Trump?
emoji, laughing emoji.
You know
What's up
what?
with you?
I need CB Dawn to wake
And what?
up, which he probably won't
Okay, and
because
if the
he's
election were held
CP
today,
Dawn.
Harris versus Trump, who would you
But
rather
then
vote
I'm
for?
gonna mod him, and all of you guys
Okay,
are
why do
getting
you support
banned. Watch this. I'm gonna have no viewers in the chat because
Okay, let's go to the
everybody's
next
gonna be
person. Only send a
banned.
guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18,
And that's
everyone.
fine by me. That's how petty y'all be.
Yo, what's about you?
Sorry. I misclicked.
You're good, you're good. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's how old are you?
Amelia underscore Dima come with my second
What's up with
AC.
you?
My second ACC.
Oh.
Duchess 74 said still the best streamer.
Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Duchess 74 said yes. I'll make another two.
That's insane.
Economic
So you guys
policies,
are just gonna
foreign
terrorize
policies.
me no matter
Okay.
what mods I get.
Can you name one
That's
economic policy of
insane.
Trump's that he's influenced?
I feel like that's gotta be
benefit
illegal.
the
I can
average
report
American
that to
more than it's benefit the
somebody.
rich.
I don't know who yet, but I.
I don't know specific names, but
said I'll haunt you with games. My first ACC.
Yeah, no, I'm calling Ghostbusters. I can't mess with y'all.
Duchess
So tariffs
74
definitely have not disproportionately helped the middle
she
class.
said.
Yeah, I'm
They
calling
actually, the revenue
Ghostbusters on both
disproportionately
of y'all.
negatively impacts, or the taxes
This is
disproportionately
illegal. It's
impact
gotta
the
be.
lower
There's
middle
a
income
law
individuals,
against this
so you spend a greater
treatment.
proportion of their
I
income
didn't
on
do
consumer
anything
goods.
to deserve this,
So if
first
you
of
increase the
all.
cost of consumer goods by imposing tariffs, that disproportionately negatively impacts them.
But it.
Oh,
it's
honey
more of a
bread, that's what I'm
short-term
making.
trade-off
Amelia underscore said
What
they are
benefit?
busted too long.
for bringing manufacturing back to the USA.
And have you seen domestic manufacturing investment in the country go up or go down?
Love you, good night.
Go up.
Love you
What's your
too,
source?
baby. Have a good
I
night.
don't have a specific source, but I could find one right now.
Do
you wanna bet?
Now we're going to.
Yeah, I bet you, $200.
I have
that real
no
domestic
idea what
manufacturing
this
investment has
city is
declined
even for
in,
at this
under
point.
Trump's administration
Is it
since
just
he
a
got
little
in office.
merchant store?
Amelia said GN.
Yeah, which means accounting for inflation. Yeah.
Okay, let me try to find something here.
Do you want to bet on that? $200.
I don't want to bet on that.
I gotta get
You
this
don't? Why
last
not?
outfit. I don't want to give up.
You just
till
said
I
you just said the
do.
tariffs are bringing a huge benefit to the country, right?
I mean, you
And you said this is the benefit. I'm just curious. Do
Drake.
you want to bet $200 on that?
You work way too hard for me to steal your money.
Oh, really? So then put your money on it. You're too scared.
How am I scared?
Do it. I promise you, you'll lose.
No, I'm not. I never lose, just like Daddy Trump.
Just
do you
like
wanna do it?
Daddy Trump is crazy.
Do
Take,
what?
take the
This
bet.
man really loves Trump.
I literally have info right here.
Really? Take the bet. Then take the bet.
The most
I know
anti-LGBTQIA
you
people.
won't. So, if you take a look at this, this is real domestic manufacturing investment in the country since Trump's
Literally,
gotten
the
office.
most
Let's take a quick look at this real quick.
anti-LGBT
Do you see
people,
this graph?
I promise you,
Yeah, it's pretty small.
are the
but I can kinda
most
see it.
Oh, yeah, do you want me to make
LGBT people. I
Here.
promise
Yeah,
you.
what
this.
years are this? Oh, I see it. Okay.
I'll show you. You'll see. I promise.
The science.
So you see, this is when Trump gets in
The
office right
science
here
is true, guys.
in his first term.
Don't doubt
Okay,
the
this is when he
science.
leaves office.
Never doubt the science.
This
the
is,
science.
this is when Biden gets in office. This is under Biden. This is when Biden leaves office. This is Trump. This is Trump, This is Trump. This is Trump, and this is Trump.
Yeah, but if you're thinking about the LGBTQIA
you say tariffs
all
are
the
bringing
time,
back manufacturing to this
you
country.
might be part of the
Sir, how if domestic
LGBTQIA.
manufacturing investment is declining?
Just
can you explain to me
saying.
how tariffs are bringing back manufacturing to this country?
If that's your
Obviously, it
biggest
takes- It's not
problem,
going to happen overnight. It's going to happen over
you
a couple
might
years.
be your
So
own
It's
problem.
basically reversed. 2016, you see when the tariffs kick in.
It's going to happen over years. You mean when the tariffs aren't in place anymore? Because the tariffs that Trump originally put in place, the universalized tariffs he put in place, were taken down by the Supreme Court to be unconstitutional. So he used a different, I think it's Section 304 tariffs, which are only going to be in effect for 150 days from when they were implemented, which was in April, which then leaves them to not be in place in a few months. So given that they won't be in place in a few months, how are they going to bring back domestic manufacturing?
But if you're thinking about it, you just might be it.
I mean, I think you'll see them go up. I mean, like
That's the whole
I'm not
trap
wrong
of
on this,
it.
But can he not just renew that 150 days?
No.
No.
It has to be renewed by Congress.
can't?
Which Congress is not going to vote on that.
But isn't Congress
But they need 60 votes.
Then it's none of
And even
your
the Republicans-
business,
and even
and
the
you
Republicans
shouldn't be
won't vote for it.
thinking about it.
Why not?
Because they don't want universalized tariffs.
If it ain't
Because they
you,
don't
it
want
ain't your
the country to be
problem.
Universalized
What did
tariffs don't
Duke
make the
Dennis
country better.
say?
How so?
If you weren't
I showed you.
invited,
We've
don't
actually seen a
ask to
decline in real
go.
domestic manufacturing
You
If
investment.
you're not part
every
of
quarter
that
Trump's
community,
administration so
don't
far.
get involved.
You showed me one.
So can you name
It
to
ain't
me
your
one benefit of the tariffs
problem.
so far?
Bringing revenue?
Really? Because again, that was deemed to be unconstitutional, which means it got rid of
Yes,
that.
they
But by the
were
way, any
bringing
tax
revenue.
can provide that. And if you
They
want to
were.
bring more revenue, so then you disagree with
Look,
the Tax
I
Cuts and
just be
Jobs Act,
talking, huh?
because that reduced
No.
revenue.
That's why I be in trouble.
No, but it helped
Okay.
American families.
Okay, so don't you think
Am
reducing
I going
tariffs
up
would
there?
help
What the
American
hell
families?
is going on? I
Just like
can't
said
fly,
earlier,
but I
it's gonna
gotta
be
get
hurt in
up
the short
there.
term, but then in the long term, it is
How am I going
Okay,
to do that?
okay, so then couldn't you say that with any other tax?
If I fly straight up
I mean,
and then I glide.
Okay, so then you disagree with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Duchess 7474
Big
smiles.
Why? Because it disproportionately goes to the rich and wealthy?
Where the fuck do I go?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Oh,
Most of the money in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act into the big beautiful
can I
bill
not
go to the
get
rich and
through
wealthy.
that through here?
So how can you say okay? So
And
about
big
the
smiles.
bill, how can you say that when it literally reduces
Girl,
tax on tips and over?
We're talking shit
With a very small
about
portion of the bill. And that's also supported by Democrats?
anti-LGBTQIA
What was the other
ass
stuff again? It was
motherfuckers.
ICE funding.
Where
and
am I
there was,
going? Am I going back in this
bring a
castle?
bunch
I
of
don't
healthcare
want to go
or
back in
something.
this
It
castle.
reduced access to healthcare by 10 million people. 10 million people are losing their access to health insurance through Medicaid through the big beautiful bill.
Fucking
2.5 million
Lord
people are losing
Jesus,
access to their food stamps on
Jesus.
average every single month, and over 420,000 children.
I guess I'm
are
going
losing their
back in the
access to preschool lunch and breakfast on average
fucking
every single month as well.
castle that I hated the first,
Why would they do
second,
that?
and third time.
Because they're cruel. Because they want to take from the poor and give to the rich. That's literally reverse Robin Hood.
I gotta go backwards in because I just flew all the way to the top.
I don't think it is, dude. I mean, Trump's gonna die in a few years. We all know that.
Where's
Why would
this
he?
portal lead to?
Why would he not want to
Oh
help as many
shit!
people as he can?
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Because he's greedy,
Oh.
selfish, self-centered.
Okay,
It-
that was
okay,
not
if he
the
was
right
at
way to
30,
go.
Like obviously he's gonna be more greedy.
Everybody
We all know
makes
he's gonna
mistakes.
expire
We
in a
could
few
try
years,
again.
regardless if it was Democrat, Republican,
Oh,
Independent.
nope, more bad guys.
Also, he doesn't want to go to jail
Hey guys, leave me alone. What did I
Well,
do?
doesn't he have
I know I'm trespassing.
because he's president.
Did I even pronounce
Yeah,
that?
You're
right?
asking why he wanted to become president.
Trespass.
Well, yeah, obviously he wanted to become
So maybe
president.
because he wants to not be held accountable for the crimes that he's
would-
committed.
English isn't my
If
first
you
language.
were indicted, you would want to not go to jail, right? Just like
You're kind of proving my point, sir.
just like who's that? Who's that?
Damn.
Who's the
I don't
Hassan
care.
Piker? Have you not seen that Hassan Piker is being like indicted or whatever?
He has not been indicted.
Damn.
He literally. Hold on, let me search. His
I need to
face.
keep
Where
my
is
pet
it?
out so I
They're like
can
they're taking a look
auto
into him, but he hasn't been indicted.
I keep forgetting that that's a
Oh,
skill that your pets have.
Yeah. Which this isn't a good thing. You think that's a good thing? That they're actively going after people who they politically disagree with?
Where am I going?
If he
What
did
is
something
this
wrong.
mission?
What did he do wrong?
Well, I don't know what he did wrong, but I'm saying.
I feel like I'm
obviously
literally-
the DOJ thinks he did something wrong.
Damn, I should have just
Do
started
you think
from
it's
the
wrong
bottom,
to,
to be
for
honest.
example, provide humanitarian aid to people in Cuba?
I'm pretty much traveling
No.
all the way back
Okay,
to
so
the
if he
bottom,
did that, you
right?
would say that's not wrong.
Okay, hold on.
Wait, say that again. What?
Yeah, is it wrong to provide humanitarian aid to people in Cuba?
Amelia_2 said
No, of course
knowing
not.
now.
So if he did that, you would say it's not wrong, right?
What floor am I?
If he did that, I would say it's.
I literally don't
I
even
would
know
say
where I'm
it's
going.
Right if he brought.
I feel
them
like I'm
aid
so
in, if he
lost.
didn't, then
You would actually say it's
obviously
I
right.
need sleepy dawn after all, huh?
Right?
I would say it's right.
How to-
if
Okay, so let's
he
just
brought-
clarify. So
What?
that's what they're claiming he did.
Alright guys,
that was
move
wrong.
before I kill all of you.
Who?
Hassan. The federal government is claiming because he brought humanitarian aid to Cuba that he violated a sanction.
What's
I was trying to do this
like a sanction
without
that the U.S.
a
has
body count
on
but
Cuba because they're trying to
whatever.
prevent resources from going to Cuba.
Isn't Cuba our ally though?
The Trump administration is not
that's
operating like
right.
that.
Yeah.
The Trump
Was
administration
Cuba-
is actively cutting off resources to Cuba.
Was Cuba our ally?
So
before?
am I literally going to the
Was
very
Cuba our ally?
beginning?
I don't know if I would consider them our ally,
Oh
but
my
it definitely
God,
wasn't
this is gonna
in the
make me
same
so mad
sort of
that I
conditions
didn't
as what we
start
have right
from
now
the
under Trump.
beginning. I literally flew
So
to
you
the
think
top to climb
we're
to
less
the
of allies
bottom.
with Cuba than right now?
Of course, yes. I guess I could say
Okay,
that.
well, yeah, I don't really like look too much into what we're doing with Cuba.
That's okay.
You
So
know?
like, but like you just said that wouldn't be wrong for us on do. That's
guys.
what literally what they're claiming they want to investigate.
Wait a minute,
that he
though.
did. Was
Okay, well,
literally
don't
go
be
to
a
Cuba
dummy.
and give food to people in need.
Don't be a dummy.
Like that's,
then, yeah,
literally what they're
definitely.
claiming.
There's a
he did.
portal down
I
here.
definitely
Right?
think that's wrong.
No
If
way.
he gets charged
No
with
way. I
something,
just got.
That's not right.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't saying what he did wrong.
What just
What he did
happened?
was wrong. Instead, you're saying it was what.
Charged, and that's wrong. He does not deserve.
What
to be
just
in trouble for
happened,
helping
guys?
Cubans.
Okay, so then, what's your broader point here? So like, why do you still support Trump?
No way. I just got
I mean-
trapped behind.
I can't really name like one thing. It's just everything.
It's
You know
just
what?
everything. Wow, that sounds like a really solid reason.
It is the game.
Well, I'm not gonna sit here like. for
Sometimes
20
you can't get
minutes
mad.
Explaining. Like.
Just gotta call a
every
spade a
single
spade.
thing.
You're not
you
going to
know
sit
what I'm
here for
saying?
20 minutes explaining every single thing.
Yeah, but like, hey
I mean, that
man,
would waste you and your viewers' time and my.
You can just explain why you
this
still
is
support Trump.
bullshit.
And wait, why not?
But
Like, I
you
literally
know
have people
what?
on for like an hour all the time.
This bullshit
that
ain't my
Buffalo
fault.
Post guy was on for
So
like an hour. That was crazy.
Yeah. You've already been on
this
for 11 minutes.
bullshit
So
ain't
chop
my
chop.
fault.
Okay, sorry about that.
Why be so upset?
By chop chop, I mean explain why you support Trump.
That's the shit.
Like, you have plenty of time.
Bam,
what,
move out my
talk about
way.
Economics.
Okay.
What do you want to
Now
go?
where am
Yeah,
I
why do you
going?
support Trump? Because everything you brought up, we've debunked so far.
I think cutting
Am I
fraud and
going?
waste out.
I'm going down.
Himself? You mean
of
Trump?
course.
Trump is the fraud and
Yeah.
waste.
Have you seen what happened in Minnesota?
Keep going to the top. Just
Yeah,
have to go
the
back
U.S.
down.
The
Hey,
ICE
move,
murdered
buddy. I'm not in the mood.
No, I'm talking about the fraud in Minnesota.
Oh, that it's
So now you
per
just
capita
died for no
rate happening
reason.
at
Do you feel
more than
better
2
about
times
yourself?
a lesser rate than what's happening in Florida.
What's happening in Florida?
Yeah, there's almost 2 times the per capita rate of fraud in Florida, or more than 2 times the rate of per capita fraud in Florida, as opposed to Minnesota. Did you know that?
Nice try though.
What kind of fraud?
Hey, dip.
A total fraud.
Nice try though.
But,
Hey,
what do you mean
dip.
total fraud?
I'm talking
Nice
about
try
total
though.
fraud.
Okay, I'm going.
Yep.
Hey,
Florida fraud.
bam.
Yeah.
Healthcare scams.
Look at fraud per capita. Because you want to account for population.
Reminder: do not stand in front of the door as you open the
They
door.
even have a higher level of fraud than California.
That's good
so.
advice to know
Per
if you're
capita.
starting in this game.
Hundreds
Damn,
of
see?
millions of dollars to scams.
That's how you do that right there.
Stable.
That's how a pro does it.
Is this data accurate or no?
Yeah, are you on Forbes right now?
I'm on. Dude, it's this stupid Google AI thing.
Go to Forbes. Because that's where they have the when you look it up, that's like the source that comes up. Thank you for the corky. Thank you so much, Uncle John.
Okay, he's right here. Oh, well,
okay, I see
he
where
was right there, and then I wasn't right there.
Where is?
You know, it's simple math and all.
You shouldn't have to. I didn't have to. If you just look up fraud per capita, you should be able to find it.
Okay, so I did all that for what?
Yeah, I mean, I do see that they're one of the highest.
To leave? To just find
Let me
you?
look on Minnesota. Let me look on Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota's per capita lower.
But that's still, it's still estimated 1 to 9
Go to post
billion
down
dollars
we go.
in Minnesota.
Okay.
But that's still a lot of money. I mean, we can agree that all
but the
fraud
per
is
capita
bad.
rate in Florida is significantly higher.
We can agree that all fraud is bad. I mean, it
here?
doesn't matter if it's Florida or Minnesota. He's gonna end it all.
I agree, but like, why are we only focusing on Minnesota? Why do people only bring that up and act
Well,
like
'cause that's-
Democrats don't address fraud? We go after fraud all the time.
Yeah, like Biden's fraud.
What? What fraud did Biden commit?
Not Biden specifically, but Pelosi, like her insider trading. I mean,
that
Trump
would be
insider
fraud, and
trading.
that's her husband, right?
Yeah, you don't agree with that, right?
If you wait, do you think that's fraud? Because then you think
No,
Trump's
we
committing
got
fraud when he's
these
doing
two.
insider trading with literally individual stocks
But
he's trading. So
it's
by the
not
way,
him that's
there's
doing
a
it,
better
it's his-
argument for that Trump is insider trading than Nancy Pelosi, by far.
But it's not Trump. It's his personal finance people.
That's embarrassing. His personal
How about
finance
that?
people are putting money into individual stocks that he's then selling trades on. Come on. You know, and by the way, that's
I
exactly
mean,
I want to clarify.
That's what
Nancy
every
Pelosi
does.
claims that again all of the things that are traded by her husband, right, or by an individual stock trade thing, right?
So then you don't believe Trump when he says that it's his personal finance people?
Hell no. And even so, that still is insider
So you
trading.
believe
You still shouldn't be able to do
Pelosi-
that from the position of presidency. You should not be able to buy individual stocks from the position of presidency.
Yes, that's
you should only be
exactly
able to
what
buy
I'm
the
saying.
S&P 500 and that's it.
We both agree with that. We both agree that that fraud is bad. So then why is Pelosi allowed to do it? And Trump?
I just said I think that literally the entirety of everyone who's running, them and their close loved ones need to be completely divested and only invested in S&P 500. That's the only thing I think should be allowed. Is like an overall
agree
index
with
fund
you.
like that. So that's my
I agree
position.
with you.
I don't believe that they should be able to trade individualized stocks.
And you say that for all congressmen and women too,
Yes.
right? Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, and Trump is undermining that to a great
Oh
extent.
my lord, damn, it's already
Like
4?
a greater extent than you'd be able to point to Democrats.
I'm already
So
at
if you
5.5
actually care about
hours
these issues that
stream,
you're
so
saying you care about right now, then you probably
crazy.
shouldn't support Trump. Like, I just don't see how you can say the
4 a.m.
Republican Party is better at addressing these things when clearly he's actually, or overall, the Republican Party is worse off at addressing this over and over and over again.
I mean,
What the hell?
so you think if
There's
Democrats
no-
win in 2028, what do you think is going to
I
happen to Trump
can't
and
know,
all the fraud?
man.
Do you think they're going to arrest him or what?
I think that there's going to be huge and major investigations. This might even happen
Oh,
with like right now, like or
I didn't
the
click
midterm.
on Start Quest.
Huge
That would
investigations
make
into
sense.
corruption and the use
Social
of
power?
the government in order to make money. Yeah, that's
No.
definitely going to be something that happens.
But I mean, I can almost guarantee you that every president and
Nope, not every
members of the
president has done
Derek
this.
is his name.
What,
So it wasn't from Scholar
what about
Darian.
like all the
what was it
cabinet
called,
members?
chat?
Jimmy Carter had to
See, I
sell his
wasn't
peanut
paying
farm.
attention.
Did you know that?
Why else I
peanut
have to
farm?
do the turning back
because
time?
people
Why do you
thought
have a
possibly a
peanut
foreign country could use his peanut farm in order to be able to give him money.
I'm guessing it's this
And
one.
that he could use
Yeah.
his peanut
I'm
farm
gonna
in
do
order to
this in the
facilitate
turning back time.
getting money from foreign companies or foreign countries.
Bound to the bound.
Well, I think that's great for him.
That's
I
what
think
my
that you-
business
That's, so again, if that's something that we historically have done, why is Trump able to still get away with this and you guys are like, don't care?
I'm not gonna get annoying.
Well, I mean, I definitely do care. That's what I'm
I be
saying.
having a
So then
musical
why do you still
bug
support
every
him?
now
Like
and
you're just
then.
completely willing to overlook these things.
How am I willing to overlook these things?
You're still willing to vote for him, even though you have a preferable alternative.
Got it.
Preferable alternative.
Harris.
Get off.
Do you think?
Let's go,
do you think he's
Drake.
gonna run again in 2028 or not?
Probably.
If
I mean,
it
I would
was-
I would prefer a progressive like
Why am
AOC
I
within the
back
party,
here?
but I would definitely think she's better than any Republican candidate.
Killed
that
you
is
so many
in the top
times, my
of
boy.
her candidacy or even anyone
You
convention.
really still want the funk?
So if it was Newsom versus
Say so.
Kamala in the primary, in the Democratic primaries, who would you rather see as the candidate?
절 이길 수 없을 겁니다.
Over
Finish.
and would you pick
고작
Harris over
이겁니까?
AOC?
No, I pick AOC.
He's dragon kind, you're demon kind. Come on.
Interesting. I've
Show him
never
who
heard
got the
someone
better
else
horns.
think-
Show him he ain't as horny
No, you're not.
as you, girl.
What?
Do
Who
your
said
work.
Dingbat in the chat. I'm not a dingbat.
Oh, damn.
Why are you just randomly saying that?
You can't disappear behind me, my
Sorry.
boy.
The chat
I
doesn't
disappear you.
Because you're a Trump supporter.
Yeah, I meant what I said.
But regardless of politics, don't you think that everyone should be like equal or treated
I
the
gotta
same?
work on
I don't think you believe that because you're MAGA.
armor builds.
What?
Not
Yeah,
armor
I think
builds.
in order to be okay
weapon
with supporting
builds,
Trump
actually.
over the Democrats,
Make
that
some
you have
more
to be okay
legendary
with not
weapons.
treating people fairly and
Who-
treating people
who's
Probably
horribly.
next
Who doesn't treat people
episode
fairly?
with
Trump.
CP Don. That's gonna be
And
the
what-
main objective.
Hey, pardon
sure.
violent rioters who beat police officers, called them patriots, called for the execution of some
Alright.
Democrats because they said to follow the
I'm
law
not
and to not
hitting
follow
anywhere.
unlawful orders. He said that he was glad that Rob Reiner and Robert
Nowhere.
Mueller are dead.
I'm not hitting anywhere.
Well, I mean, the January 6th thing. Obviously, anybody who
Turning back
beat police
time.
officers or tried to kill Pence shouldn't be walking this earth. But
Okay, but Donald Trump pardoned them and called them patriots.
he pardoned the evil ones.
Yeah, he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots.
And that's a drop off. Damn. Come on, dude.
I don't know what to say. I mean,
Get your power.
Maybe that you don't support Trump.
I mean,
Whoa. Whoa.
we'll see what
I've
happens.
never
He still has 2
restored
years
nature before.
Okay,
And-
so why can't you just say you don't support him? Like, what you can
hell?
already tell that he's a horrible person.
That's a first.
That he's
Well, because
dividing the
he's-
country. That he's supporting
he's
violent
still-
rhetoric.
Oh, it's for the
He's
little
still the
small
violent
scroll guy
individuals.
I met.
Just
You
because
just
someone's
wanted your
president doesn't mean you have
tree
to support their
back.
actions.
I got you, my
If you lived in
dude.
Russia, would you support Putin's
I'm
actions?
sorry it took me so long, my boy. I didn't know what you wanted.
If you lived in
I
Nazi
thought he
Germany,
wanted
would you
a
support
nut.
Hitler's actions?
And I ain't got a
during the
nut.
Holocaust?
That's a completely different time. Obviously, so
So you'll say no, right?
Vacant.
So then why the hell would you defend what Putin's doing? Are you pro Putin? Are you
so
pro Russia?
done. That one's done.
I'm not a citizen of Russia.
Oh.
If I was a citizen of
Am I
Russia, I would
doing
have
more?
different views.
But if you were a citizen of Nazi Germany, then you would then support Hitler?
Yeah, I can't
Likely?
restore that. That's
Wait, based
savage.
upon your value structure. If you were to be put there right now, based on your value structure,
Do I get a
that you currently have.
little buddy?
Not me
Is it your family?
Okay, so just because someone is your
I'm
leader
sorry, my boy.
doesn't mean you should
Let me
support
rest
them in
you.
all scenarios, no matter what they do, right?
Big squirrel.
But Trump is
So
not.
you're the big homie of all the squirrels.
I understand. But that doesn't mean
The
that you
small
can't do something that would
squirrels,
get
your
you to say
little
that you don't
homie,
support
I
him
get it
anymore.
now, I'm
Just
pocketing
because
it.
someone is your leader doesn't mean you have to support them.
If Trump.
Oh, you a
does
good
something
dude,
extreme,
big squirrel.
or
You're a nice dude coming
Give
up.
me an example of something Trump could do that would get you to
Offering
stop
your
supporting him.
condolence. I mean, your thank you. I'm
think-
glad I ain't offering condolences.
I mean, like.
It's nice to meet you, big squirrel.
bombing- like dropping like a nuclear bomb on Iran.
Okay, that's it. That's all he could do. Is it has to be up to that.
No, I mean there's a lot of things. Like if the Epstein thing is true and he's like a pedophile, then yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, I mean,
think
then why is he preventing the release of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to release all of them? Why was the DOJ scrubbing files
was-
associated with interviews that had allegations against Trump?
That was Pam Bondi and the other guy. What was that guy's
Todd
name?
Blanche,
now?
that's who
Yeah.
Trump decided to put into that position.
I'm sure eventually they'll all get released.
And Trump is instructing them to do these things. You know that, right?
How isn't the DOJ and the executive branch separate?
Not under Trump.
Why
Trump
did
doesn't
I
believe in
forget the word
separation. Under
giants
Biden
in this
and Harris's
game? And I
administration,
just saw
yes, there was
this
separation.
dude.
Under the current
And I was like,
administration,
who
there's not
modded
separation.
a character? I thought somebody modded their own character or something.
So you're saying he's like
I'm afraid of this John baby. He looks shinobi trained.
by separation of powers.
He looks like a low level
not for the
ninja
Department of
from the
Justice.
Mist Village.
Okay, but
He looks like
I mean,
a low
surely there
level
would be,
wannabe
like, a-
Choji.
like why is this not a bigger thing then? Why does nobody talk?
He
about
looks
it?
like Garo without the
Because Trump is trying to do
backstory.
everything he can to prevent people from talking about it. I mean, he started a war with Iran to
Why
prevent
am I-
people from talking
why am
about
I-
it.
why am I
He explicitly
getting
said
on
that
him? He
anyone
didn't
who
even
wants
do
them to be
anything.
released in the
My
first place
bad.
never
I'm
supported
being
him
a
ever.
bully. Let's see what
Do you
this
think
big
the whole
bully
Iran war
crying
was just to
about.
deflect from the Epstein files?
I think that's a huge reason. I don't think
What's
it's the
up, my
only
boy?
reason,
You
but I think it's
good?
a huge reason.
What about like knocking out their like? So let's say they didn't. Let's say
I mean,
they
we're in a
didn't-
worse position right now than we were a year ago or 10 years ago under the
I wouldn't want to
JCPOA,
let
the
you
Iran
borrow
nuclear
my
deal.
marbles either.
That was
What
established
do you
under
need to
Obama.
play with
But
marbles
weren't we
for?
giving them billions of
Pick
dollars?
up some
We're
boulders.
giving them more
Those are
money
your
right now.
marbles.
$300 billion.
Look at the
they could
difference
possibly
between
get
him and
access to
Tristan.
No, but
through
that's
Gulf
only
State
if-
funding for reconstruction.
But isn't
This
that
man
only
could
if they're being
step
good?
on me. And
Yeah,
he's
they
not a
abide by
man.
the same conditions that were already established under the Iran nuclear deal, where they were only given $1.7 billion because of where we stole money from them, $400 million that then accrued interest to $1.7 billion. That's what we gave them, and then we got rid of sanctions under the Iran nuclear deal. Under Trump's administration, they're getting rid of sanctions, and they're also helping fund reconstruction, $300 billion within the country.
So what if? So let's just realistically say that Iran gets a little boy nuclear.
These
bomb,
are marbles,
and he
homie?
drops it on. or
Wait,
not,
Trump got
they-
them closer to a nuclear weapon because he literally
Did
pulled out of the
Iran say-
JCPOA.
No, but let's just realistically say they have a nuclear bomb, and are you just okay with them like
Yeah,
having that, and being able to drop it on us and exterminate us all?
Well, one, even if they had one, doesn't mean that they can drop it on our country. They don't even have the capacity to do that. And then two,
What?
even so,
What the hell?
yes, we want to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon,
Oof.
right?
So-
But I mean, there are political scientists that say that there could be less conflict in the region given that they do have a nuclear weapon. So there is actually some political science basis for that. But I would argue it makes most sense to prevent them. I just think that the Iran nuclear deal set up under Obama prevented them to a greater extent.
So do you think that? So you said they don't have the capacity to drop one. So do you think our military in like in the 1940s is more powerful or is more sophisticated and advanced than Iran's current military? Because we could drop one back then.
Well, you have to understand
There
that
you
military
go.
capabilities are
Two
different
big
than what
balls
you're
to
referencing.
you. Are you happy?
Right, you have to reference like what military capabilities you're referencing in
The
terms of
things I
ability to
gotta
produce a nuclear
do
weapon.
to be
yeah.
a hero in this world.
See,
Never thought I'd have to
can-
deliver balls.
I think that
Well,
yeah,
he's-
I think that we were able to produce a nuclear weapon then, and they aren't able
Now,
to
man
produce a
up,
nuclear
kid.
weapon
Come
right
on. You got this.
Yeah.
They aren't.
I don't
Wait,
think
You
it's
got a
that crazy.
dope
They
character design, a dope
but
fit.
wasn't the whole reason?
They're gonna be
the
good
bomb-
in
They
life.
need it's already the
Think you're
enriched
gonna be a
uranium
main
is already
character of the
been
next
blown
sequel.
up. They'd have to go retrieve the enriched uranium. and then they'd have to use centrifuges and the enrichment process to then enrich it to the 90% required to then weaponize it, which they're not at yet. Which, even so, like, the point that I was referencing is that they were capped at 3.67% level of enrichment under the JCPOA, right? Which would be in place until 2030, which would still be in place, and then they could renegotiate from that position. Whereas under Trump pulling out of it, they then decided to enrich their uranium levels up to 60%, okay, which is what Trump used as justification to strike them about a year ago. So we have to understand that Trump got them closer to a nuclear weapon. 60% is a lot closer to 90% than 3.67%. We have to be very clear there.
So are you basically saying that the whole war was a waste of time and money?
Yes, literally. And innocent people died, yeah. And
yeah,
it cost consumers in this country a bunch of money.
Yeah, how much did it cost taxpayers again?
How much did it cost taxpayers? I think the estimates were like around $50 billion.
50 billion?
Yeah.
But I mean, that's like already our like defense budget now, so.
Our defense budget's about $1 trillion a year.
Well, no, I'm saying like it's part of like our defense budget. Like it's already like included.
The expenditures, you could say some are. Is that why Trump was asking for more money to pay for it?
How is he asking for more money?
How is he asking for more money?
What? Yeah, how is he asking for more money?
He was begging Congress for more money.
But isn't there like a yearly budget like thing?
Isn't there? Yes, that's like when he was asking.
And have they already came out with that?
Well, he doesn't think he was able to get it.
So, the whole operation, what was the Iran war called? Operation Jusa, Spisa Jusa or something?
What?
What was the Iran operation called?
Operation Epic Fury?
Oh, yeah, I don't know why I thought it was, like, but then, didn't we bomb Iran last year too?
Yeah, I just talked about that earlier, dude. Your comprehension skills are dog.
My comprehension skills are dog?
Yeah, I talked about that earlier, bruv.
No, you only talked about the current war. Are you talking earlier in the live stream or earlier with me?
With you.
No.
Yes.
You never. The first bombing's in like 2025.
Yeah, I talked about that because I talked about how Trump used that 60% level of enrichment of uranium to then justify the strike about a year ago, which was Operation Midnight Hammer, which is what you're referencing.
Oh, Midnight Hammer. That's the one I was talking about.
Epic Fury was the war.
So why didn't we just start a war earlier and get this all over with?
Dude, Jesus Christ, man. I'm sorry. You can ask Trump that question. Why is that a question for me?
How am I ever going to ask Trump?
Oh, okay, so why didn't we do the war earlier? Trump decided to do the war at the time he decided to do it. I don't know why he didn't decide to do it earlier in his administration.
Actually, yeah, that was...
maybe the Epstein files?
Well, the Epstein file... Oh, yeah, the Epstein files...
Yeah, he wanted to reduce people from talking about the Epstein files, which, by the way, you should acknowledge is enough reason to stop supporting him.
Well, there's been no, like all the bad things are tips, though. It's not like... I mean, he was on the flight logs, but he was probably just... I mean, he's a businessman. That's what he does. He goes with other billionaires, and he makes money. It doesn't mean he was, like... I don't know what I can say.
So then why is the DOJ scrubbing files with interviews with allegations associated or towards Trump? Like, why are they scrubbing those? And also, why are they not releasing millions of files when they're legally obligated to release all the files?
What's the evidence?
Their own Attorney General, Todd Blanche, admits that he has not released a bunch of the files.
What? Todd Blanche said that?
Yeah.
When did he say that?
He's repeated this multiple times. He's been asked by congressional members.
And what was his response?
Well, his response was trying to claim that they were duplicates, and a bunch of nonsense, repeatable things, which then prompted the question, why don't you release them? Which there was then a change of story. So you should take a look into that.
Yeah, I definitely will take a look at that. And if there is any credible info to where he's like a PDF, then obviously he should be exterminated. But
and then you wouldn't support him, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So then if he's preventing the release of the Epstein files, calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted the release of the Epstein files, primarying Thomas Massie because he helped broker the Epstein Files Transparency Act, would that not be a good enough reason to stop supporting him?
But there's no...
Is that not a good enough reason to stop supporting him?
It's two different things.
how preventing the release of the Epstein files is definitely going to be a relevant thing towards protecting PDFs. That's what he was doing in this scenario. That's what he still is doing.
But
If he's protecting PDFs, is that not good enough reason to stop supporting him?
Only the survivors' names are redacted.
And you understand that they did not just only redact survivors' names, and also many of the survivors' names were not redacted.
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
many of the survivors' names were not redacted, and a bunch of their information was doxed and leaked.
Are you talking about the thing where you can like hover over, like highlight it, and then like change the font, and then you can see everything?
No, I'm just saying that they didn't even redact it in the first place.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's not even that they were able to identify it through the redaction, it's that there wasn't even a redaction in the first place.
So who's the person that is responsible for that, Bondi?
The DOJ. Right, which includes Trump. So you understand, like, this is Trump facilitating the issues with releasing the files, okay? He literally tried to prevent the release of the files. He calls Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor. How is this not enough reason to stop supporting him, dude?
If they release all of the files and it says Trump did this to a kid, then yes, he should be put up against a wall and
okay, so then stop supporting him. Go look this up right now. Look up DOJ scrubs files associated with interviews with allegations against Trump.
Trump scrubs.
Yeah, look up NPR investigation, find DOJ scrubbed files associated with interviews with allegations against Trump. And I want you to read that. You can come back up when you're done.
NPR, the Justice Department withheld her.
That was an easy one, honestly. The easiest mission of the day.
Allegations against Donald Trump.
I used to struggle with those finances.
The missing files primarily involved undisclosed FBI interviews with a woman who accused Trump of abusing her as a minor decades ago. Is this what you're talking about?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Is NPR trustworthy?
Yes.
Is NPR trustworthy?
Yes. Are you looking up?
Yeah.
Yes,
NPR is widely regarded as a highly reliable news source for Spice Juice. Okay, but they are left-leaning. But again, I do...
Alright, would you like to go read that, and then you can come back whenever you're done?
Yeah, I'll read this. Do you want me to leave or just mute?
You can do either or.
Okay.
Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Michael, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you very much. Victor, thank you for the $5 as well. And David, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, that would actually be a good point to bring up. Ali as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Ali. Thank you. As well as Arthur.
This feels like a setup.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you.
Nobody told me I was asking you to Scorpion.
Above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates.
Bam! That was an easy mission.
Yo,
let's go, lasagna. What type of name is that, by the way? Lasagna?
How old are you? Oh, yeah, I do see the share responsibly on live, confirm
know?
sources before engaging in content. I do see that.
To each its own, but
it is a.
Don't blame me for judging a little bit.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay, now where's this dude's bag?
Alright, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, everyone, we will be live for about 2 more hours. Just letting everyone know, we will be live for about 2 more hours. This next person up here.
Hey, doggies, I don't like killing animals.
Yo, how old are you?
So leave me alone.
White power, fuck
Why do you dirty?
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Do I get in here? I'm confused. Slightly.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? This next person up here, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Feeling like I'm Spike Lee. Fight me. Anybody got
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Am I going too far from there? No, yeah.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone.
Over here.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Not seeing it. Damn.
Okay. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter again above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Find lasagna's
No, but I have
bad.
some questions for you.
Where would lasagna's bad?
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
Where do you think lasagna's bad?
Yep.
I read the article.
Okay, here, one sec. Spam, how old are you?
Trying to stay on the road, man.
Okay. Alrighty, go ahead, James. What's your position on it?
That ain't lasagna's
Well, I don't
bad.
agree
It's
with
a
this,
dead
obviously.
body.
So you don't support Trump anymore?
Sure. I guess I don't.
Okay. Alright, I appreciate you coming up, James.
All right. See
Where's
you.
Luhan
Spice.
is
All right.
bad?
Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, it's Apology.
Alright, doggy.
20.
I gave you your chance. You don't want to leave me alone.
And if the election were held today, Harris
I'm
Christian
looking
would
for
judge
a
the vote.
poor citizen's badge, okay?
And what's your birth year?
I'm trying to do my
2006.
And Ramon.
duty.
June.
As
And why do
a
you support
good
Trump?
guy.
I think he's just better.
I
for the
can't be a
economy.
good guy.
Okay, can you name one economic metric that's better off since Trump got in office? For example, GDP growth, unemployment, inflation, etc.
Can you name one?
There's not a single economic metric that is better off since Trump got in office.
There's not a single one.
Nope.
Can you name one that
No
Harris
bad
would have done?
there.
Yeah, we'd have better real
Oh,
GDP
is
growth,
that
real
his
median
bad?
wage growth, inflation, unemployment. Real
Look at that. I
domestic
didn't
manufacturing
even
investment.
have
We
to
can point to
enter
countless
the
things that
thing.
would be better off under Harris's administration because
Tristan's
she
new
wouldn't have
fit
imposed
looks
tariffs. She wouldn't have started a
amazing.
war with Iran.
Does it not, guys?
I think the war with Iran was good.
Okay.
Damn,
what
we're
political
hitting 6
concessions have you
hours
got out
and
of
9
the war with
minutes.
Lower gas prices.
I think I'm gonna call it on
We've got higher
that.
gas prices. Are you trolling?
End up calling my
No,
girl,
I'm not
see how
trolling,
she
I swear to
doing.
God. Literally where I live, the gas is like $2.50.
Okay, well, gas prices are higher for the whole country, so
That's not true. They're not high for me.
I think they're trolling. Let's just go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
We're just looking for debates.
Yo, it's Apology.
You know, abortion.
Apparently, you can go from 0 to a complete site in just
Oh
a
my
single
God.
prompt with Wix Harmony.
They have
I don't
to
know if
hit
this is
me
going to
with
be
an ad
possible.
'cause they
Or
don't like
vibe
me.
coding.
Topics, immigration topics, homosexuality
It feels
topics.
racial. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm just joking.
Okay. What's wrong
I'm
with the
just joking.
Man, without.
I'm really surprised
wait,
CB
what's wrong
Dom
with
didn't
being
hop
gay?
in tonight.
I don't know if I want to get into religion here, but it's just definitely not the prescription for society in general, I would say.
You know what? He's gonna come in clutch. Watch him show up
We can
tomorrow
talk about, you know,
and do us
reproductive
justice with
stuff.
it.
We can just talk about, you know, sexual degeneracy in general. But I just
Sexual
don't think that
what,
being
brother?
gay is something that we should, you know, want to see, you know, in society.
What?
Okay, so do you think it's wrong for a man to marry an infertile woman?
No.
But like they can't have kids through intercourse.
Yeah, so I mean, that's true. But I would say that there's, you know, I mean, you could. Are you making the argument then that just choosing not to have kids would also could be wrong?
No, that's your argument.
No, I mean, I'm also.
You
I
said
also
you said
it's not
reproduction,
what you-
so.
Yeah, I also said.
Is
it's
there
not
something
what
wrong
you-
with two men kissing?
I mean, according to what? To you? No.
No, to you.
I mean, I wouldn't. I would say you wouldn't really want to, you know, see that either. I mean.
Wait, what's
sinful
wrong
or
with two
whatever.
men kissing under your view?
I mean, homosexual acts would be, I guess, would be wrong under my view.
So is kissing wrong?
I mean, I guess that'd be a homosexual act, so I guess it would be.
Okay, so and what makes you think it's wrong for two men to kiss?
I don't know. God would say that would be wrong. God says a lot of
God,
things are wrong.
where in the
though.
Bible does it say that two men kissing is wrong?
I mean, it talks about if a man lays with a man. Now you're talking about kissing.
Wait, so
I mean,
having sex and kissing are the same thing?
no, having sex and kissing are not the same thing.
So where
There's
does
a
it
lot
say
of
in the
stuff
Bible that it's
doesn't say in the
wrong for two
Bible.
men to kiss?
There's a lot of things that it doesn't say in the Bible. It doesn't mean that the Bible lists every single thing.
Yeah, for
that's
example, it
wrong.
doesn't say that a father having sex with his daughter is wrong. But it lists every other form of incest is wrong, but just not father-daughter.
No, you're right, but I guess, and I mean, I don't even think you believe this. Just because the Bible doesn't say something's wrong, it means like, if it doesn't, that means it's not wrong.
Well, I'm not Christian. All right, but like you have no basis for saying that it's wrong utilizing the Bible if you're saying that there's no Bible verse for it. So why is it wrong for two men to kiss?
It's still considered homosexual. I mean, it'd still be considered homosexuality. I mean, maybe not the actual sex part of homosexuality, but I mean, I could try and find
The Holy
other
War is
examples
not
where-
over
Like
yet.
if you have nothing in the Bible or your religious text that says anything
Well,
other
what's
than
up,
the sexual
then?
intercourse is wrong, then you
Angels
can't claim
versus
anything other than the
demons.
sexual
Let's
intercourse
get
is
it.
wrong without
Back
just
to the Holy War
superimposing
we
some
go.
sort of secular reasoning. Then
I
if
still
you don't have
think
secular
Tristan
reasoning, then
needs
where
like
would
an
it have
exclusive angel
I
skin.
mean,
You
would
just
that-
feel like you feel like
I
two
think
men
an
kissing is
angel
wrong?
outfit for him,
Well, I mean,
angel
it would be wrong,
transformation.
You know, if two men got
Would
married,
just look
probably
amazing.
according to the Bible, let's say they never had sex.
Yeah, what's wrong with
so-
two men getting married?
I mean, marriage is supposed to be a union between a man and a woman. I mean, there's no.
Where
verse
in the
that
Bible does it
right
say
that says-
only between a man and a woman?
I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, you know this too. I think you're just.
No, I know that
just-
there are verses in the Bible that describe a man and a woman being joined together in marriage as one flesh, but not that it says prescriptively that everyone should only do men and women. It never says
You
anywhere in the
know
Bible
also-
that
you know
it's wrong
also
for two
that a
women to
lot
get
of the
married.
Bible, you know, there's a lot, you know, because for example, the Bible describes the character of God in lots of different ways. It doesn't say this is this. This is. There's a lot that you can read the Bible and you can interpret, or you can actually see. This is just like the character of what the Bible is getting at. Like, what do you think that verse means then? You know,
what
what
specific verse?
what you're referencing. What do you think that it?
Lasagna and
which specific
Henderson and Senate hang out. It's a weird group.
Joining in union. Why
I don't like it.
Go out of the way to use such language.
Figure something out,
Two
dog.
people are, you know,
All it does is describe that a man and a woman join together in marriage, not that men and women ought to only be the ones to join together in marriage. Okay, so that's one thing, and then two, I would also say, like, there's a few things we can say with this. One, we can say there's not even an argument from Christianity to even prescribe that being gay is wrong. And then two, we can also say that there's no argument to say Christianity is true, to even say that because of Christianity, that being gay is wrong because of Christianity.
Okay, well, there is definitely, you know, Christianity would prescribe being gay is wrong. I mean, and you know,
I don't even
talking about
that.
as a man lies with a woman being an abomination, a man as lying
What
with a
verse
woman
is
being
that?
an abomination. To be honest, I don't have my Bible in front of me, and I wouldn't want to swipe out.
You're
just to look it
referencing
up.
Leviticus. Do you know what Leviticus 25:44-46 says?
You know, I can actually go see if I could get a Bible.
Leviticus 25:44-46 explicitly defines that you can own people as slaves
Yeah, I mean, if you want to
and
look
pass
at the
them
New
down
Testament,
to your children as inherited property for life.
There's definitely anti-homosexuality verses in the New Testament as well. I would have to, you know, go look that up.
And I think that those have a lack of certainty in the meaning that even describe that it's wrong to engage in gay intercourse in the first place. And even so, even if it does say that gay intercourse is wrong, it doesn't say all forms of intercourse are wrong, and it also doesn't describe specifically marriage or kissing or anything like that, a romantic relationship to be wrong.
I mean, I could potentially even. I mean, I wonder what your basis of trying to get at the kissing part is. Because if I granted that, oh man, okay, you know, two men kissing, whatever, and then I'd say, okay, would you then say that, you know, the homosexuality sex is wrong? You'd still say no. So what's your point in, you know, trying to get me to say that, like, the Bible doesn't say anything about two men kissing?
Well, I'm just saying that you don't have an argument from either basis. You can choose to argue either basis, but the point I would say is that either way you try to, it's going to be wrong.
Okay, so why would you say it's right, or it should be allowed? Because couldn't I make the argument?
Why should being gay be allowed?
No, hold on. The argument you're making for pro-gay, could I not make for, you know, same-sex incest? It's not harmful to anybody potentially, you know, and it doesn't wouldn't result in children with deformities, etc. I could make a similar argument to why you would be okay with, you know, homosexuals for incest couples.
Okay, so hold up. Let me just clarify real quick. You think that incest should be viewed the same as being gay?
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying from your view, I'm saying why.
So you're saying an internal criticism of my view would be that you could say that, oh, what could I say is wrong with incest? Well, I could describe plenty of things, right? One, the specific, the fact that you grew up in the same sort of household condition, right? We could say that is wrong. We could say it's wrong to have a close enough biological relation, and that could be something that we describe as wrong. We could point to countless
Why would you
things.
say that's wrong if it's not causing people harm and it's two consenting adults? I guess is what I'm even trying to.
We would say that inevitably would limit the ability to make a consenting sort of decision.
How so? Let's say they're the same age. There's no power dynamic one over another. Like, I mean, I could definitely find a situation, and when how are you even going to say that?
Okay, so wait, hold up, just to clarify, you're saying, so the criticism here, let me just say, is like, because you couldn't say a reason, that means that you specifically can't say it's wrong. Is that what it is?
No, I'm trying to understand, like, if I asked you why homosexuality should be allowed, you're saying, oh, because why not? And you could give me a bunch of reasons. You could say they love each other. You say they're adults, they can make their own decisions. And I'm saying
you would have to be able to make an argument for the fact that it wouldn't be allowed. Because you're making a legal argument.
Well, I'm making a legal and a moral argument, right? Because we're not, you know, this wouldn't be a legal argument if we're talking about Christianity or the Bible at all, right?
Yeah, you're making a moral argument that because you just feel like it, therefore it's wrong, right? That's your moral argument, and you're saying you justify that by providing a case of emotivism specifically. Well, it doesn't seem like you know what emotivism is, but you're trying to make a claim that because you wouldn't have a specific reason to say that incest is wrong, isolating for all these factors for why we would consider incest wrong. Is that the argument?
Well, sure, yeah. Well, let's go with that because, I mean, the reason why you would support homosexuality is just because people should be able to do what they want to do, right?
I can't deem anything wrong with it, and that I don't have an intuition against it.
Okay,
There's no basis for having an intuition against
it. But does that matter to you, having intuition against it?
Yes.
Is intuition just a feeling or an inkling towards something?
Yes, I mean, I think that that's going to be something that is going to matter to some extent, right? Within the way that I'm going to view it.
When lots of people, I guess I can't say most, but when probably almost 40 to 50% of people have an intuition against two men, you know, sleeping together being wrong, what does that matter in your mind?
I think that that's not their actual intuition. I think that's an like their true intuition. It's more their socialized intuition.
How would you build a difference?
I think because you can have conversation and reduce it down. Push the galaxy.
But like, so I guess that would just have to be case by case.
Do you think it would be easier to convince someone that it's not wrong to be gay than it is to say that it's not wrong to have incest? I think it would be a lot easier to convince someone wrong. Wait, let me just clarify. I think it'd be a lot easier to convince someone that it's not wrong to be gay than to say that it's not wrong to have incest.
No, of course, and I think incest is wrong. What I'm trying to say is, I think your argument for why it's okay to be gay is just because it's not harming anybody, or because, you know, your intuition is for it. I'm just saying there could be a lot of
I'm going to be willing to. I'm going to be able to show them that it conflicts with their true personal values. I think that their views specifically on gay people are predicated mainly off of religious norms.
Do you care about other people's personal values if it, it goes against yours? Like if the whole society turned against, people being gay, and it was like a vast majority of people that were against it, and their intuition was against it, you would still say it's still something that you should want to see in society.
Well, my perspective is based on my intuition, not others.
Yeah, well, I know, but you're okay. So I understand it's not about like the majority or the percentage, but like if it's just my view versus yours, and it's just about intuition, who's to say whose intuition is correct?
Well, from each other's perspective, it's going to be indexed to our own views. So I can give words to describe specifically why my view is going to be true in typical circumstances or to why it could be convincing, but we might not be able to come to a resolution on who's right in the scenario, right? Specifically in terms of something that could be independent of each other that could define this.
Yeah, because isn't right just based on like the majority in society, and we vote on things with laws and stuff?
No. What's right is dependent on your own perspective and your own determination.
Yes, but we also have to make judgments for society of what we want to see in society and what is right, and then we just go with that.
Yeah, and obviously all of those are going to be predicated off of our own personal values. Even if you hold from a religious perspective, you don't believe that just because something's sinful, it should be illegal. There are certain things you think should be illegal, certain things you don't think should be illegal. That's not fully defined by your religious views, so you inevitably have to define those based upon personal values, irrespective of religious views.
I would say that, but I mean, you could, and we're not going to be able to do this here. In fact, it probably would never happen, until we died. You could actually prove Christianity to be 100% true, and it would actually just be from your religious views. Because you can really filter everything through your religious views. Could you?
I disagree, and also I think that I can prove Christianity false.
I mean, it would be hard to prove Christianity 100% false or 100% true. Obviously.
I don't think so.
Same with proving God false.
Let me give you a sample argument.
Okay.
Okay. Do you think God is perfect, the Christian God?
Yes, God is perfect.
Is all things considered something perfect better than all things considered something not perfect?
Hold on, I think you're just trying to twist me up. What does that mean? Can you walk through that?
Taking all things into consideration that exist. If all things that exist, taking all into consideration, is perfect, is that better than taking all things in consideration what is in existence is not perfect?
Hold on, all things that exist are not perfect though.
I'm not asking a question of whether or not this is true. I'm asking a question of, given that this is true, is it better or is it worse? So I'll ask the question one more time. A condition where everything within existence is perfect, is that better than a condition where everything within existence is not perfect?
I'm sorry, I think I might be getting ahead. I'm trying to understand what the point of this question is. I think obviously the first one would be,
is perfection
true?
more desirable than imperfection?
Yes.
Okay. So if we have something where all things in existence is perfect, or we have something where all things in existence, right, take all of it in consideration, it's not perfect, which is preferable?
Okay, I think I see what you're saying. Probably actually the second one, because you wouldn't want just everything to be perfect, no one to have their own opinions, everyone just to be, perfect.
Oh God.
Hold on,
you just said perfection is better than imperfection. Perfection means flawless.
Yes, we'll never get perfection.
Imperfection means that they have flaws. Having flaws is worse than not having flaws, right? Jessica, thank you so much.
But just the way that we are created is that we're just going to have
flaws.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear all this extra nonsense. I want you to respond directly, because there's a bunch of cognitive dissonance here I have to work through. So can you just engage with the specific point? Is perfection preferable to imperfection?
Yes.
Okay. So if we were to look at, there's two states of existence. One state of all existence. Say there's one universe and another universe. One universe, there is everything within that universe is perfect. Nothing within that universe is imperfect. The other universe, there are some things within the universe that you could deem from an individual basis are perfect, other things that are not perfect. All things considered, though, it's not perfect. Which is preferable? The first universe or the second universe?
I'm going to liken this to like a heaven situation versus an earth situation, because I think that could be actually pretty on par with what you're saying. I say the first one's preferable.
So the perfection is preferable to imperfection?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. So God existing alone prior to all creation. God is perfect, right?
Yeah.
All things in existence when God exists alone are perfect. Okay? God has a choice to choose to create the world or to not create the world. Okay? What are the two options? The two options are you stay in existence where it's God alone, or you move to existence where it's God plus creation. Creation is not perfect. There are flaws within creation. There are sins, right? There's a bunch of evil that exists in the world we live in. So creation is not perfect. Okay, so there's a choice between no creation and creation. If creation is imperfect, necessarily in the long run, and no creation is perfect, that means no creation is desirable to creation, because perfection is desirable over imperfection. And to say that God desired to create over to not create would to logically entail a contradiction. To say that a perfect God desired to create an imperfect state of affairs.
Well, you're trying to
over a preferable perfect state of affairs.
You're trying to put God in a box, is what you're doing, but I'll engage
of logic? You mean of reason?
Yeah, because you actually can't logically explain.
You see what I mean? So like, you inevitably have to reduce your position down to your position is not logical, and can't be explained using logic.
How would you be able to logically explain God?
Yeah, how can you logically explain this? Exactly. Without contradiction, you can't. How do you logically explain this without contradiction? You can't. That's the issue.
Parker, we don't.
That's literally the reason why I'm bringing this up as an issue, is because you can logically disprove the existence of the Christian God that is perfect, because a perfect God cannot possibly exist if we exist in a world where there are imperfections, where there's sins. No, that's logic. That is logic. It's not just my human brain, it's logic.
That's a little
It's like 1 + 1 = 2. That's what it's like.
1 + 1 is equal to
Yeah, if Christianity logically, wait, if Christianity, like this is your argument, if in the Bible it said 1 + 1 = 3, okay? In the same sense of the terms we're using 1, 2, and 3, okay? If in the Bible it said that, you'd have to say, yes, that's actually true. We can't logically explain this, but it's true because God claimed it. And everything God says is true. That's what you'd have to say. You'd have to say that. Because again, you can't logically explain these things. That would have to be your explanation. Do you see how absurd that would be?
All I'm trying to say is you cannot apply human logic to a supernatural being.
You can't apply, it's not human logic, it's just logic.
Well,
it's not just for humans. Like, there can alien species could use logic. Do you agree?
Well,
so it's not just human logic, it's logic in general.
Yeah, but coming from humans, obviously, because
we're the human's analysis of logic. But what is wrong with the logical analysis that is made? It logically follows that it's literally not possible for God to create in that condition.
But Parker, again, we're talking about a supernatural being outside of space and time. How can you apply what we know in our small human brains compared to what God's overall plan is for everybody? You just couldn't do it.
Because I can determine that 1 + 1 = 2. Okay?
Yes.
I can determine that squared circles can exist. I can determine that A = A. So although I'm not all-knowing, I can determine whether something is logical or illogical. And I've clearly determined, based upon a very clear argument here, that it's illogical. If your whole basis for response is, oh, us human beings can't make determinations on things, well then why are you even making a determination of who you support in the first place, or what religious prescription you believe in the first place? You're a human being. You can't make those determinations. Let Jesus take the wheel.
Well, obviously, no matter what we do, that will be the case. But I guess what I'm trying. I mean, you're never gonna. I mean,
so why even look into any of these topics in the first place?
What do you mean? Do you think God created us not to question anything? He just created us just to, what? I mean, obviously,
I don't believe in the Christian God. I think that's nonsense.
Do you believe in God? Any God? Any creation at all?
I think it's possible for there to be some notion of a God that existed, but it can't be a perfect notion of God. It can't be any of the notions of God of the Abrahamic religions, because they have a perfect notion of God. It's literally logically impossible. Now, like, I can understand that you're like, oh, I want to believe this because it makes me feel good. It gives me a good feeling for, like, explaining what's life after death or whatever. It makes me feel good about that, right? I can understand that from, like, an emotional perspective, okay? But I don't reasonably, I can't explain it. It makes no sense. It's illogical, right?
Yeah, I know.
But I don't think you're like a bad person for believing this. I might understand even why, like, emotionally you feel the need to, like, cling to things like this. I can understand it as a coping mechanism.
Neither one of us are going to be able to change each other's position on this, because
I should be able to change your position on this if you were reasonable.
But you're trying to do a 1 + 1 = 2 to God when I just...
Yes, it should be able to apply. Yes, literally.
Logic ceases to have application when you're talking about, outside.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
God is outside.
Okay, how about this? God is all powerful. Can God create a rock that's so heavy that he can't pick it up?
No.
Why not?
Because...
So you're saying he's not all powerful?
You're talking about okay, like, even the statement contradicts what you're saying.
Oh, wait, so are you saying God can't do logically impossible things? Ooh, that's gonna be an issue. Wait, can God do logically impossible things?
Okay, can God do logically impossible things? The only reason why we even have a notion of what's logically impossible is because God has given this to us.
Wait, no, answer the question. Can God do logically impossible things?
Well, from our perspective, no, he definitely cannot. Like, I mean...
No, overall, outside of our perspective, just considering all things considered, can God do that? Can God make illogical things?
The reason why I say from our perspective...
Can God create a squared circle?
No, because...
No, okay, so God can't do illogical things. So your argument here now is God can't do illogical things. So the argument I already provided to you earlier is that it would be illogical for God to create the world because the world in creation in itself is imperfect. And if perfection is more desirable than imperfection, and it's literally logically impossible for God to desire to create something that is less desirable.
Let me only correct something that you said. God created the world and it was 100% perfect. Humans messed it up. Now, he didn't know this was going to happen. God did not
He didn't know that this was going to happen, then he's not all-knowing.
No, he did know it was going to happen. Now, you
okay, so think about it this way. He knows that's going to happen. Okay, so there's the choice between no creation, where everything's perfect, or creation, where everything will inevitably be imperfect. So the condition is still the same. It's still that God would desire to stay where he exists alone, imperfection, over deciding to create, which inevitably would yield imperfection. Even if it's human being's choice, it inevitably entails imperfection. The fact that they would even be able to make a choice based upon their own internal character, right, that is imperfect, would logically necessitate that their creator is imperfect.
Come on, God wanting to have a relationship with this imperfect creation does not make him any less perfect. You could
It literally logically necessitates that. I have to explain that to you. I literally explain that to you repeatedly. If he decides to create, that means he's imperfect.
No, it does
because
not.
his existence
Again,
in of itself,
how are
if
you-
he was
how are you
perfect,
getting
would
to
be
this-
more
how are you
desirable than
getting
the
to
world we exist in, where there's sin, there's flaws, there's evil, and things are imperfect. Because God plus creation is imperfect. God existing alone is perfect. Okay, so the clear answer here for what's more desirable. Okay, listen. You agreed. Perfection is more desirable than imperfection, right?
Yes, but
okay, God existing alone is perfect, right?
God is perfect. We are imperfect. God created.
I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear all this extra stuff. I just want you to run. Can I run through? Trust me. I'm going to run through my argument. I'll let you explain everything you have on top. I've let you explain. I just want to run through this argument fully. Okay. So God existing alone is perfect, right?
Man, we've already gone through this. Okay, you want me to say it again? Yes.
This will make it really clear. Yes. God plus creation is imperfect, right?
God plus creation. I think this is actually where I probably should push back, because this is where like the crux of it is. God plus creation is imperfect. We are as creation now imperfect through our own choices. Now, God knowing that we're going to make a choice.
There you go. God plus creation is imperfect.
Okay. This just makes it easier for you to understand. Okay, sure.
No, it makes it easier for you to understand. So now you just conceded, because creation in of itself is imperfect. That means God plus creation is imperfect, because imperfect means that there are any flaws. If there's any flaw, that means it's imperfect. Perfection means flawless. So if there's flaws within creation, that means God plus creation is imperfect, okay? You already agreed. Perfection more desirable than imperfection. So how could you say God plus creation is more desirable than God existing alone if God is perfect and God plus creation is imperfect, if you've already agreed that perfection is more desirable than imperfection?
Because you're trying to argue God from the human limits.
So you go back to saying logic breaks down doesn't make sense. And then I'll ask you, can God do logically impossible things? You'll say no. Okay, if God can't do logically impossible things, then a perfect God couldn't create an imperfect creation.
This is the only reason why we determine something logically impossible, is because we have it set up, and it makes sense for us, and it works for us. That there are some things that just cannot be done because it's just contradicting in our minds, right? But God's mind, I say mind, is outside of human space, human time. God can do things that we as humans just don't understand. You don't believe this, obviously, but a human being rising from the dead would be logically impossible.
So then what's wrong with God creating a rock that's so heavy he can't pick it up?
He wouldn't be able to not pick something up. Like God being present, omnipotent, omnipowerful, all these things.
So yeah, what's the problem with God creating a rock that's so heavy that he can't pick it up? If he's all powerful, he should be able to create said rock, right?
Well, God cannot do anything that's outside of his nature and character. I can explain this.
You mean that's logically contradictory to his nature?
Hold on, Parker.
You mean like desiring something that's less desirable?
Does God have the ability to sin, Parker?
No.
Okay, so obviously you're not a Christian and you don't even believe it, but if I was to ask you, pretend to be a Christian for a second, would that be logically incongruent that he's not able to sin?
Yeah, if you sin, that would be a logical contradiction. He couldn't do that. So I agree. If you have your perspective, you have to be able to say that God cannot do logically impossible things. If you say that, then you have to concede to my argument that God could not choose to create. Because again, it is imperfect. God plus creation is imperfect. God existing alone is perfect. The obvious answer here is that God existing alone is more desirable than God plus creation. If that's true, then God could never have desired to create over to not create. Okay, I'm done with this conversation. Do you want to talk about abortion? I don't think that you're going to get this point. I think that inevitably this breaks down to you having cognitive dissonance, and you're never going to be able to change your mind on this because it makes you feel good. Okay, we can just move on to now.
I don't think I can actually get you to change your mind on anything, no matter who I was.
This is a clear contradiction, and I'm not going to concede on logic, my guy. I can't make sense of anything without logic.
We can do abortion, but if you're just going to do the whole brain dead, patient team thing that he does...
No, I'll give you a whole separate argument. Watch this. So, if I could prove to you that voting for Democrats would save more human lives, would you support Democrats?
Okay, so in voting for Democrats, what else would I be voting for besides just, saving human lives? Because could they turn around in a different way, unalive them besides abortion? I just want to
answer the question. If I could prove to you that Democrats would save more lives than Republicans if you were to vote for Democrats, would you then vote for Democrats?
If you could prove to me somehow beyond the shadow of a Democrat, voting for Democrats would somehow save human lives. Well, this is first of all...
As opposed to Republicans.
Man, you're just trying to get me with these hypothetical shit. I'm just trying to figure out, because obviously there's a right and wrong answer. If I answer yes, you're going to say somehow this ties into abortion. But I'll go with saying yes. I'm trying to figure out. Sure, I'd like to save lives.
So you would vote for Democrats?
If it could. I mean, let's just make it like this. If voting for Democrats, got rid of abortion, that'd be a lot more preferable to me. Sure, let's go with that.
That's not the question I asked you. If I could prove to you, if I could prove to you that voting for Democrats would save more lives as opposed to voting for Republicans, would you support Democrats? Would you vote for Democrats?
Sure. Yeah, I'll say yes.
Okay. So Donald Trump and Doge through cut USAID, which will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030, according to a Lancet study. So if you voted for Democrats rather than voting for Republicans, then you would have saved millions more lives.
First of all, we're just taking the study on face value, assuming that the future's going to hold without us actually knowing. And also, what does that have to do with abortion?
Assume a 50% margin there, which would be ridiculous. You're still saving millions more lives than anything you could attribute to Trump.
Hold on, I'm just failing to see what this has to do with abortion.
The reason why you care about making abortion illegal is because you want to save human lives, right?
Yeah, I mean, I believe it's, I don't know what I'm allowed to say on this. A lot of people say unaliving. I mean, I've seen that you said murder before, so I'll just say I believe it's just murdering the unborn and babies or whatever, so I believe that that's not
But your goal when wanting to make abortion illegal is wanting to save human lives, right?
Obviously, save babies, let them, live,
Yeah,
not
so then if your goal, inevitably, within doing that, is to save human lives, then if I can prove to you that Democrats will save more human lives if you vote for them as opposed to Republicans, then that hits your very reason why you wanted to make abortion illegal. So then you should support Democrats over Republicans. Like, that's the logical conclusion if that's your goal when you're voting for legislation relating to abortion.
But it's all what you're talking about would be canceled out anyways, because supporting Democrat is supporting abortion.
No, it doesn't. I mean, if the notion of cancel out, that would mean you wouldn't vote. But you're voting for the harm reduction view, right?
No, hold on, I don't only believe in abortion.
You're voting for the harm reduction view, right?
I'd like to talk about abortion in kind of just abortion, not what else you think that it might, talk about. Like, can you make an argument against abortion other than, just a different hypothetical?
You asked me, when I first started, to ask a different argument other than the brain dead argument, which would be specifically addressing abortion. I give you a separate argument, now you're asking me again to give you a different argument?
Because you haven't actually... This isn't even an argument for abortion, this is just a harm reduction, thing.
I understand, and that's exactly what you're deciding to vote on when you vote for your views. Let me give you an example. Does Donald Trump want to make all abortion access illegal or federally? No, he wants to leave it up to the states. So you disagree with him allowing for legal abortion, depending on the state that you're in, but you think it's the harm reduction view, and that's why you support Trump. Okay?
Well...
So I'm like fucking 5 steps apparently ahead of you, because you didn't realize that yourself, about your own view?
No, I mean, first of all, you can say all this, but you believe, that, you even within abortion, you don't believe that abortion is murder anyways.
Of course not. Why would I?
Well, you say, why would you?
But you can consider it murder, and you would still have to concede to this argument. That's the issue. Is that I found an argument that would literally... The argument that I found... Wait, the argument that I found here essentially means that you don't even have to concede the pro-life view to acknowledge that Harris is the preferable candidate. That's how good of an argument I found here.
Well, hold on. Harris is not the preferable candidate only because she does support abortion.
Wait, that just doesn't make any sense, because you would say, oh, it's because you're going to save more lives by voting for Trump. Is that your argument?
Also, I do not
Is your argument... Wait. Trump supports abortion access. He thinks it should be legal depending on the state.
Well, because that's an extreme... he's also...
Oh, okay, wait, so if he supports legal abortion access, then you must be against him, right?
Well, there is no candidate that I think that,
Oh, so you're now arguing for the harm reduction view.
No, you're voting... Well, obviously, what you're doing is voting for the lesser of two evils.
Oh, that's the harm reduction view. That's what lesser of two evils means. That's the harm reduction view.
Candidate, Parker.
Okay, yeah, exactly. You're voting for the harm... I'm like a million steps ahead of you, and I have to explain to you all the steps you're taking, okay? So... That is my point.
Okay, but here's the thing. I'm not really...
You're taking the harm reduction view. If you're taking the harm reduction view, then if I can show you that you will save more lives by voting for Harris than you will by voting for Trump, then that... Wait. If I can prove to you that you will save more lives by supporting Harris over Trump, then you have to concede, if you hold the harm reduction view, that you will support Harris over Trump. Can I get a concession?
No, because hold on. Would I save more lives in the next year, or only by 2030?
Within the next year.
Hold on, but you said this whole thing is by 2030 in this independent study, right? So
yes.
How many lives would I save voting Democrat in a year?
You would save, you can count those up by the years, divided by 4. What's 14
okay, so give me a number. What would you say?
What's 14 million divided by 4, sir?
Well, we're talking about 3 point something.
It's like, it's probably like 3.8, I'm assuming.
Okay, and also, I mean, are we just all just like everybody in the chat, everyone just concedes to what you're saying? We have a glass ball, we just know this is just true, what you said?
Yes, according to a Lancet study.
There's been so many studies all over the place. There's been lots of studies that can prove that,
I'm hearing a lot of coping.
I'm
hearing a lot of coping.
I'm hearing that, like, you cited a study. There's other studies that would prove you wrong.
There's not a single study that proves me wrong.
There are lots of studies that show that, like...
This is the first study of its kind, Genius.
Would you like to concede?
This is the first study of its kind on USAID, Genius. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, would you like to concede that biological human life begins at conception? We can go from there.
I agree. Human life does begin at conception. Can I get a concession that if you hold the harm reductionist view, that you're going to support the candidate that leads to the less amount of, or the most amount of lives saved?
No, because I just reject
No?
it.
What is the harm reduction view?
I don't believe what you're saying about 14 million lives saved by
So you don't believe? So what's wrong with the Lancet study?
I don't know anything about the Lancet study, but here's the thing: we can't just, you know.
Okay, so then why are you saying that it's
no.
wrong or incorrect in its determinations?
Because we don't know that to be the case either way.
Okay, but what's
Hold on,
wrong with the methodology?
I know what's happening in society today, and there are numbers today, for example, even right this second babies being aborted. I'd like to help those babies right now. If there was
Yeah,
legislation
and there are
passed
people
over-
right now that are losing access to the necessary funds they required to survive because of the fact that the Doge cut USAID funding. There are people who
No,
are
but
dying
you don't
right now
die-
because
you
of
don't
this.
die instantly from that. You do die
Yeah,
instantly.
wait, there are people, yes, oh, I'm sorry, yes, there has been. The reason why that's true is because there were specifically people that relied on necessary care, medication they were getting from USAID, that when it was cut, they died. They literally already died. There are people that have died already because of this. Please, you have to acknowledge this. Please look into it without... Please, wait, hold up. But if you actually care about saving human lives, you should look into this before just claiming this random misinformation bullshit. Okay, what I'm telling you is actually relevant to saving millions of people's lives. I'm not just bringing this up as a TikTok point. I'm bringing this up because I genuinely care about the fact that those 14 million lives will be lost by 2030. It's fucking truly sick that you completely overlook that.
Why don't we, you know, vote for Democrats?
Well,
Oh my God,
again, not
save
everything's
these
perfect. You're voting for the harm reduction view. You're voting for the lesser of two evils. If I can prove to you that Harris... Wait, if I'm proving to you right now that Harris will save more lives than Trump, then you should support Harris. That's your view. You hold the harm reductionist view. If you don't hold the harm reductionist view, and you hold things based on disqualification, if a disqualification for your view is literally believing in legal access to abortion, then Trump is disqualified from getting your... Then Trump is disqualified from getting your vote. Why? Because he believes there should be legal access to abortion depending on the state.
If in voting for Harris, I could save those lives, and then I also could somehow convince her, you know, or anyone else to, like, also get an abortion, that would be even better. But you wouldn't agree.
Oh, okay, sure. You can think from your own perspective, it would be better if you could possibly convince her, but still, the better position is supporting Harris over Trump.
I mean, if only for saving lives. I mean, like let's say the next election comes, we don't know who the candidates are going to be. But if it was like somehow written on the fucking things on TV, this person's going to save this many lives, and you knew this to be fact 100%, and it was like numbers over both of their heads, you know? Shoot, and let's say it was a vast difference, one saving 100 lives and one saving 1 million. I'm going to vote for the person that's saving 1 million lives, no matter what party they're at. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that I would still support abortion. You can see that, correct?
No, repeat it.
So let's say candidates.
And Laura, by the way, thank you for the $5. Actually, here, let me thank some people first. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you for the dollar as well. Mark, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, they'll just say they can account for all those things. But as well as Stacy, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, you can. Oh, one more. Jordan, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. They said the argument I just made was so rock solid that I just show you love. It is enormously important how this through the years so far. Well, thank you so much, Jordan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Jordan in the comment section right now. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Already, continue. Go ahead.
I would say obviously saving lives is a great thing, and if you can save exponentially more lives voting for Democrats,
that's really that's
now,
a
that
dub,
would be the
y'all.
only reason why I'd still like to see, you know, certain things about the living people in our society and their quality of life, and, you know, obviously we already talked about one of those
You think
things.
you have a better quality of life if you support Trump, if you voted for Trump?
Well, I mean, like, quality of life. I'm just talking about, like, what we'd like to see, you know, generally. Obviously, my actual view for what I'd want to see in the world wouldn't really align with any, you know, candidate, because I think there's just too much degeneracy in the world anyways, and I don't think either candidate would actually address that in our lifetime.
So that's why, again, I just got you to concede that you're supporting the harm reductionist view. Okay? Because no
No,
one's
that's fine,
perfect.
and
You're
that's
supporting the
fine.
candidacy that will lead to the least amount of harm.
Sure, and then would you then say, you know, we could, you know, oh man, I become a Democrat, I do that. Now I'm a Democrat that doesn't support abortion at all. Would you even say that I'm a Democrat?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that you're a Democrat, but I would say that you think Democrats are preferable.
I mean, I would say Democrats are preferable only in, like, this.
I guess you could say that you're a Democrat. Yeah, like, yeah, it's technically, I mean, yes, there can be people who are pro-life that think that the Democratic Party is preferable. Yes. Although I disagree with them on the perspective of them being pro-life, right? Which, I mean, I think that's very obvious that I disagree with that. That doesn't mean that they can't be a Democrat. Like, they can still think the Democratic Party is preferable. Because when we're talking about politics, we're never going to get a candidate that 100% represents your values. That's just not going to happen. You have to vote for the candidate that mostly represents your values. That's because we live in a country with millions of people. We compromise on things.
Yeah, obviously. So wow, but like, my values do go a bit beyond just obviously abortion or even the homosexuality thing. I would say in general, I would believe that the Republicans, you know, now it's not going to look like this from your perspective, but it would be, you know, more preferable to passing laws instilling more Christian values than the Democrats. I mean, I
don't know how you could say that, especially with how the current Republican Party is controlled by Trump.
No, I mean, again, yeah, nothing is gonna, you know, align with my values 100%. But like if I'm looking at each issue individually and I'm making a judgment more or less Christian based on it, like we go, oh, based on homosexuality, I'd say Trump more. Based on
Okay, so
abortion,
is it
oh,
Christian
Trump
to
more.
want to save as many lives as possible?
Yeah, it's Christian. Well, actually, I mean, I wouldn't say it's Christian or non-Christian, but I would say like it would be a good thing to want to save as many lives.
Okay,
as
you could say
possible.
it's a good thing to want to save as many lives as possible. So then it's a good thing to support Democrats.
I mean, I would say maybe just because you don't think Republicans want to save a lot of lives too. There's been bills passed.
Wait,
I mean,
even if you want
say?
to point to a certain amount of lives saved by Republicans, there's more lives lost by Republicans in their administration simply just because of USAID funding being cut. Wait, I just want to let you know, simply because of USAID funding being cut, that in of itself is enough reason to say that Democrats save more lives. Not considering the fact that Democrats advocate to expand universal access to healthcare, which would save a bunch of lives. Go ahead.
What would you say when Democrats advocate to abortion? Democrats just don't want to save lives.
Looks like we're gonna be rating tomorrow
Don't want to save lives.
Well, I just don't think that
with
these are
the
lives
one
that
and
we consider.
only CV Dom. Because right now I'm down to 1 million credits, and I know I'm gonna need more than that if I'm gonna be doing these legendary weapons here soon. But hold on real quick.
Save more lives by supporting Democrats.
I wouldn't say it's preferable.
We got
to,
enough
I mean,
to
obviously you don't believe this is preferable to be like
buy
let's
some
support abortion. That's not preferable to do.
With considering all the other views, all things considered, it's preferable.
Okay, then how about this? I'll just vote as a Republican and disagree that they're not on
Do
board.
we got enough?
I can do that.
Wait, but
too.
if your whole notion
Do
of
we
caring about why you
know?
want to make abortion illegal in the first place, which is the reason why you said you support
Yeah,
Trump,
I
is that you want
want
to save human lives.
blood.
Because again, you realize that Trump still
Why
wants to legalize
do I
abortion,
not
just wants to
blood?
leave it up to the states. You
Yeah.
believe in harm reductionism. Therefore, that would be the
All
perspective.
right, bam.
I can't keep
We
explaining this to you.
do.
I can't
I'm
do
just
it.
not gonna,
Hero
If you're just not
pickup
going to
ticket.
understand it, I can't do anything else to explain
Gonna
it to you.
pick up 5 of those.
I've given you the
Or we're
argument.
gonna pull
There's
a
nothing else I could say.
10 draw tonight.
Well,
Finish
I
it
appreciate
off.
the conversation and how civil it was or whatever. I hope you have a good one.
You as well. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
역시 아까 했던 그 이상한 현상 말이야.
Be honest, you've been accepting that your phone bill's gonna hurt every month, haven't you? Tell me about it.
Well, what if Doge and Trump cut USAID, which will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030?
Well,
What if
that
otherwise
wasn't
not
a
died
good draw
if
at
we kept
all,
the
but we
funding
got
in place?
10 more and we'll get a free daisy, so
Well, yeah,
that'll
I
be
know,
helpful.
I probably
And then
made a
in
statement, but he said that
four,
abortion was worse
5
than
days,
the
4
Holocaust.
days and 18
That's
hours.
actually- that's
We'll
what I
have new
truly believe.
characters.
He doesn't believe that
that
himself
come in
because
this
he doesn't
event.
think that people
That's gonna be a
specifically
plus.
who were involved in
Sure.
ordering the Holocaust should be spared from prison and from their crimes against humanity. But then if he believes that abortion is at all comparable, then he would be trying abortionists and women, particularly who are involved in getting abortions, for war crimes and crimes against humanity in the same way that he tried Nazis, because he thinks that it's comparable to the Holocaust.
Okay. So when you're saying like,
which he didn't do, by the way.
Yeah. Well, with what you're saying with that, if I voted for Democrats, that would save more lives. But wait, so do you believe that
Have a good day.
fetus is a human?
Everybody.